Hey everyone, hope you're all doing great. Welcome back to the Anime Fictions 2.0. Today, we're diving into part 2 of what if Jiraya made Naruto a sage early? Unfair power. If you're enjoying these alternate timelines, make sure to hit that subscribe button, share it with your friends, and check out the other videos on the channel. And of course, drop your thoughts in the comments. I always love hearing your ideas. Alright, enough talk, let's get into the story. Naruto hated Training Ground 44. Hated this forest. Hated the animals, the plants, and the bugs. It was fun at first. Maybe even cool. They saw a few huge tigers, which was awesome. It was even cooler when they saw vines snare a tiger and basically eat it. Could plants eat a giant tiger? He was starting to think anything was possible in this dark section of hell. Things had turned from awesome to awful in the span of 20 minutes. They were starting to get hungry on the second day, and decided to hunt something larger than fish to feed all three of them. Sasuke was able to take down a deer with a kunai. Simple. Until everything went downhill. They were preparing the deer for cooking, but hadn't even gotten the fire started when it attacked. Naruto sensed something was wrong at the last second, but it was too late to warn the others. He leapt in front of Sasuke, who was down on a knee, skinning the deer. Fast enough to save his friend, but not fast enough to defend himself. One swipe had taken him down, and the animal was back in the shadows before they could even see it. 4 large slashes across Naruto's chest, from left shoulder to right hip. Hinata panicked. There was so much blood. She'd never seen that much blood before. Sasuke called upon his Sharingan, putting distance between himself and the dead deer. Then it came out of the bushes. Slowly creeping, deadly silent. Coiled and ready to strike. The jaguar in front of them felt deadly. Deadlier than any person or animal they had faced before. It could kill them if it wanted to, at least right now. They weren't prepared to face something like this. Not with Naruto out of commission. The bears, and even the tigers had been fairly easy to avoid. They were very large, and no doubt powerful, but they traded power for speed, and they were heavy. Too heavy to climb to the height in the trees that the 3 genin could travel at. This beast, though, was different. Sasuke's Sharingan could see the muscles tense and relax as it crept towards them. He had no doubt it was faster than him, no doubt it was stronger than him. There was no way he and Hinata would be able to stop it, not while also defending an unconscious Naruto. For the first time since the night his brother had murdered the clan, Sasuke felt fear. For himself, and for his teammates. They weren't family yet, but they were close. Naruto might as well have been his brother, and Hinata was the closest thing he ever had to a sister. He wouldn't call them family, they weren't close enough for that yet, and he wasn't ready to let somebody be that close to him. But at the same time he couldn't watch them die. Not the way he'd been made to watch his family die. Hinata, find a clear path for us away from here. Take Naruto, and get out. I'll be right behind you. Sasuke couldn't afford to take his eyes off of the predator in front of them, so he just had to trust that Hinata would follow his directions. He knew she was too scared to respond, and too worried about Naruto. He knew, because he was too, but he had forced himself to speak, or lose the person who understood him the best. That thought made him eerily calm. It had only been about a year with Naruto in the village, but they had spent nearly every day together. It hadn't been planned, one of them just showed up, and the other would come along without argument or question. They had a bond that Sasuke was starting to feel like ran deeper than blood. They shared in their loneliness and misery of missing their families, yet kept one another distracted from those thoughts. He knew it was in there, but seeing Naruto lying there unconscious, blood seeping from his chest, and it made him come to terms with his own feelings. They were brothers. His eyes felt the pressure build in them, but he wouldn't cry. He couldn't afford to. His brother wouldn't die from the wounds. Naruto had explained that the Kyuubi could heal just about anything short of death. The wounds were deep, but not immediately fatal. He wouldn't be able to heal if this jaguar got him though, and he had a sneaking suspicion that this animal would be able to give chase in the trees. Sasuke pulled out his 5 kunai and 8 shuriken, as well as his 2 rows of ninja wire. Naruto had wordlessly handed him all but 1 kunai and 2 shuriken when they entered the forest. He wanted to argue, but he knew the blonde would just claim that he wasn't as good with them as Sasuke was, and that he probably wouldn't use them anyway. Dumb idiot. Sasuke's eyes never left the creeping jungle cat. It had turned, and was beginning to pace back and forth. He didn't know why it didn't just rush them, maybe it was trying to scare them, Or maybe it was waiting for him to slip up and look away. Whatever it was, he was grateful for it, and wouldn't let the opportunity go to waste. Even as his eyes watched the predator's muscles ripple, his hands worked. With practiced ease he tied the ninja wire onto the tools that he'd gathered, faster than most ninja could write their own name. In seconds he was done, and he hoped this worked. It would have been much better with explosive tags, but they weren't allowed. Bastard sensei. The raven-haired boy didn't wait for the jaguar to pounce. As soon as he was ready, he let Hinata know. On my go, he said. Time felt like it was slowing down, and he could almost feel the air pressure shift as Hinata exhaled and nodded her head. He hoped that feeling wasn't misplaced. 3, 2, 1, go! He hissed. He let loose his ninja tools. 2 of the shuriken headed straight for their hunter. There were clanks of metal as the rest ricocheted off each other and stuck into trees in various places. The kunai landed in the dead deer up to the hilt, anchoring them in. The jaguar dodged the shuriken easily enough, not that Sasuke had really been trying to hit it. As with most shuriken throws, his goal was to move his opponent in a favorable direction. He held both ninja wire lines in his hands, the classic Uchiha smirk once again showing itself as he heard Hinata move away from him at 5 o'clock. The jaguar had moved as his Sharingan predicted, leaving it right where he wanted it. He let go of the line in his right hand, and the wires attached to the shuriken snapped into place. This effect was twofold. The jaguar's front right paw was now tangled in the line, though it wouldn't hold long. It also put pressure on the other line in his hand, the one connected to the kunai. Before the jaguar could break the wire, he let go of the second one, and fled. The kunai anchored in the deer were yanked, dragging the deer away from him, past where the jaguar had been. The jaguar would now have to spend a precious second freeing itself, and then choose between a free meal, or giving chase to 3 ninja with a head start. Sasuke didn't wait around to find out its decision. He ran as fast as he could, pushing himself to catch up to Hinata. It took him half a minute to, and when he did, he took Naruto into his own arms, and they moved even faster. It was 3 full minutes of all-out running before they stopped. Both users had their precious eyes activated, scanning for trouble. 5 minutes went by, then 10, then 20, before they relaxed even a little bit. During that time, Hinata had checked up on Naruto. The bleeding had slowed greatly, and eventually came to a stop, much to her surprise. Still, there were deep gashes running across her chest, and she was upset that she hadn't been allowed to bring her pre-made ointments. She felt helpless. Hinata had been mesmerized by the predator that attacked them, unable to do anything but watch and listen to Sasuke. She was supposed to be the best sensor on the team with her all-seeing eyes, but she hadn't even had them activated when it attacked. She felt extreme guilt at not doing her job. She knew the other 2 were the heavy hitters on the team, and that she was just supposed to be the support, but she hadn't even done that right. Naruto had been the one that sensed something wrong and sprung into action. Her thoughts were interrupted by a hacking cough and wheezing coming from her teammate. Holy hell! That cat packed a punch. He wheezed out, trying to sit up. Is everybody okay? He asked a little bit frantically. He trusted his team, but he had also left everything up to them, and didn't want them to get hurt. Yes, you moron. You could be dead right now, though. Sasuke spat out. He was pissed. Naruto-kun, I'm so glad you're okay, Hinata said, uncharacteristically loud. She threw her arms around the blonde, hugging him. When she realized what she was doing, she let go, face red. You shouldn't be sitting up, though. Your wounds are deep. Even as she said it, though, the wounds had closed up even more. She frowned. I guess I owe you an explanation on the whole super healing, huh? Naruto asked, mostly rhetorically. Well, Sasuke already knows this. He paused and took a deep breath. Not many of his friends knew his secret. Jiraiya and the Sandaime knew, of course, and he suspected Kakashi did too. He himself had told Sasuke, and he doubted that Yamato-sensei didn't know, especially considering he was a wood-release user. It wouldn't feel right keeping the secret from a teammate, though, so he began channeling some of the Kyuubi's chakra. His eyes became slitted and red, and whiskers grew darker and more pronounced. He grinned sheepishly, and Hinata saw that his teeth had grown a little bit more fawn-like, and his fingernails now started to look like claws. I'm kind of the container of the nine-tailed fox, he said. His voice had gotten a little deeper and a little rougher. The fourth couldn't really kill him because tailed beasts are just chakra, and kind of immortal. So instead he sealed him inside me when I was a baby. He chuckled nervously, not knowing what his teammate would think. Kyuubi's chakra gives me enhanced stamina and healing even when I'm not consciously channeling it. It increases even more if I do, though. He gestured to his chest, where the last of the wounds were closing completely. The cuts had been deep, though, and it looked like he would have some nasty scars. The oppressive feeling of the chakra that Hinata didn't even realize was there dissipated as Naruto's eyes turned blue again. The breath she didn't know she was holding was let out. And Naruto-kun, Hinata stuttered out. I get it if you don't want to be teammates anymore. Most of the people in the village don't really like me because of what the fox did. The Hokage can make other arrangements, Naruto said, avoiding eye contact. Hinata hated it. Hated seeing Naruto so shy and small. The boy who she had seen as a knight in shining armor ever since the day he had saved her from those bullies 5 years ago, even when he left the village. The warmest person she had ever met felt so cold. He didn't have any of his normal brightness or warmth at the moment. She wouldn't stand for it. Naruto-kun, I don't care what you have sealed inside you, or that the villagers don't like you. Determination leaked into her voice. She could be brave for him. She felt brave because of him. You're just Naruto, you wouldn't hurt a fly if it wasn't bothering anybody, and you definitely wouldn't ever attack the village. You're the strongest person I know, and I think even higher of you now that I know what you've had to deal with. He looked up at her in surprise. After a moment, she asked the question she already knew the answer to. Is that why you left the village all those years ago? He nodded. He was slightly shaky on the details himself. Most of it felt like a nightmare. He did remember waking up in the hospital when he was 7, though, and he remembered bits and pieces of the night that put him there. It was Hinata's turn to be pissed. She could have been spending time with him for the last 5 years. She could have been friends with him for all that time if it weren't for the villagers. They're dumb, she said finally. Naruto's head flipped nearly sideways in question, his hair flopping from one side to the other comically. The villagers who don't like you. They're dumb. I can see that even without my Byakugan. She held her chin up, a little bit of playful arrogance leaking into her voice. Neither of the boys had seen this side of Hinata. They were shocked. She was always the shy girl that stuttered through most conversations and didn't step on anybody's toes. She certainly hadn't ever called anybody dumb before. Neither knew what to say, so she spoke again. You both are covered in blood. We should get you cleaned up before more animals come hunting us because of the smell. And just like that, she turned away and leapt off the branch they were on. What they didn't know was that she was embarrassed by her sudden confident display, and didn't want them to see her face turn red. Sasuke was the first to recover from his shock, closing his mouth, before opening it to speak again. Come on, Naruto. Let's go. We don't want to get left behind. Naruto's mouth was still wide open, but he nodded and stood up to follow. Day 7, Forest of Death. Yamato was happy with his students' progress. After the scare with the jaguar, they had made progress bordering on the extreme. It pained him for them to have to go through that, and if either of the other students had taken the blow, he would have pulled them right out. He knew the Kyuubi would prevent Naruto from dying, though. He would have liked to intervene and keep the jaguar from ever striking Naruto, but he had to stay at least 50 meters away to stay out of Hinata's Byakugan range. Besides, if they survived that, they would get an immense amount of experience from it. It wasn't the same as being attacked by another ninja, but it was as close as they could safely get. They did survive, and now, after a week in the forest, they were showing improvement. Everything they did was sharper, crisper, and more cautious. They worked together more seamlessly. Hinata was beginning to join the boys in their wordless communication. They were adapting the basic academy hand signs to fit their needs, and very little needed to be spoken when they came across a dangerous situation. They were eating just fine. Hinata was using her Byakugan to help locate prey for the boys to go after, and using her knowledge of herbs and plants to help round out their diet. Naruto was using his clones more liberally, having them take watch, erect barriers, and guard them. It seemed as if his sensory abilities had gone up another notch, as all of the sudden Naruto's head would shoot up, and the three would up and leave, only to have a large animal come grazing through the area a minute later. Sasuke had improved the most, though. Yamato could just see the red glint of his Sharingan as he kept it activated for a large portion of the day, only deactivating it when he had to rest them. He was getting faster, probably as fast as Naruto now, if not faster, and his movements became cleaner and more efficient. They had retrieved the shuriken from their first real battle, though the kunai were nowhere to be found, and his skill with them had increased too. They had come all this way, and they still had another week to go. Day 12, Forest of Death. Sasuke had no idea that it had happened, but the first time he activated his Sharingan after the incident with the jaguar, Naruto flipped out. He had unlocked the third Tomo in both eyes. From what he knew, this was fairly uncommon, usually it was one at a time per eye. He knew that the increased perception would cause strain on his body to keep up with it, so he kept them active as long as he could. His body quickly caught up, until it felt mostly the same as it had with two Tomo. The only difference now was that he could keep up with Naruto, and Naruto looked like he was moving in slow motion. He loved his eyes. Naruto had taken on the role of protector for the team. His clones were invaluable. They were an early warning scouting system, a barrier team, a defense team, an attack team, evacuation team, manual labor team, and everything in between. Better yet, they returned their memories to him, so he was getting experience several-fold in each of those areas. His sensory abilities had gone up another notch, and a ring of clones could give them at least a minute of warning before most dangerous animals could reach them. He had added the usage of a fourth chakra chain pretty comfortably, which greatly increased his barrier usage and chakra suppression. Hinata's range with her Byakugan had increased due to her heavy usage of it. She could see about 75 meters with it now, up from the 50 she could see when she entered the forest. She could also spot their sensei watching, just on the edge of her range, and was silently furious that he hadn't intervened to help Naruto. The three genin of Team 7 had developed a comfortable system that now allowed them some free time. The forest required the ninja to be on edge at all times, but a week into their time in it, and they were learning how to relax while keeping their senses razor sharp. Because of this, they felt relatively safe training and exploring. So long as somebody, usually Naruto's clones, kept watch. Most of this time was spent having Hinata practice her gentle fist against Sasuke, who was still in the final stages of adjusting to his Sharingan. This left Naruto to his own devices. He had 10 clones spread out in a circle around their camp at all times, sitting in a meditative pose to sense any possible threats. Another 10 were paired up with the sensors, so that if a sensor dispelled to warn Naruto, the paired clone could run interference to give them more time. The paired 10 would all work on something, from chakra control to his chakra chains, so long as what they were doing didn't draw unwanted attention. It seemed chakra usage would keep the smaller animals away, but draw the attention of the larger, more deadly animals. Naruto wasn't sure if they could sense it, or if they were just hearing or smelling the effects of the chakra usage. Either way, it had to stay limited, even if they were better prepared for attacks. Naruto, the real one, was working on his physical attributes. Sasuke had caught up to his speed, and with the Sharingan, he'd never be able to outdo him hand to hand. There were 3 solutions to that. Get faster, get stronger, get more efficient. While the last option could be done by clone training, the first 2 could only be done by the original. So here he was, working feverishly at getting both stronger and faster. He was currently bouncing between trees at full speed while carrying rocks in a makeshift backpack. He really wished he had his sealing kit, then at least he could put the weight in a modified storage seal that didn't account for weight. The whole point of a storage seal was to counteract the weight of items stored. His idea would make him feel like he was carrying rocks, just without the awkward swaying and position of them. He had done a lot of thinking since he had awoken from the jaguar's attack. The jungle cat had put a lot of his skills into perspective for him. He needed to get better at sensing. His clones were improving with the skill, but he was unable to do it well without thinking about it, and that was the reason the jaguar struck without any real notice. The whole team had learned the lesson that they needed to be on guard more often, and had quickly rectified that individually, without even discussing it. They would not be ambushed like that again. He also was thinking about his Fuinjutsu. It didn't do him a lot of good if he didn't have his kit with him. Sure, he kept the stuff sealed on him at all times, but storage scrolls could be broken, no matter how strong they were made. He knew in theory that sealing could be done without a brush or inkwell. His father had been able to leave his Hiraishin mark without it. He hadn't figured out how yet. Thus, he had clones pondering it as he trained, but the thought hadn't left his head either. He had a theory that if he could convert his chakra into ink, that he could control where it went, and theoretically make seals with sheer chakra control and manipulation. This was easier said than done. His trial run with water chakra had gone poorly to say the least. He could hardly separate a blob of water on the ground into 2 or 3 separate blobs without breaking into a full sweat. Arranging the chakra into the fine intricacies of even a basic storage seal would require much more precise chakra control. He still hadn't even tried to convert his chakra into usable ink, but he was sure that would be the easier of the two parts. As he wound down his sprint training by dumping the load of rocks off his back, he began to contemplate. Necessity and survival had demanded that he up his shadow clone count. Jiraya had severely limited his clone training as there really wasn't any precedent for the sheer numbers Naruto would be able to put up. The most Jiraya had ever used it for training-wise was studying up on Fuinjutsu, and he always limited the number of clones, and the time they were in existence. He claimed he would still come away with a headache. The forest had demanded that Naruto use more than the clones Jiraya had allotted him, and for longer too. He kept increasing the number in time, expecting some sort of backlash, but it never came. Sure, he'd get a minor headache at the moment they dispelled, but he was running 30 clones for several hours in a row at this point, and hardly noticing any downside. He'd have to report this to Jiraiya through Toad's summoning at some point. First though, he wanted to push his limits a little bit. Naruto sat down just inside the encirclement of his clones that defined Team 7's current camp. He had 30 clones in existence right now, and he decided he could definitely handle 30 more. With a cross-hand seal and a little bit of chakra, far less than it used to take for him, they popped into existence. The clones had their orders already, so Naruto didn't need to tell them what to do. 20 clones found their own clear patch of dirt or rock to work on, and began attempting to make a basic storage seal design out of chakra-laced water. They couldn't come close yet, but he was hoping to change that quickly. The other 10 just found an open space, and began trying to convert some of their chakra into an ink substance that could be used for seals. None of them could do their task yet either, but he stayed confident. He made one more clone, and popped it right away, so that it could send orders to the others. Any clone not on sensing duty, about 20 of them, were to work on chakra control. He was determined to get this down before he left the forest. He'd be damned if he didn't leave here much stronger than he came in. It was only noon, so the original went to watch Sasuke and Hinata spar, figuring he could still work on strength while doing so. 3 hours of push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups, and other body weight exercises, and Naruto was drenched in sweat. He had long since pulled off his clawed-up mesh armor. His wooden geto were off too, they had gotten annoying to put up with in a survival situation. As he watched Sasuke and Hinata resume their sparring, Naruto contemplated his uniform. He loved dressing like Jiraiya, he liked the way it looked, and it was unique from anyone else he had seen, especially amongst shinobi. However, the outfit, while technically built for shinobi combat, wasn't really optimal for situations like this, as he had found out. He would have to consider a change for when his team was sent out on missions. It wouldn't be to perform suboptimally just because of clothes. He was sure Jiraiya would understand. Naruto's thoughts shifted to his two teammates. They appeared to be making strides just as great as he was, though not if his clones would have anything to say about it. Sasuke was making easy work of Hinata, but still pushing her to improve. He was a good sparring partner for her in that he had eventually coaxed her to go harder and not pull her chakra-enhanced blows. Naruto didn't blame her. He would want to hit the grumpy bastard full force too if he had the chance. Thinking of Hinata holding back made him frown internally. She had a kind heart, maybe the kindest Naruto had ever seen. He didn't want this to be a pitfall for her, so he decided that he should do something about it. "Oh, Sasuke!" The raven-haired genin's head snapped to him, expecting a sensory alert. "Mind if I jump in a little bit? Fighting my own clones has gotten boring, I always win you know," he said with a grin. Hinata stifled a giggle, while Sasuke rolled his eyes. "Sure, Naruto. Just try not to lose too badly." Naruto stuck his tongue out at the Uchiha, knowing he wouldn't be able to say anything to rile him up. It hadn't been lost on him that he had hardly called him loser since the attack. Naruto made his way in front of Hinata, and nodded at her when he adopted his special Uzumaki Taijutsu stance. He waited for her to make the first move, determined to bring out a little bit of her aggression. 10 seconds went by before she finally lunged at him. He didn't move. There was no need to. Hinata's eyes widened when she saw he wasn't dodging or blocking. She pulled up on her palms strike as much as she could, and held back her chakra. Her open palms struck Naruto's very firm, and very bare chest right above his heart, and stayed there. The blonde didn't even sway an inch. He looked at Hinata, down at her hand laying on his chest, then back up at Hinata. She blushed. "Hinata, why aren't I dead?" he asked bluntly. There was a small goofy smile on his face, as if this were the most casual thing in the world. The gentle fist is supposed to attack the organs inside the body, is it not? You just struck my heart, yet I felt nothing. I didn't want to hurt you, so I pulled back, Naruto-kun, she replied, blush growing from pink to a more solid red. She could feel his strong heartbeat. If you were going to hurt me, I would have dodged, but you were holding back right from the start, he said, a little more serious, but not enough to really put her down. How will Sasuke, the great Uchiha, or I, the strongest genin, Sasuke grunted from the sidelines, ever get any stronger if our sparring partner is holding back, you know? He asked, as if he was hurt that she wouldn't help them. She heard the sarcasm in his voice, but her blush still grew. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. I'm just scared of hurting a comrade. I don't like to see the people that I care about in pain, she answered shyly. Hinata, you've seen Sasuke and I spar. We go hard against each other, and we come away with injuries, but that's how we learn. Sasuke almost cut my ear off last week with a sword strike, and I learned to move my head out of the way of fast-moving sharp blades. She giggled at him. She couldn't help it, he could make her feel so at ease while discussing serious topics. That's the way sparring works. Pain is one of the greatest teachers. If you feel it, that means you're still alive. If you never experience the pain of the mistakes, there won't be proper motivation to improve. Plus, if you hit me right, I might just shut up for more than 5 minutes. He smiled big, and this time she laughed. You are right, Naruto-kun. I promise not to hold back anymore, she replied, much more confident in herself after the blonde's mini-speech. Naruto nodded, but stayed there for a second. He looked at Hinata. Hinata-chan? You can take your hand off my chest now. He rubbed the back of his head sheepishly, cheeks slightly pink. Hinata's whole face and neck had gone completely red, and she jerked away from her teammate. I'm sorry, and Naruto-kun, she squeaked out. Naruto chuckled at her shy antics. He thought it was kind of cute. It's okay, Hinata. Let's get back to the spar. I'm itching for some competition, you know. He grinned. When the flush left her face, she turned around. Sliding into the gentle fist stance her clan was famous for, she let a small smile grace her face. She would become strong enough to keep up with the boys and stand beside them. Naruto was starting to regret making Hinata go all out. He was holding back, and still no doubt winning the spar, but he was hurting. The gentle fist was no joke. It had started as a blow to the shoulder, and it went numb. It was hard to move your arm if you couldn't feel your shoulder. Blows to the other arm and both legs soon made it hard for him to move at all. It was all healing, nearly faster than Hinata could hit him, thanks to the Kyuubi. He also could have switched to his father's style, which was more based on speed and avoiding blows, whereas the Uzumaki style would intentionally take blows to land harder ones, but he wanted to build her confidence. Hinata was a key part of the team. Naruto and Sasuke would be the main combatants, but she was the one who had the power to put down larger and stronger opponents with a tough exterior. He hobbled over to where Sasuke was sitting, putting on a bit of a show for Hinata's sake. Sasuke rolled his eyes at him. He stuck out his tongue in return. You got beat just bad enough, huh? Sasuke questioned. Naruto locked eyes with Sasuke's Sharingan, and an understanding passed between them. There was a deeper meaning in those words, one that conveyed approval at boosting Hinata's confidence. You'd get beat just as bad if she'd go all out. He grunted back. That one hadn't been exaggerated, she had caught him in the ribs pretty good, and he was pretty sure she lacerated one of his lungs. Oh well, it'd be healed in a little bit. HN. I hate when you do that. HN, Sasuke grunted with a grin. It was Naruto's turn to roll his eyes. He continued walking to the part of the clearing that his clones had taken over. It had been several hours since he left them to their own devices, and he was eager to see the results. Before he did though, bit his thumb, and rolled familiar seals to summon his favorite toad. A small puff of smoke revealed Gamakichi, who had grown to a size that he would hardly fit on Naruto's head anymore. Sup Kichi. Sorry I don't have any treats for you, we're still in the forest, but I'll give you double next time, he promised. That's what you said last time you summoned me, Naruto. Oh, that's right. Well then I'll bring triple, or would it be quadruple? He asked rhetorically. Doesn't matter, I'll bring a lot. For now I got something new I've been working on that I want you to see. Gamakichi nodded. He and Naruto had struck up a bond, and Naruto often summoned him when he was working on a technique. Gamakichi was never all that much help, aside from the regular oohs and ahs, but Naruto just seemed to enjoy the company. The blonde silently dispelled all but the sentry clones and their backups. The influx of memories made him flinch, but all in all the feedback wasn't so bad. He recalled the memories of the 40 or so clones that had been training for the last 4 hours and smiled. Sitting down on the ground, he leaned toward the bare section of ground in front of him. He channeled his chakra and focused, closing his eyes. As he focused, a blob of chakra began to condense into a black substance. It looked too watery to be proper sealing ink, but it was a start. Concentrating harder, he tried to form the chakra into a storage seal. The chakra moved under his command, but did so sluggishly. After 30 or so seconds of intense concentration, he had a whole lot of nothing. It was clear the chakra was moving into the right locations, but he couldn't refine it enough. The lines weren't small enough, and he couldn't execute the small curves and strokes necessary for a seal. Right now it looked like someone took a wet paintbrush and handed it to a monkey that started slapping it on the ground. This wouldn't pass as a seal, but he made huge progress in a short amount of time with his clones. He even mused that he could finish by nightfall if he increased the clones, and then he realized that he couldn't think of a reason not to. "So, what do you think?" he asked his familiar summon. "Are you trying to learn sealing with just chakra? That's pretty impressive stuff, Naruto. Pop says that was one of the keys to Yandame's," Gamakichi replied. "Maybe you can use it to seal some snacks on you, huh?" Naruto just eye-rolled at his summon and got back to work. First he made 30 clones. These would go replace the 20 that were on guard duty, and also expand the zone that they were covering. He would need more room. When the guard duty memories came back, he smiled. The 10 that weren't sensing had increased his chakra control greatly. 4 hours of straight chakra control times 10 clones, and he had a full work week of just control all in one afternoon. The 20 dispelled clones hadn't affected him much, so he decided to go relatively big, or go home. And he couldn't go home. 100 clones. Made in 4 groups of 25. He knew that he could make them all at once, but it felt weird mass-producing himself like that. 25 felt more manageable, and he could give the orders to each group soundlessly. First 25 chakra control increase by any means necessary, start dispelling every 10 minutes after the first hour. Poof. They appeared and took off. Second 25 chakra conversion ink needs to be a better viscosity, and less clear. Dispel every 15 minutes until there's 10 left. Poof. Third 25 forming the storage seal on the ground, using water chakra, or water lace chakra, dispel every 15 minutes until there's 10 left. Poof. Final 25 forming the seal using the ink, dispel every 10 minutes until there's only 5 left. Poof. He was a little dizzy after making such large groups of himself so quickly, but he thought it was necessary. He found that his clones, much like himself, didn't really like being given orders. If he thought exactly what he wanted before he created them, they came into existence thinking it was their idea, and wouldn't argue or slack off. It wasn't the most honest way to lead, but he was leading himself, and he figured it was his idea, so he wouldn't mind. Having the clones dispel at intervals should have 2 purposes. One would be to stave off a potential headache, and the second would be to pass on their knowledge to the remaining clones, so that they could improve upon it. It was his opinion that doing it this way allowed the clones to work more efficiently. While he wouldn't be logging as many total hours, every time a clone dispelled, the others would be working with increased skill. By the time the last 5 or 10 clones were left, they would have the knowledge of 20 or so other experiences to work with. It wasn't always the best solution, but when he was trying to figure something out, this seemed to work best. Raw chakra control and studying were a little bit different, as were refining techniques that he'd already figured out, like his taijutsu or certain ninjutsu. Either way, it was a beautiful thing watching 100 of himself get to work, determined to learn a new technique. He left them to their business to go hang out with Sasuke and Hinata. Team chemistry was just as important as skill after all. The 3 genins sat around a campfire, courtesy of Sasuke, enjoying each other's company. Naruto was really enjoying being part of the team. Sasuke had been his only real friend his age for a long time, and when they were together it was all training all the time. Having Hinata added and balanced the group out well, and he was grateful to have 2 people his age to call close friends, if not family. After a few hours of lazing around, Naruto sat up suddenly. He instantly had the attention of both of his teammates. "My clones think the jaguar is coming back." His statement was short and efficient. He was in what Sasuke had come to think of as his commander mode. He became a consummate shinobi, not a lot of wasted energy or emotions. Efficient. A true leader. Let's pack up then, Sasuke said. They had already decided they would avoid the stronger predators. Naruto nodded. There wasn't much to pack, but they had collected a few items while in the forest. A deer skin that had been turned into a backpack, another one that carried water, a cool stick Naruto had found that he liked to swing around and pretend it was one of his swords. The boys had just started to get up when Hinata spoke. No, she said quietly, but firmly. Uchiha and Uzumaki tilted their heads at her, silently questioning like two puppy dogs. She obliged. I do not think we should run. It only got us last time because we were surprised and Naruto-kun was hurt. We will not have truly improved if we keep running from the stronger predators in the forest. We should fight it together. Sasuke raised an eyebrow with crossed arms at her confidence, and Naruto put on a 1,000-watt smile for her. They didn't even need to look at each other to come to a conclusion. They were in. Sasuke was the one that replied, having been conscious the last time that the jaguar pounced. Alright, here's the plan. Day 14 Forest of Death. Gen and Team 7 were making their way to the exit of the Forest of Death. Yamato had let them in somewhere between midday and midnight, and so they were to head out at roughly the same time. As they cleared the fence that denoted Training Ground 44, they smiled at each other, but didn't relax. Their sensei appeared in front of them by way of Shunshin moments later, confirming to the boys that he had indeed been watching them, just as Hinata said. It irked Naruto a little bit that he couldn't sense his teacher, even if he was probably a former ANBU. You made it, Yamato said. It was said as a statement, but they could feel the question in it. No thanks to you, Hinata said coldly. She could be a true Hyuga if she really wanted to. Yamato curled his head ever so slightly at this. She had grown more than he thought. Perhaps Naruto and Sasuke had too. The latter confirmed his response when looked at his eyes, and saw 3 tomo in each. Grown immensely apparently. He could feel the change in their chakra. It was denser and sharper, on edge the whole time. He could see the change in the way they carried themselves, like they were not just ready for an attack, but expecting one. He had kept watch over them, but 50 meters was far, and he couldn't see details such as the tomo in eyes, or exactly what Naruto had his clones doing. He was curious as to the nature of the blonde's training. It made sense logically in that shadow clones returned their experiences, but they didn't seem to be doing much besides chakra control and playing in the dirt. Relax guys, Yamato-sensei would have stepped in if things got too rough. It's just as I said, Hinata, your training has to have a certain amount of pain in order to be truly helpful, Naruto said. Hinata relaxed slightly. Sasuke's eyes deactivated. Anyways, Yamato-sensei, we got you this. Naruto held up what looked like the claws of a big cat. It looked a little small to be a tiger's, so Yamato guessed it came from the jaguar they took down. He couldn't be sure as the trio had gone on a small tear through the forest in order to claim their spot as apex predator. They hadn't killed a lot of the animals, only those that fought back hard. The jaguar, a few tigers, and a large bear. The claw had a hole through it on the top, with a small strip of leather weaved through it. A necklace. Upon closer look, all 3 genin appeared to be wearing one, though Naruto's was on a black leather strap that looked like it had been bought rather than made makeshift in a forest, and it sat next to the strange leaf pendant he had been wearing when he went in. Go on, take it. The blonde pushed it forward some more. We're still pissed at you for sending us into the hellhole, but we know you did it for our own good, he said with a smile. His eyes said there would be payback though, and Yamato felt a drop of sweat form on his forehead. 4 claws. 1 for each member of Team 7. Yamato supposed that they all came from the paw that had sliced open Naruto. Symbolic, then, of their first real test. He felt a little touched that they had thought of him. He slipped the necklace over her, gratefully, and allowed a tight-lipped smile to show. He would have to find a more refined leather strap in the merchant district for it. Yamato realized the blonde hadn't been holding the necklace when they cleared the fence though. He had summoned it from a seal. Naruto, I thought I told you about the sealing kit? Only the tools I allowed. Naruto smiled in return. I didn't have a kit, I found a way around it. Naruto held out one hand, and with the other seemed to place a storage scroll on his open palm. Yamato didn't say anything about the impressive feat. He was under strict orders not to let him get a big head. Anyway, thank you for the necklace, he replied. See guys? I told you he'd like it, you know, Naruto said, excited to truly be together with his team. I do apologize for putting you through that. It wasn't something I wanted to do, and it wasn't something any newly minted genin team should have to do, but it was necessary, Yamato said to his team. Why's that? Naruto asked dumbly. Before Yamato could answer, Naruto suddenly sharpened up. His teammates followed suit, and they leapt back from a kunai with an attached explosive note. Hinata and Sasuke sprung to life, and Naruto threw up a hand seal but didn't stop there. 3 clones popped into existence, using their chains to surround and barrier off the explosive tag. The original flung a kunai that appeared out of nowhere into the trees up and to his left. The hand seals that he had formed turned 1 kunai into 20, peppering the area that the explosive tagged kunai had come from. His teammates covered his flanks, keeping an eye out for the opponent. All 3 seemed to follow the incoming Shunshin. That's why, came the lazy drawl of the masked. The explosive tag exploded, completely contained by Naruto's barrier. Sasuke joined the blonde in groaning. That wasn't cool, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said. Not everything is about being cool, Naruto, Kakashi replied. He still slouched into a lazy stance, but it was noticeably sharper to all 3 genin. Besides, I was just trying to show off your skills. Look at how well you reacted. 2 weeks ago you would have moved slower and later Sasuke would have fired off a flashy fire, leaving you unguarded in your return fire, and Hinata would have been too scared to move in time. Now you look like a well-oiled machine, and you haven't even received training from your Jonin-sensei, Kakashi said. It pissed Naruto and Sasuke off at how right he was. They wanted to argue, but there wasn't anything to be said. Hinata blushed ever so slightly at the praise from the man in charge of this year's genin. See? Even if you know it, Naruto, and you're the dumbest one, Kakashi said, with no real venom in his tone. Naruto resented that. Well, we didn't get a cool jaguar claw necklace for you. It's only for members of Team 7, so suck on that, Kakashi, the blonde yelled childishly. Kakashi just gave them his trademark eye smile, and laced his finger around the cord on his neck and showed off his newest accessory. Don't worry, I managed to get one so I could be a part of the team too, he taunted. Kakashi didn't wait for a response, and left very Leaf Shunshin. I hate him. Me too, the Uchiha echoed. I think he's funny, Hinata said, still stifling her giggles. Traitor, the 2 boys said simultaneously, turning her giggles into laughs. Yamato smiled again, this time at the camaraderie of the team. 2 weeks together, and you would never know that they hadn't been together for 2 years. He was excited to get to work. Okay, test number 2 has been passed. We begin real training tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Be prepared, it will be difficult. We also have D-ranked missions to make up from your 2 weeks in the Forest of Death. I look forward to our time together, Yamato said before he too left via Shunshin. What the hell? Did he just say Forest of Death? Naruto asked. Nobody had said the place was named after death. He probably wouldn't have been so eager to go in if he knew that. Come on, moron. Let's go get some food. It was a testament to her growth that Hinata tagged along without even being specifically asked. The 2 weeks in the Forest of Death had been the glue that solidified the chemistry of the team. Ramen? Naruto asked. It wasn't a question though. He hadn't had ramen in 2 weeks. They were going to Ichiraka's no matter what. Sasuke sighed, and Hinata giggled. Team 7 was given 3 days off in reward for their 2 weeks in the Forest of Death. Naturally, a day off for them, the boys in particular, wasn't really a day off. Naruto was busy abusing his clones in exchange for sealing practice and knowledge. He had sent word through Toad Summon to Jiraya, and was waiting to hear back to see if he would be allowed to up his training regimen even more. Currently, he wasn't going over the roughly 100 clone training limit he had used in the forest, though they were going for several hours at a time. The unfortunate part of his newly discovered sealing technique, which he was dubbing Ink Release, was that he had to practice each seal he had in his current repertoire. Just because he could make a basic storage seal with his, didn't mean he could make an explosive tag. The fortunate part was that once he had the technique down, and he had it down, It only took his 100 clones a few hours tops to master a new seal design. In the 3 days since they left the forest, Naruto had been able to master 8 of his seals, as well as 2 new ones that his clones had learned through reading. The rest of his training wasn't exactly neglected either. While he wasn't physically developed enough to use resistance seals, they could stunt the growth of chakra coils if used too early in life. That didn't mean he couldn't resistance train. He was using his ink release sealing to put modified storage seals on his body, and then, with the help of his clones, sealing weights into them. The modifications allowed the user to feel the weight of what was sealed, and spread the weight across the entire body. This removed several negative aspects of typical weight training. He wouldn't be encumbered by the bulkiness of the weights. The distribution of the weight was even, so it wouldn't affect his taijutsu or running forms when they were removed. The weight could also be added upon with ease. Instead of buying a new, heavier set of weights, he could simply buy another light set to add, or just grab a few rocks. The only real downsides that he could see was that the weight couldn't be ditched as easily, and it put more stress on his spine than strictly necessary, meaning he had to limit the time per day he could use it. Still, he was making great strides with his speed and strength. Sasuke was training separately from Naruto, though they were never far from each other while doing so. He had dug into the old Uchiha scrolls that were in the clan head's personal library. He had essentially resigned that Naruto would be faster than him. The Kyuubi healed his muscles from training much too fast and efficiently for Sasuke to be able to keep up, not to mention Naruto was already naturally fast to begin with. Speed wasn't everything though, and while Naruto had his Biju, Sasuke had his eyes. Efficiency would be how he counteracted pure speed, but there wasn't a different aspect that the Uchiha was currently focusing on. Genjutsu. That was Naruto's biggest weakness. He was no slouch compared to other genin. He could detect and dispel just about anything C rank and lower with ease. Some B ranks and most A ranks could ensnare him though. He had plenty of chakra output to break them, but his senses could be tricked into thinking he was dispelling with chakra when he actually wasn't. Sasuke was sure that was how Kakashi had gotten him. Sharingan could also be notoriously subtle, and he could use it to steer Naruto into decisions that favored him. The clan scrolls were only accessible with the 3 Tomos Sharingan, a special clan that was used on nearly all the clan scrolls to limit who could access them. Sasuke's upgraded hardware opened up many avenues. The Sharingan itself was feared for the help it provided its users, but it was the 3 Tomo version that made the clan so feared. The insight it granted users was unbeatable. The user could weave nearly instantaneously through eye contact. Something as subtle as causing the victim to want to use water style, or as bullish as requiring them to try and stab their own teammate. The options were nearly limitless, and Sasuke was intent on learning them. Hinata was also training, though she didn't have much say in the matter. Her father had been happy that she had passed both of her tests, and with the report her Jonin-sensei, a man he respected, had turned in. He did, however, think that she required more training. Given the status of her 2 teammates, and the reason the team was put together, it was safe to say that Team 7 would be in the village, and the rest of the world's spotlight. It wouldn't do for her to embarrass the Hyuga in such a capacity. For that reason, Hayashi Hyuga had once again taken his eldest daughter's training into account. She was still weak, especially compared to her younger sister, who was a Hyuga heiress through and through. Hayashi did note, however, that she wasn't holding back quite so much. It was at the Hyuga clan compound that Naruto met up with Hinata. The blonde had managed to sneak into the dojo reserved for the main house via shadow clone. His clone didn't like what he saw, and ended up sparring with Hinata until the real him could get there. They continued the spar once the flesh and blood version of Naruto arrived. It was clearly written on the clan head's face that he had never seen Hinata fight like that. Naruto was glad that he and Sasuke could bring out that side of her, but he wished she would do it all the time. He wasn't a fan of the way her clan viewed her. They thought her weak, when he knew she was strong. It was frustrating. He was brought out of his thoughts by the scuffling of Hinata's sandals. Her very new, and much more feminine sandals. In fact, her whole outfit was different. Naruto eyed Hinata analytically. The forest had changed her, just as it had changed him and Sasuke too. She wore the same navy shinobi pants as before, with her kunai holster bandaged to her right thigh. Her shinobi sandals now only had straps just short of her toes and up around her ankle, leaving much more of her foot exposed. They even had a small heel to them, and were much more feminine than her previous pair. She wore the same mesh body armor underneath her jacket, which was where the biggest change occurred. She no longer wore the baggy cream-colored jacket with fur lining. In its place, she had on a lavender zip-up jacket, with white sleeves and a white hood. While it wasn't skin-tight like a lot of Kunoichi's uniforms, it was much more form-fitting than before. He could actually see the figure of his Kunoichi teammate, one that was much more developed than he would have thought before they entered the forest. A/N. This is just Hinata's outfit from Shippuden, though she hasn't grown, has shorter hair, and the necklace. No real crazy changes here. Naruto shook his head out of the gutter. The forest tended to dissuade you from the unnecessary. First, he had learned to ditch his sealing kit, though he still practiced as it was a part of the discipline and needed for more complex seals. Then, Naruto had put in an order for new clothing that should be ready any day now, and he suspected Sasuke had too. There was no reason to be surprised at Hinata's change, in fact it was expected. Still though, she looked so much more girly. Yet stronger at the same time. He liked it. He returned to his analytical view of his teammate. She had bruises in every exposed area, and no doubt in some of the hidden ones as well. She had grown her hair out a little since joining the team, and it was just starting to reach the top of her jacket. It was the longest that he had ever seen it. Her headband was, as always, hanging from her neck. The jaguar claw necklace was hard to spot. It hung just below the headband, and just above the top of the jacket zipper, right where the cleavage of her breasts would have started, if she chose to expose any. He blushed ever so lightly. Naruto shook his head again. Why was he having such a hard time focusing? She looked tired, like she'd been training for a long time, but he saw the determination in her eyes, and he grinned. I like your new outfit, Hinata. It looks really good. And way more comfy than your old stuff too. Do you want me to put any seals on it? He asked. Hinata smiled softly in return, her cheeks tinging pink. That would be great, Naruto-kun. Thank you. Naruto rubbed the back of his head in his trademark sheepish motion. Don't worry about it, Hinata. That's what teammates are for, you know. Hinata only nodded in return. After a few seconds of comfortable silence, Naruto couldn't take the slow pace anymore. Alright, we gotta get Sasuke on the way to the training ground, and I am not walking like this. I feel like a freaking turtle crawling through jello. Come on! He put his hand on Hinata's shoulder, and formed a half-ram seal. The civilians in the area only saw a few leaves floating behind in place of the blonde and his Hyuga teammate. They could only shake their heads at the boy's antics. Team training, the trio had decided, sucked. It wasn't as dangerous as the forest, but there was no downtime either. The forest was the forest, it wouldn't change for you. If you're weak, it will eat you alive. If you're strong, it will be a cake wake. Yamato-sensei's training was the opposite. It started out hard, trying to coordinate between the three of them to best succeed at the tasks. They adapted fast, as they had strong bonds, and a willingness to work together. So, unlike the forest, their sensei adapted. Sasuke wasn't allowed to use his Sharingan, Naruto wasn't allowed to talk, and Hinata couldn't use Gentle Fist. The handicaps grew the better they got, and varied depending on the task. 2 weeks of this found them on Training Ground 7 with Sasuke blindfolded, Naruto with a chakra suppression seal slapped over his mouth, and Hinata with her hands tied behind her back. Still, they persevered. Despite their hatred for their sensei's training, and his slightly sadistic tendencies, they grew fond of the man. He was honest with them, encouraging positive actions, and punishing negative ones. It was quite literally textbook training methods, but after getting to know him, they knew there was no higher compliment than Yamato doing something textbook for you. The man loved his procedures and rules. The training tasks varied. Sometimes they had to land blows on him, just like with their first genin test. Sometimes they had to reach an objective, sometimes they had to prevent him from reaching one. Yamato told them it was a simulation for real missions. Often they had to protect cargo while they did them. The cargo was usually Naruto's shadow clone, who popped at the slightest hit from their sensei. Therefore, they accurately impersonated most civilian merchants, who were the main procurers of missions. Today they were trying to steal important intel from an enemy shinobi. Their communication was mixed. Naruto couldn't speak, so he had to find non-verbal ways of communicating. The easy fix was to use hand signs. The team's vocabulary and capability with them had grown immensely since they trekked into Training Ground 44. The only problem was Sasuke had a blindfold on. They found quickly that the translation of Hinata reading Naruto's hand signs, and speaking them out loud for Sasuke, was just too slow in battle. Because of this, Hinata was forced into a leadership role, at least for this exercise. She was the only one who could both see and speak, so she had to be the one to make the calls. Plus, with her hands tied up, she wasn't much help in the fight anyway. Yamato had attempted to take away their greatest strengths as a team, so they could better train their weaknesses. Sasuke lost sight, because even without his Sharingan, he had sharp eyes that he relied on too much. His other senses were underdeveloped, at least in comparison to his eyesight and other shinobi skills. He wasn't a natural sensor like Naruto, but that didn't mean that he couldn't sense. He was forced to combine chakra sensing with his other three senses that came in handy while fighting. He couldn't waste either, which was a habit of his from sparring with Naruto for so long. When your opponent whipped out after, it was easy to get caught up in it. Not being able to rely on his strongest sense forced him to be absolutely sure that an attack would land. Naruto lost his voice and his chakra use. The boy was the unspoken, loud-speaking leader of the team, and the glue that held them together. He was also a chakra powerhouse, and needed some more finesse. He needed to understand what it was like for his teammates to fight, given they didn't have his chakra reserves. If he was to be an effective leader and someday, Hokage, he needed to feel what the average ninja felt. He couldn't properly command them if he thought they could all go non-stop like him. Hinata was handicapped by her clan's styles, and although Jonin-sensei weren't to meddle in clan techniques, nothing was stopping him from showing her its weaknesses, or teaching her other things. Because of her teammates' handicaps, she was forced to lead. It didn't suit her one bit, but there were times when she would have to make decisions on her own when Naruto or Sasuke didn't have time to, or weren't there. She would be making Chunin in no time too, and would need to be able to lead a team effectively if called upon. Of course, being Team 7, they found a way to make do. Yamato was beginning to become scared of them. They were all level, in his opinion. The boys were quite a bit higher than entry level, but he hadn't seen them go all out, so the sky was the limit for them. The ANBU training that he was giving them had solidified that their weaknesses wouldn't keep them from the level though. Hinata was the weakest of course, though her taijutsu skills were the best. Even if she couldn't defeat the boys yet, the personal training with Hayashi, combined with Hinata's renewed effort, had seen to that. She learned quickly, and it didn't take long for her to correct the few mistakes she had. Of course, having Naruto at just about every individual training session was great motivation for her, even if Hayashi had to bribe the blonde with ramen to get him there. Yamato still wanted her to learn some techniques that weren't her clan's, so that she would have something to fall back on if an opponent was a counter to her. The Byakugan wasn't infallible, nothing was in the shinobi world. It would be good for her to have strength that wasn't hereditary. Speaking of which, now would be a good time to truly show her that, now that he had some in mind. Break. Take 10, then we'll move to spares, Yamato said. His rhetoric was still short and efficient with them, but some of his emotions had started to leak in, and they could tell he liked being around them. Sasuke yanked the blindfold off his head, and burned it with a small fire in a tantrum that Academy Naruto would be proud of. Current Naruto made the ram's seal and released the chakra-suppressing seal on his mouth, before removing the tag itself. The rush of chakra through his system revitalized him. He immediately made 5 clones, who all began talking at once. Hinata giggled as she unbound her hands from behind her back with quick bursts of chakra from on her wrists. Naruto-kun, you don't have to make clones to talk just because you have to be quiet for a little while. She giggled again. Ugh, Hinata, you have no idea what it's like to go that long without talking. That was an hour! He yelled, arms waving wildly. Of course I have to use clones to catch up, or I'll always be behind no matter how much I talk, you know. She had to focus on what he was saying, as another clone was currently trying to talk with her about the merits of using ramen in place of standard medical techniques. He claimed 10 bowls of Ichiraku's could replace a surgery. She couldn't help her giggles, the blonde was just so goofy, even when she was sure he was being serious. Sasuke locked eyes with 2 of the clones, sharing and flaring, and they were put under a basic. He made the 2 appear like they had bowls of ramen on their head, and they soon began struggling to lick each other's hair in an attempt to get the liquid gold. This left 2 clones to pester Yamato-sensei about a C-rank mission. The other thing the trio had agreed on in the last 2 weeks was that D-ranks were not fun. Hinata didn't seem to mind them that much, but they made her 2 teammates much less enjoyable to be around. The 2 would first complain for an hour about how boring it was and how it was a waste of time. That would then devolve into posturing about who was better at said boring task. They would lock eyes and the mission would wordlessly turn into a competition. If it was pulling weeds, it was who could pull the most. If it was painting a fence, it was who could paint the most. It was ridiculous stuff to compete over, and the Hyuga didn't get it. It was entertaining enough at times that she didn't complain about them, but she too was beginning to look forward to a C rank. The confidence she had gained over the last month made her feel like they could handle it. It's only been a month, Naruto. No Genin team takes a C rank after a month. You're being trained harder than any other team, and it's still recommended that we wait 3. Yamato explained for the 11th time. But we're even better than expected, and you know that. Hinata and Sasuke have made gigantic strides, and I can do like 200 things at once, he said, referencing Jiraya's improved clone training limit. Sure, after 150 he started to get a bad headache, and 200 could make it blinding if they were active for too long, but he could still technically do it. You're not ready. In truth, they were. At least skill-wise. More than ready even, given his view on where their skills rank. They weren't mature enough though. Would Naruto forego a plan to rush headlong into battle? Would Sasuke ignore an order to fight a powerful enemy? Would Hinata freeze up if she had to land a killing blow? What if they came across a joint with a team of? It was almost impossible, but C ranks were C rank for a reason. Leave the village and things can get dangerous fast. It only took one blade to the proper vital to end a life. They either had to acquire more experience through the training exercises and D ranks, or become so strong that their immaturity was not as much of a factor. The second option was coming up scarily fast. We are, and we're willing to prove it, Naruto said. Yamato thought about it for a while, long enough to hear the birds of the forest sing back and forth twice. Fine. In 3 days I'll have a challenge ready for you, and if you pass, I'll allow you to take a C rank. It will be treated like a C rank. You'll be given the mission parameters the night before, and allowed to prepare for it. Fail, and you'll have a week straight of no training, just D ranks. Deal. Naruto shouted before either teammate could even begin to protest. It wouldn't be maturity that got them the C rank, that was for sure. The genin of this year's rookie class got together at Choji's favorite barbecue joint. This was a new tradition that Naruto was trying to start, at least on a monthly basis, though it was unlikely that they would all be able to show once they started leaving the village regularly. The restaurant was owned by an Akimichi, and as such, was one of the few restaurants that could seat 9 genin, a puppy, and a toad summon. It was also the only restaurant that gave Choji a discount, and he was by far the most expensive of the 9 to feed. The rookie 9 sat in a circular corner booth, grouped by teams, with Team 10 on one end, Choji getting the aisle seat, and Team 8 in the middle, Akamaru peeking out of Kiba's jacket. Team 7 sat on the other end, Sasuke taking their aisle seat. He had warmed up to the rest of their class admirably, but he still liked his personal space. Naruto was, of course, seated next to him. The blonde was trying to draw him into the conversation by telling wild tales that included Sasuke, and most certainly didn't actually happen. Ino was actively engaging with Naruto, the two blondes unsurprisingly taking up a majority of the conversation. Ino considered herself the center of Konoha's gossip mill, and possibly the world. Naruto just liked to talk. Somehow, though, they didn't clash when put together, instead they worked together to vanquish any possible silence that could be had. Their repertoire together was playful, almost flirtatious. Not that Naruto really knew what it looked like to the others, he just liked talking to her. Kiba, never one to be outdone, was bragging boisterously about how he and Akamaru were the strongest genin. Sasuke quickly pointed out that the two of them couldn't be one genin. Kiba couldn't wrap his head around that, so the conversation was forced to flow on. Sakura even jumped into the yelling with the boys and Ino. Ever since she started training with Naruto, she had become a little bit more of herself, and a little bit less of what she thought the ideal kunoichi should be. Kurenai had helped strengthen that ideal within her, showing her that a powerful kunoichi was a beautiful one too. She liked it that way, and it seemed like everyone else did too. Except Kiba, whose arm was always bruised from her punches. Choji was too busy stuffing his face with food to jump into the conversation at first, but he joined in between rounds of meat, happy to drag Shikamaru in with him. Nara thought it was a drag, but he hated letting his friend down, so he obliged. Shino had gone the whole get-together without speaking when Naruto turned to training as a topic. After Team 10 finished complaining about Asuma being a slave driver, Ino's words, Naruto cued Aburaim in. Shino, how's Team 8 doing? Naruto asked. Everybody is in good health and progressing well, Naruto, Shino replied. Naruto's eye twitched ever so briefly at the response, but he recovered and dug deeper. Can you give me specifics on your training? How is your teamwork coming along? The mood soured slightly at this, most noticeably between Kiba and Sakura. Kurenai-sensei is having us work on it, as well as our individual skills. I do not believe Sakura likes having a dog around all the time though, and she doesn't seem to be fond of my insects either. Kiba and I get along fine, though he is brash and ill-tempered. Shino summarized the answer as efficiently and logically as he could, but for some reason both his teammates appeared to be mad at him. He was at a loss, as he knew his observations were correct. Shino, I don't mind your insects one bit, Sakura said, and if that was true, she had grown a lot in the month. My problem is with how you use them. You shouldn't leave them crawling all over us without our permission, Sakura said, heat rising in her voice. It's only logical to place them on my teammates. If an emergency were to occur, I can track them, Shino stated. Yeah, Sakura. What if there's an emergency? Maybe Shino should put more bugs on you just in case, Ino teased. Maybe Shino should put bugs on all of us. I mean, we're all comrades, and it'd be really helpful if somebody needed to be tracked. Right, Ino? Naruto interrupted with a smirk on his face. Bugs didn't bother him, he'd eaten enough on MT Mayaboku is desensitized to them. They did tend to bother most girls though. Don't antagonize her, Naruto. She's bad enough as it is. A bystander would have thought Shikamaru was just complaining, but any of the rookie 9 knew he was being playful. He just didn't have the energy to properly show it. I don't think you should put your insects on people without their permission, Shino. I give you permission to tag me if you think it's necessary though, Hinata said politely. The slight stutter in her voice was from speaking in front of such a large group. It had been a while since she'd had to speak to anyone but her team or family. I suppose it is not necessary as long as we are in the village. Though there has already been an attempted kidnapping on you, Hinata, so maybe I should mark you, Shino said. Everybody who was listening at least raised an eyebrow at this. Shikamaru, of course, knew what had happened. His mom had forced him to do extra learning on history, since he failed the subject 1 year. Naruto was just as curious as everybody else, but he knew Hinata would tell them when she was ready, so he did what he did best, and distracted everybody. Speaking of leaving the village, Team 7 has a test tomorrow to determine if we're ready for a C rank, Naruto said proudly. The other 6 genin seemed in awe at this, and Hinata touched Naruto's knee under the table in thanks. Kiba seemed upset that Team 7 was getting first crack at least being tested for a C rank, but Sasuke brought him back down to earth. Kiba, our worst person in each shinobi art, could probably defeat your best with maybe the exception of. He looked at Naruto for confirmation, but the blonde just shook his head. His efforts to learn one had been fruitless so far, as well as taken up a lot of shadow clone training time. It's not a bad thing, you guys just haven't had as much extra training as us, Naruto offered. He didn't want a rift between his classmates just because they were better. TCH, whatever, Uchiha, Kiba replied. He didn't have a lot of ammo when it came to trash-talking skills. Team 7 really was the best of them. So far at least. It's alright, Kiba. We'll catch up to them soon enough, right guys? Sakura asked. 4 heads nodded, though it went undetermined if Choji's nod was just him chowing down. Naturally, Shikamaru didn't bother to move, but his eyes told the truth. He didn't like being behind any more than them. So what's the test gonna be? Kiba asked. He'd licked his wounds sufficiently, and was curious so his team could learn what they would have to face in the future. The mission scroll says we have to deliver it to the tower in the center of Training Ground 44. We have till sunrise the next morning to do so, so about 19 hours to work with, Naruto explained. 44? That's the Forest of Death, Kiba exclaimed. Genin are forbidden to go in there, and I only know about that because I tried to follow my sister, and my mom caught me. That punishment wasn't fun. A look of horror showed on Kiba's face, and a few of the genin shuddered. Most knew what it was like to be punished by parents. Sasuke nodded, not like it'll be our first time. And it's less than a day. No problem at all. Uchiha arrogance strode through into his words. No way you guys have been in there before, Kiba denied. It's true, Kiba. Our genin test was a survival exercise in the forest by ourselves, with minimal equipment. Hinata replied. Wait, is that where you three were for all of those first 2 weeks? Ino asked. She was as well informed as ever. All three members of Team 7 nodded in their own ways. Hinata shyly, Naruto proudly, and Sasuke smugly. The remaining rookies were even more impressed. 2 weeks alone in the Forest of Death, while the rest of us aren't even allowed in. Kiba shook his head at the realization. They all knew they were behind, but the gap was big enough that they couldn't even see how big it truly was. Now they were getting an idea. They knew that Hinata wouldn't lie to them, she just wasn't that kind of implication that was caught on by all 6 of the other rookies. If only were allowed, it was safe to say that surviving 2 weeks in there put them at least close to level. More importantly, their senseis, and the Hokage, allowing them, heck, sending them in there, meant that they were probably sure they were Chunin level. They wouldn't risk the lives of the most promising genin so needlessly. 1 month since graduation just wasn't enough time for the rest of them to grow that much. One genin in particular saw the implications better than the rest. His half-lidded eyes dragged slowly over his comrades. He knew the Hokage wouldn't risk their lives that early in their careers without a true need for it. That implied that there was bad news around the corner. Shikamaru inhaled slowly. Troublesome, he thought, before returning his attention, half-heartedly, to the conversation. All 6 genin now had individual plans to step up their training even more. They couldn't afford to get left in the dust. Not by their comrades, and not by their future enemies. Ah, Kakashi? Please sit. I'd love to hear your report on the genin, Commander. Hirozen Sarutobi said, puffing on his pipe. Training is going well. The Hokage gestured for Kakashi to elaborate, though the copying was already planned on it. All 3 teams' strengths are even better than expected, and they are currently addressing their weaknesses as well as baseline skills. This class of genin will be the most well-rounded we've ever had, Kakashi said, and he meant it. I've received the same reports as you, so I'll spare you the details and just confirm that they are all accurate. The Hokage nodded at that. He had expected as much. I would like to request a shift in the training though, Kakashi said. What he was about to propose had never been done, but then again, there had never been a genin commander. Or 8 clan heirs in one class. Or multiple geniuses on one team. I would like to mix their senses for training, in addition to larger group training. Kakashi continued. Team 7 and 10 already have nearly flawless teamwork, and Team 8 is way ahead of schedule in that aspect. It seemed that Naruto's efforts to unite the class had paid off. A specialist, former guardian ninja, and an ANBU captain all have different views on what a shinobi is, and the different shinobi arts. It will only benefit them to receive training from each of the 3. Kakashi explained. Hiruzen continued to nod, sitting back in his seat behind his desk. He puffed lazily on his pipe again. Giving Kakashi command of the genin teams was his best idea in a long while. Not only did it help the genin and lessen his load, but it pulled his best Join further out of the rut that he had been in before he started mentoring Sasuke. I would include Guy too, and train his team in exchange. It will benefit all 12 genin, Kakashi said. Anything else? The Sandaime didn't have a problem with any of Kakashi's plans so far it seemed, so Kakashi decided to go for it. Medical ninjutsu. It was part question, part statement. Oh? Which ones? The Hokage knew the impact that a skilled medic could have on the battlefield, having trained the best one himself. All of them. All 9. Maybe even Guy's kunoichi too, if she wants. Sarutobi's eyes raised at this. Kakashi, that will take considerable resources and time to pull off, both of which we are short on, as you know. I'm sure you know that some of them won't be able to learn it, Naruto, for example. Others, Kiba and Sasuke, likely won't want to learn it. Are you sure you want to waste time on it? Respectfully, if there's one thing I've learned, Hokage-sama, it's that Naruto will not be denied. He cares for his teammates, and will want to be able to heal them. If he can't do it by conventional methods, he'll invent his own method, just like he did with his unique training. I honestly wouldn't put anything past him at this point, Kakashi said. Pride filled his chest, and fire danced in his lone eye. The Sandaime nodded, a similar feeling coursing through him. Kiba will see the benefit if it's supplemented with veterinary knowledge. It didn't need to be explained why that would convince the Inuzuka. And Sasuke, well, I'll show Sasuke the upside myself. You won't have to worry about his motivation," Kakashi explained. The Hokage mulled over Kakashi's plans, just as he mulled over the smoke from his pipe. He released them at nearly the same time, first the smoke, followed by his thoughts. "I will make it work. See to it that the training is not wasted. I will speak with the head of the Medic Nin division, and see what kind of resources he can provide," he finally said. "Thank you, Hokage-sama." Kakashi bowed lightly. "There is, however, one last thing on the agenda. I'm sure you've heard of the test Team 7 will be undergoing tomorrow to determine if they're ready for a C rank yet?" The question was rhetorical, but the Hokage nodded nonetheless. "I fully expect them to succeed, and I wish to hand-pick the mission myself, if that is okay with you." It wasn't normal procedure, but neither was a genin team taking a C rank 1 month in. "Very well, Kakashi. Report back after the test, and I will allow you to sort through the C-ranked assignments." Kakashi bowed, a little deeper this time, and disappeared in a shunshin, leaving a few leaves floating behind. The Hokage just smiled lightly at his antics. A year ago, Kakashi would have lazily walked out with his eyes buried in a little orange book. He seemed he was gaining some of his edge back, along with a flair for the dramatic. Team 7 reported for training at 6 a.m. as they had been doing since their brief break after the forest. Yamato took it easy on them, focusing strictly on mental exercises rather than physical ones. If they were leaving for a real C rank, they wouldn't be able to afford losing any chakra beforehand, so he wouldn't waste any of theirs now. 2.5 hours of tactics, formations, and hand sign development later, and Team 7 had their break. One 30-minute lunch was all they were given before their test. A mock C-rank mission would begin. They sat in the grass and enjoyed a healthy lunch, enjoying each other's company. They had discussed their plans for the mission, according to the information provided to them the night before. They were as ready as they could be, with many different plans and backup plans ready to go. When noon rolled around, Yamato interrupted their light conversation. "Okay, Team 7. You asked for this test, so you will be doing it on your own." They all nodded, no surprise there. "You have been given the parameters of the mission in your scroll. Watch each other's backs, and good luck." He gave them a healthy smile. He hoped they passed the test. It was of Kakashi's invention, and Yamato hadn't even been able to read the scroll. All his former captain had told him was that they were to head back in the forest, and it would be over by sunrise. Right, Naruto took charge. Standard formation, Gear 3. Sasuke took point, Sharingan blazing. 3 Tomo took more chakra to operate, so he hadn't gained any endurance with him. He was still limited to an hour and a half straight, if he had full chakra. Hinata was in the middle, and the Byakugan activated. She had gained quite a bit of endurance with her own, and would be cycling it on for 15 minutes, and off for 5. Naruto brought up the rear, with 2 clones flanking Hinata. The 3 genin and 2 clones took off at a moderate pace. Much too fast for civilians to keep up, but not fast enough to alert any of the village's hidden protectors. Training Ground 44 was on the other side of the village, and they wanted to get there as quickly as possible, as the journey outside the forest would be much easier than the trek inside. Every minute or so, Naruto would call for a status report. Hinata hadn't seen anything suspicious with her Byakugan extended to max range. Sasuke's Sharingan hadn't seen anything suspicious either, so they kept their pace. The trip across the village was completely uneventful, save Naruto stopping for a split second to make a shadow clone. The clone jumped down off the rooftops and helped an elderly lady cross the street. They kept going. The 3 landed short of the fence right outside of the forest. Naruto didn't sense anything, and his teammates didn't see anything, so they settled down for one last safe discussion. "Alright," Naruto said. "There's no shot the mission will just be delivering the scroll. We've already spent 2 weeks in the forest, so it'll be something much tougher. The forest is a no-go for other genin and lower. It will likely be something dangerous if they're sending us where the weaklings can't get caught in the crossfire," Sasuke said, though there wasn't any venom in his voice. Naruto rolled his eyes at calling the others weaklings. "It could be other ninjas, or more dangerous animals. Do any of the sensei have summons?" Hinata chipped in. "Kakashi has dogs, but they're not any more dangerous than some of the animals in the forest. They are excellent trackers though, so hiding probably won't work." Sasuke was aware that it was Kakashi's test, but they hadn't told him if he himself would participate. It was best to assume the worst when Kakashi didn't reply. They want to test if we're ready for a C rank. We won't explicitly be tasked with fighting other ninja on one, but the possibility is there. I wouldn't be surprised if another team is going to be hunting us, likely with one of Kakashi's Niken to sniff us out. Naruto scratched the back of his head as he thought. They know we have the skills, so what they'll be testing is if we can use them properly. They'll test our decision-making skills, maybe even try and split us up. Sasuke, be prepared for Itachi's name or image to be involved somehow. The Uchiha scowled, but Naruto shot him a not now look. Hinata, I wouldn't be surprised if another Hyuga, maybe even Niji, is involved. They're going to try and get you away from us to test your resolve. Don't waver. You can do it, both Sasuke and I believe in you. Hinata felt a warmth flow through her body, so much so that she almost shivered. She felt, in that moment, that she could accomplish anything. She was worried about her captain though. Naruto, you've covered the two of us, she gestured to herself and Sasuke, what will they try to do to you? Sasuke replied. He knew Naruto probably wouldn't tell the truth. Kyuubi. Probably with a. They'll use your treatment before you left with Jiraya, and even a little bit now, against him. Sasuke smirked, it won't work though, he's not the same hothead he was a year ago, and it'd have to be as strong to truly trap him. He truly believed that whoever had the misfortune of taking on Naruto would regret it. Hinata nodded in agreement. Naruto smiled at Sasuke, even though the dark-haired boy wasn't looking at him. It was nice having a best friend. What the grumpy bastard said. I can handle it. We should focus on staying together. They'll likely engage one-on-one and try to steer us apart. Our goal is to steer the fight back towards each other, where our teamwork can be factored in. We're unbeatable when we work together. Whether that was true or not, Naruto believed it, and so did his teammates. Alright, they're probably watching us right now, but if Hinata can't spot them, they're far enough away that they can't hear us or see what I'm about to do. I'm going to prepare several seals for each of you. Use them at your own discretion. When I'm done, we'll use standard formation B Gear 4. Clear? Naruto spoke even as he worked, laying out several seals on blank tags, using his ink release method. Yes. Both Hinata and Sasuke replied. Sasuke didn't mind Naruto making the calls, so long as he didn't mess up, and Sasuke got to fight. When they had settled the tags in their packs, they stood. Naruto formed 8 clones. 2 returned to Hinata's flank, and 3 fanned out on each side, about 10 meters away from the group, covering their sides, front, and the area in between. Naruto remained in the back of the formation, ready for everything. Being in the forest meant that they could move considerably faster than before. The only problem was, they didn't make it 15 steps before traps began to spring. Kunai began flying at them from all directions, and poison gas sprang up on their left. They immediately moved right, as Naruto received the memories of the clones that were killed. A large log riddled with spikes came swinging down at them as they evaded the other traps, and they were forced to roll underneath. A few kunai came flying at them, this time much faster. That meant they were thrown, not sprung. Naruto processed this information, and responded before they even dodged the kunai. Diamond C. Gear 5. Move. 12 clones sprang into existence, forming a diamond around the trio. In the center, Naruto was in the lead, Sasuke on his left heel, Hinata on his right. His heart was racing now as the adrenaline that accompanied battle raced through his veins. Team 7's pace increased yet again, just coming shy of their all-out sprint. Whenever a clone was destroyed, Naruto simply summoned another one to take its place. This formation was designed for ambushes. It was more chakra-intensive than any other team in the Leaf could handle, given the number of clones needed, which was the reason Naruto had to invent it himself. The formation wasn't the best for traps though, as the clones were close enough that the actual team members were still in the line of fire if one was sprung. The genin moved through the forest quickly, not a word being uttered as Naruto steered them strictly through hand signs. He was acting on instinct here, ignoring some of the signs that Sasuke and Hinata were undoubtedly picking up on, in favor of listening to his gut. It hadn't steered him wrong. Yet. The attacks and traps died down, and Naruto formed and dispelled a single clone nearly instantly. The message was received, and the diamond of Naruto's quickly took 3 hard steps to form a circle, and used their chakra chains to form a barrier. Team 7 was now protected in a nearly impenetrable dome, though they were stuck in place as long as it was active. The trio took a knee, all facing the direction they had run from. They've pushed us sideways. They should be attacking the barrier any second to test it. We've got to identify how many, and keep track of their skills. Sasuke? Haven't seen any. Let's counterattack and force them to reveal their hand. Naruto didn't even bother acknowledging. He asked Sasuke, so they were going to do what he said. No discussion needed. Hinata? Naruto was just starting to get his breathing under control. 2 ninjas. Brace! She yelled, seeing them run through hand signs. The 3 genin felt the barrier rumble as they saw a large fire dragon crash into it. A flash of purple came flying at them, as a scantily clad woman attempted to break through using a kunai. A large water bullet smacked into the barrier from their right at the same time. It didn't cause the ruckus that the fire dragon did, but the water seemed to stick along the barrier and the ground outside of it. Naruto briefly took into account the attacks. His water release should be powerful enough to overtake the fire release user. The water user could be a problem though. They didn't have a single earth release among the 3 of them, and the viscosity of that water could be an issue. They couldn't afford to get trapped in it. There's a 3rd ninja weaving over us. Naruto was never more thankful for Hinata's Byakugan. All 3 of them pulsed their chakra forcefully, and their perception returned. Both ninja were a few meters to the left of where they had been seeing them. Though it was so subtle and simple that Naruto hadn't even felt it. He growled in frustration. I'm breaking the barrier. Sasuke fireballs directly at the sticky water on the ground and goes after the water user. Don't bother with fire. Hinata, find the user and engage hand to hand. I have the fire user. On go. Naruto barked out. His intensity was palpable, and his teammates were forced to match it, or feel the adverse effects of his chakra leaking in the area. 3, 2, 1 Sasuke flew through hand signs, and Hinata crouched, ready to take off after the shinobi were hanging out in the background. Naruto put his hand into his cross seal. Go! Like lightning out of a bottle, all 3 leapt into action. Sasuke's timing was perfect. The great fireball smashed into the ground, obliterating the syrupy water, and the grass it stuck to. The size of it gave him cover, and he used it to make his way towards the water-release shinobi. Hinata sprinted for her target. The purple-haired kunoichi launched several kunai at her, but she did not falter. Before the kunai could reach her, they were struck out of the air by the kunai launched by a Naruto clone, one specifically tasked with watching over her. She swallowed as she sprinted, throat dry. She trusted Naruto with her life, and he hadn't let her down yet, but it was still nerve-wracking to intentionally ignore sharp objects speeding towards you. She pushed the thoughts from her head, as adrenaline flowed throughout her body, and tried to focus on her task. The user was hidden amongst the trees, crouched on a high branch. Her picked up on his details. Small chakra pool, though definitely a considering its refined nature. He had 2 massive kunai strapped to the back of his vest, crossing to make an X. It also picked up less relevant information, like his shorter stature, his spiky black hair, and the white bandage that bridged his nose. She moved quickly but sharply to intercept him, much like the jaguar they had met a month ago. She saw his hands weave signs, and the chakra that accompanied his, and dispelled it the moment that it entered her system. Inwardly she was pleased with herself. Genjutsu was one of the main causes of death for genin out in the field. Skills and physical abilities didn't matter if you were stuck in an illusion, while your body went unguarded in reality. The real purpose of the was revealed shortly after she allowed herself to feel good. She had to slow down to make the ram sign and dispel the. It was just enough for the to flee his cover and draw his weapons. His hand-to-hand disadvantage was now cut down as he gained reach in the form of his blades. Hinata couldn't hurt metal with her taijutsu. On the other side of the small clearing that Team 7 had settled into, Sasuke danced with his opponent. Sasuke had the Chikudo out that Naruto had helped him seal, and was engaging in a kenjutsu battle with his opponent, wielding a large curved kunai, with an attached chain. Sasuke definitely had the upper hand with the speed and reach of his blade, paired with his sharing and ability to read movements. However, kept slipping away and resetting the bout, before Sasuke could land anything solid. Their blades clashed a few more times, Sasuke being the aggressor. His opponent was wearing a bandana forehead protector, with hair completely covering one of his eyes. Sasuke's best bet was that the eye had been destroyed in battle. A seasoned shinobi then. The shinobi seemed to stay away from attacks, relying purely on blocks. His style was beginning to become infuriating. His Sharingan couldn't read the opponent's movements if the opponent wasn't moving. Sasuke leapt back, planting his sword into the ground, and flying through hand seals before his momentum even halted. Lightning release, thunderclap arrow, Sasuke said with a growl. It was one of his only medium to long-range lightning, so it would have to do. The lightning arced wildly, but tightly towards his opponent, who was running through hand seals himself. Water release, gunshot. It was barely more than talking volume, and in the chaos of the forest, Sasuke could barely make out what was said. He smirked nonetheless, as his Sharingan caught all the signs, and read his opponent's chakra flow, committing it to memory. It was one of Naruto's favorites, but Sasuke had never managed to catch the full set of hand signs and chakra molding with his Sharingan activated. The large ball of water sped forward briefly, before enveloping the lightning. The force of Sasuke's attack killed the momentum of the counter-attack, and evaporated much of the water. The remains of the fell to the ground, but it had done its job. When the cleared, his opponent was gone. Sasuke cursed, and made his way to where Naruto was fighting. Naruto was sure that Kunoichi was absolutely nuts. He had pulled out a number of tricks on her, and it only seemed to excite her more as he did so. His twin Dao blades, the ones that seemed to belong to the first Uzukage, had laid a few cuts on her. He was starting to think it was intentional, as she kept taking a sample of the blood, and then licking it. Definitely crazy. Her fire attacks were powerful and quickly molded, which is why he had chosen to go the Kenjutsu route. She was extremely fast though, and kept launching snakes out of her sleeves. She was slippery too, dodging and weaving in ways that almost seemed inhuman. He had no doubt in his mind that this had been Orochimaru's student, based on everything Jiraiya had told him about the man. He was ready to double down on his efforts, when she suddenly retreated. He sported a confused look when Hinata landed next to him, coming out of the trees. He didn't even need a hand sign to ask his question. I managed to land a gentle fist strike on my opponent's forearm. He retreated immediately after, as he was struggling to hold his blade. I have not pursued it since we split up. Naruto nodded. She had done the right thing. My opponent retreated too, though I didn't manage to wound him in any significant way. Sasuke said, the scowl on his face betrayed the even nature of his tone, as he walked out from behind a tree. Same here, I actually think she let me cut her a few times for fun. A shudder ran down his spine. It seems like they're using hit and run tactics. I think they're just trying to make this as hard as possible, rather than outright trying to ruin our mission, you know? It's barely been an hour. We should move out of range so that they have a harder time tracking us, and go over the information we acquired, and come up with a new plan, Sasuke said. Naruto nodded. Sasuke didn't often make the plans for the team, but when he did, they were always sound. He had no problem relinquishing control to his best friend. We continue moving west then. If we try to make a hard break for the tower, they'll come at us full strength, so we'll move parallel until we have a plan. Scouting formation. Gear 4. They nodded. They had their formations and speeds down pat, and they trusted Naruto to plan properly. They moved at speeds fast enough to avoid any of the predators, both plant and animal, that inhabited this part of the forest. This section wasn't particularly dangerous, which was part of the reason that Naruto chose it. They still had over 90% of the distance to cover to get to the tower, and 90% of the time to do it. As they sat down to discuss what they had learned from their fights, Naruto's clones branched out to form his patented forest of death camp security. A healthy distance away, their opponents also gathered. Kakashi, what the fuck? Kotesta yelled. His forearm was still numb, and he hadn't regained the ability to properly grip his weapon. Kakashi lazily tilted his in question, though he knew exactly what the was complaining about. No shot, those three are genin. I have to agree. Their skill level is definitely. Kotetsu's partner agreed. Izumo had fought the Uchiha, and it had not been easy. I dunno boys, I really enjoyed it. The little blonde brat wasn't all that, Anko said. Kakashi just shrugged. What do you mean? Those aren't some genin we're supposed to scare. The only reason we didn't lose is because it was their first taste of a real battle. Kotetsu continued to complain. Relax, Scarface, you two didn't even fight as a team this time around. Next time we won't split you up, and you can use your teamwork to your advantage. The purple-haired kunoichi displayed a twisted smile. She was so looking forward to fighting them again. You could have told us they all were Kekkei Genkai users, Kakashi, Izumo mentioned. Kakashi shrugged again. Must have slipped my mind. He drawled lazily. He hadn't given any information on the opponents to Team 7. He didn't see why a team of 2 and would need info on Genin, especially ones that were over a decade their junior. Whatever, man, just summon Pakken again so we can track them down. Kakashi lifted his head expectantly. He looked at Kotetsu out of the corner of his lone eye. You're kidding. Oh, I never joke, the said sarcastically. Fine. Will you please summon Pakken to help us track them? Kakashi bit his thumb. You know, you should really develop some tracking skills, it might help you get promoted, Kakashi said. The blood smeared onto all 5 fingers, and hand signs summoned his favorite dog. Pack, can you help them locate Sasuke again? His tone was polite. Sure, boss, Pakken said, and he inhaled deeply, trying to catch the scent. It seems like he's well everywhere? Kakashi smiled under his mask. Those clever, cute little genin. Naruto thought that Kakashi might get involved, and so he sent his clones out, carrying Sasuke's dirty laundry that he unsealed from God knows where. He was trying to throw off the scent, much to Sasuke's chagrin. Naruto hadn't even asked if he could take it, nor had he explained how or when he got it. Kakashi would be able to track Naruto by scent, but Naruto didn't believe he would do it himself. It would either be Pakken, who only knew Sasuke's by heart, or not at all. He was hoping the team they just fought didn't have any strong sensors. Their discussion had provided results, and they had a better game plan moving forward. After an hour's rest, they still hadn't been attacked, so Naruto had them begin their hike towards the forest. This time they were moving at Gear 2, hardly much more than a light jog. He knew the opposition would find them, and he didn't want to lead them into a trap at full speed. Standard Formation B was in effect, the clones fanning out to the sides and front to warn of any danger. They made it 2 more kilometers when a kunai flew past Naruto, leaving a small cut on his cheek. Orders didn't need to be issued, his team knew what to do. Sasuke rushed for the user, having found out he was slower than the water user. Naruto went after the crazy snake lady again, determined to take her down and prove his sensei was the superior Sannin. Hinata moved towards the water user. That was the worst matchup for them, but they firmly believed that Hinata could at least hold out until either of the boys had won. This time, however, the opponents didn't break up. The kunoichi maintained her distance from the other 2, but kept within visual range. The 2 were the problem. They stuck together like glue, and their flow of movements together, as well as the linked kunai swords, indicated that they would be a greater threat together. Naruto took this information in, and made a split-second decision. He put 2 fingers to the interlocking seals on his right thigh, his own invention, and overcharged chakra into them. Just like the first time Jiraya taught him to use a storage scroll, there was a huge explosion of chakra smoke. It wouldn't last as long as a traditional smoke bomb, but it made for a hell of a distraction. White-blue switch, he ordered, and the team moved seamlessly. When the smoke cleared, Hinata was standing where Naruto had been, while Naruto was now near Sasuke, ready to take on the paired. Hinata, he said, looking over his shoulder at her. You got this, you know, he yelled, and she believed him. The purple-haired kunoichi cackled, and grinned maniacally. A little bit of Hinata's confidence left her, but not more than what she gained from Naruto's support. Naruto turned back to his opponents, placing his trust in Hinata. He glanced at Sasuke, and they both grinned, and sprang into action. Naruto went after the user, and Sasuke the water user. They both attacked with kunai in hand, sparks flying as metal clashed with metal upon their first strike. Both genin sported even wider grins, as they turned, and left their guard wide open for their opponents. They were a little bit confused, but were nothing if not opportunistic. They simultaneously went for strikes on their open opponents, aiming to maim seriously, but not kill or cripple. Their faces contorted into confusion, when the opposite genin was the one to block their strikes. That had been planned? Both were back on their heels, as the genin viciously struck at them with kunai. Naruto slashed at the bandana's chunin, then spun, using the speed built to attack with the kunai in a stabbing motion. Predictably, it was blocked, and he spun back while leaping into the air. Mid-jump, he unsealed several kunai, and launched them all at Izumo. They had to concede 2 scrapes in order to avoid taking the full brunt of several others. As Naruto was coming back towards Earth, he formed a single hand seal, and 2 shadow clones came into existence. The first locked arms with him, and threw him at Sasuke's opponent, Kotetsu, while the other began forming long-since mastered hand signs. Sasuke was perfectly in rhythm with Naruto and his clones, and shifted away from the user as soon as Naruto was thrown towards him. He knew what the blonde's clone was going to do before he did it. He didn't even have the Sharingan when he first saw the hand signs Naruto was using, and he didn't need it now to recognize them. He began forming his own familiar hand signs with a smirk on his face that threatened to turn into a genuine smile. Fire release, flame bullet. There was no use in hiding the name of the technique, obvious as it was. Toad oil bullet, the clone yelled. The two collided mid-air. The chakra was perfectly balanced, and the effect was immediate. Oil spread the now white-hot flames all over the forest. Izumo saw the combination coming, and was inwardly terrified. He raced through hand seals as fast as he could, substituting as far as possible. He knew it wouldn't be far enough, and was flying through more signs. A water wall sprung up on all sides. He struggled to enclose the top so that oil couldn't find its way in. Luckily, they had made it far enough away that his water formation wall didn't take the brunt of the attack. Unluckily, his vision was blocked while the wall was in place, and he was nearly out of chakra, as there wasn't a water source nearby. When the wall receded, more from a lack of chakra fueling it than choice, the Uchiha was flying at him from the left, arm outstretched. The Genin's fist collided with his jaw, and sent him flying to the right, to awaiting Naruto. The clone caught Izumo with a hand to his back, and the Chunin felt his body lock up, and his chakra got disrupted. It was a strange feeling, almost like his whole body had fallen asleep, the pins and needles feeling rolling all over nerves. His chakra felt as if it were vibrating hard. He could access it, but it was completely out of his control. Ink release, paralysis seal complete. Go help the real me. Can't afford to get caught in a. The clone said. Sasuke wasn't listening though, as he was already on his way to help Naruto. The clone sighed, and used what chakra he had left to water down the forest, and prevent a wildfire. Naruto was trying to get in close, and keep Kotetsu busy. He didn't want the user to have a chance to weave signs. However, when they pulled out a giant conch mace and threw it at him, he was forced to dodge. When he regained sight of Kotetsu, he was finishing up his hand seals. Naruto felt the chakra fall upon him, and a giant meteor was suddenly falling right at him. He stayed calm, just as Jiraya taught him, and breathed deeply. When he exhaled, he dispelled the chakra that he had been building up, along with the. The fight was already over though, and Naruto sighed. Sasuke held a kunai to the Chunin's neck. Yield or suffer the consequences. TCH. I yield. He grumbled. Sheesh, you guys are monsters. Frickin' Hatake. The Genin didn't hear him though, they were already on the move to Hinata, who had been pushed back quite a ways. When they got a visual on her, she was sitting down, crawling back until she bumped into a tree. There were small cuts all over her body, including on her brand new jacket and pants. The purple-haired kunoichi was walking towards her, kunai in hand. Well. It seems we found the weak link, Anko said. Please don't hurt me. I'm just a Genin. Hinata stuttered, her face was red. Oh, I won't make it hurt too much. She licked her lips and stepped forward, intending on running the kunai over the Hyuga's face, just to scare her a little more. When she reached her arm out, the girl snapped out quickly, grabbing her wrist with her left hand. Her right hand struck Anko's right shoulder, rendering the arm useless. Before they could recover from her surprise, Hinata ducked her shoulder under the limp arm, releasing her grip. She slashed her left hand, and stuck the kunoichi in the kidney. She laid off that blow a little bit, but there would still be a laceration. Finally, Hinata shifted her weight back to the right, and struck her in the left thigh. She heard a yelp of pain, but only felt slight remorse. Leaf mean or not, you didn't attack Naruto and get away with it. Not on her watch. Before Anko could retaliate, Sasuke sped in front of her. The two made eye contact, and the last thing Anko remembered was seeing the whirling tomo of the Sharingan. The crazy snake lady was laying on the ground screaming. Team 7 all took a moment to catch their breath. What the hell did you do to her? Kotetsu asked, Izumo slung over his shoulder, still paralyzed. He was the only one who wasn't completely incapacitated. Genjutsu. I showed her Orochimaru. Don't worry, she won't remember it, Sasuke said quickly. That's kind of a dick move, Izumo said, rubbing his jaw. Naruto had already released the seal his clone had placed, not wanting to keep a comrade down for too long. It's a mission, not a spar. Besides, the Sharingan will make sure she doesn't remember ever seeing Orochimaru, so it's just temporary to keep her from stopping us, Naruto said, moving back to his team. Nice moves, he whispered to Hinata. She blushed. Alright, well, can you two take care of her? We're kinda busy, you know? Naruto asked. They nodded, dismayed that they failed so outright. Naruto turned to his team, standard trap formation. Gear 6. Naruto ordered. The edge was back in his voice after awkwardly asking Did to take care of Anko. 10 clones came into existence, and took off nearly full speed, sweeping the area. The regular formation of Sasuke in the lead, Hinata in the middle flanked by 2 clones, and Naruto leading from the back took off, leaving the in awe. Anko finally stopped writhing in pain and came to. Oh. What the fuck was that? She yelled. I'm gonna kill that Cyclops bastard. They backed away, more terrified than they'd been in a long time. Gate duty tended to dull the senses, and Anko tended to wreak havoc on them. Team 7 was prepared for anything that might be thrown at them, but it seemed that the trio they faced was the only challenge. They made short work of the sprint to the forest. Hinata was pretty tired by the time they made it to the tower, and Sasuke was breathing hard, though he did a good job of hiding it. They walked through the designated doors, still no guard. Anything was possible when it came to Kakashi-sensei's tricks. The silver-haired greeted them, as did their own Jonin-sensei. Most surprisingly, though, was the Hokage, dressed in the full garb that comes with the position. Sarutobi looked on at the 3 genin of Team 7. His chest swelled with pride. Never had the Leaf had a team that embodied the will of fire more. All 3 would lay their lives on the line for the others, without a first thought, let alone a second. His pipe was inconspicuously absent. He was ditching the loving grandfather routine for the moment. Right now he was the 3rd Hokage, god of shinobi, and the genin could feel the power radiating off of him. Naruto wanted to let his own power leak, never one to be outdone, but Sasuke laid a hand on his shoulder. The corners of his lips were upturned as he shook his head. Team 7. I believe congratulations are in order. We expected you to pass, but not quite so easily. I think it would be accurate to say you surprised even the sensei who trained you, the Hokage said. Speak for the other 2, sensei. I'm not surprised one bit, a deep voice said from the corner of the room. Yamato, Hinata, and Sasuke looked confused. Kakashi and the Hokage were unreadable. Naruto had a 1,000-watt smile on his face. Pervy Sage, I thought I sensed you, Naruto shouted, throwing a kunai where the voice had come. Jiraya materialized, seemingly out of thin air, as his camouflage was released. He caught the kunai between 2 fingers casually, trying to look cool in front of the other. Yeah right, Gaki? You're not good enough to sense me yet. A cloud of green smoke released from the kunai, and Jiraya's face turned a similar shade when he smelled it. Ha! Ink release, stink bomb is a success, Naruto shouted. Gone was the intense leader that had steered the prodigious team through the forest. He seemed much more childlike now that Jiraiya was in the room, and the mission was over. The way a 12-year-old was supposed to be. You insolent little brat! Jiraiya yelled when he, regained his composure. I'm gonna make you do push-ups with Bunta on your back. Come here! Sannin chased after Genin, running circles around the other ninja in the room. Ahem. The Hokage cleared his throat after they made a few laps. Jiraiya recognized the look on his face, and came to a stop. Naruto followed suit. As I was saying, Team 7, you have come a remarkably long way, not just overall, but in the month since you became a team. Your individual skills are well above the standard for newly graduated students, and more impressively, your teamwork is top-notch. I wanted to come to personally congratulate you on being the fastest team to ever be given a C rank. You broke the record set by my own team by 2.5 months. Naruto and Sasuke puffed their chest out, almost imperceptibly, while Hinata's chin raised a fraction of an inch. Let me make this clear though. C ranks will never be normal for your team, the Hokage said, his voice gaining an edge. You have the last Uchiha, a member of the main branch Hyuga, and perhaps the last Uzumaki, who also happens to be a. Any enemy combatants you come across will likely try to capture at least one of you. You must always be on edge when you're outside the village. You three have the potential to be even stronger than my Genin team turned out to be. I'd hate to see it wasted because one of you got careless. He emphasized his message by releasing just a little bit more of his chakra. He was inwardly pleased to see none of them react outwardly. Hinata was nearly sweating when the Hokage let his presence be known, but it seemed he was holding back comparatively. It was slightly easier to withstand than when Naruto drew the Kyuubi's chakra and formed a single tail. Kakashi will be handpicking a mission that suits your team in order to ease you into missions outside the village. Until then, you'll have the week off of missions to prepare, the Hokage said. He disappeared in a body flicker that was so fast, it seemed that he just blinked out of existence. Jiraiya rolled his eyes at his sensei showing off in front of Genin. Alright, kiddo. You want to get some training in? I'm only here for about a week, he asked Naruto. Naruto nodded vigorously, then looked at his team. Can you help train us all? If that's okay with Yamato-sensei, of course? Yamato only nodded, though a smile graced his face. Jiraiya made a mock-thinking pose, and hummed thoughtfully. I suppose that's alright if they're fine with it. I haven't gotten beat up on Genin in a long time, so it should be fun. Team 7's sweat dropped. Their sensei was strong, but he wasn't level. Training with Jiraiya would probably end up being miserable for them. Naruto landed from his leap, and rolled with his momentum, barely dodging the that were chasing him at high speeds. He transferred the roll into a sprint, ducking behind a tree to use as a shield. His chest heaved as he tried to calm himself. He peeked out over his left shoulder, trying to get an eye on the enemy, but he didn't see the towering man anywhere. Still too slow, Gaki, Jiraiya said. Naruto whipped around in surprise, his body reacting on instinct, trying to form a shadow clone before his brain could even process what was going on. Before he could even begin to mold the chakra, the Sannin delivered a heavy-handed blow to Naruto's chest, sending him flying back 10 feet, and skidding another 20. The blonde came to a halt near where his teammates were currently licking their own wounds. 3-on-1, Sasuke grumbled. 3-on-1, and we're not even close to beating him. His displeasure was evident in his scowl. And you'll never be able to either. The great gallant Toad Sage is unbeatable. Jiraiya's posturing was interrupted by Kakashi. Whoa, you beat 3 Genin? Congratulations, Jiraiya-sama. You just keep getting more and more powerful. Kakashi's tone and face were completely serious, which Team 7 had come to figure was his way of being sarcastic. Jiraiya's face deadpanned. They're a bit stronger than most Genin, don't you think? A simple wave of the hand was all he received. Kakashi wasn't one to go handing out needless compliments. From his place in the dirt, Naruto one final time as he caught his breath. You broke my ribs, you stupid pervert. Good. Maybe next time you'll learn to get out of the way, Jiraiya said. The smug smirk on his face pushed Naruto over the edge. Usanova, he yelled, springing to his feet to begin his charge at Jiraiya anew. Sasuke tried to hook his arm through Naruto's to stop him, but it was Hinata's hand on his shoulder that ultimately stopped him. She shook her head at him when he questioned her with a look. He turned to Sasuke, who only offered a head tilt and pursed lips, as if to say there's nothing you can do alone, if we couldn't beat him together. Naruto tilted his head to the two of them, indicating that he still had an ace up his sleeve that might even the odds a little bit. Both of his teammates shook their heads firmly. The destruction that would cause wasn't worth it for a spar or a verbal jab. He sighed, relenting that they were, at the very least, a little bit right. Kakashi smiled underneath his mask. A true smile that had been showing itself more and more these days, not that anybody could tell. Jiraiya, on the other hand, snorted lightly at the three. They were showing better teamwork and communication at that age than he, Tsunade, and Orochimaru had even into their teens. They were impressive, and that was an understatement. Alright, you three, Jiraiya said. Get a mental room or something. I hate it when you guys leave me out of the conversation. It was a bit grumbly for a ninja of such legendary renown. He worked in spying and information though, and he didn't like being kept out of the loop. It gave him a bad feeling in his gut, whether it was deserved or not. Your teamwork is strong, But you two, Jiraya pointed to the boys, need to work on including Hinata more. It's not 3 versus 2 and a minor support. He turned to Hinata, pointing at her. She shied away ever so slightly. And you, young lady, need to be more assertive. You don't have as much raw power as the knuckleheads, but that's not the end all be all. You're more precise than they are. They're gonna get most of the focus in a battle, so use that opportunity to land your own attacks. Don't wait for them to call you in every time. She nodded. In truth, Naruto and Sasuke almost always had a perfect opening for her when they signaled her, but she didn't do much besides what they said, and some minor weapons support. It was nitpicking a little bit, but they were already overly developed for Genin. I believe this concludes your week in the village? Kakashi asked Jiraiya. He continued after receiving a nod. Good timing then. I have your C-rank mission picked out, Team 7. All 3 Genin perked up. They had been training with Jiraiya until their bones creaked and their muscles grown every day for the last week, and they were excited to finally see some action. Report to the Hokage's office tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. sharp. Yamato-sensei will meet you there, Kakashi said. They nodded. Rest up, your first C-rank is a big deal. Dismissed. They all slouched from the straightened position they had unknowingly snapped into. Naruto went to say goodbye to his surrogate father, but he was nowhere to be found. Naruto rolled his eyes exaggeratedly. He was familiar with the games of hide-and-seek that Jiraiya liked to use as training, he just didn't think he'd be playing it right after getting his ass kicked. I'll meet up with you guys after I say bye to Pervy Sage, he said. Give him our thanks for the training, Hinata said politely. HN. Will do, see you guys at the restaurant? They nodded. Naruto used a shunshin to leave the immediate area so that he could focus. Jiraiya would have his chakra suppressed and resonating with the surrounding environment, so sensing him would be difficult. Sending out clones to try and find him would be basically worthless, as his camouflage was above what Naruto could currently pick out. He decided that just this one day, he would cheat at their little game. It was only fair payback after that last punch Jiraiya had dished out. He made his trademark hand seal, chakra molding so quickly and precisely that it was almost easier than walking at this point. 30 clones appeared, spread out through the forest. Every single one of them sported an ear-to-ear grin on their face. 30 Narutos at once called out sexy jutsu, transform. Standing in the forest were 30 blonde women, all looking to be about 20 years old. The only thing covering them was artificial smoke from the. They all began to walk in different directions, swinging their hips as they went, calling out Jiraiya-sama, where are you? After 3 minutes, Naruto received a memory from the clone who had drawn him out, and quickly body flickered there once he had his bearings. Jiraiya was laying on the ground, blood gushing out of his nose, and eyes completely unfocused. Naruto grinned again. It was the perfect opportunity. 3 smooth hand signs later, he was molding his chakra into a large water bullet to fire at Jiraiya. Just as he let go, Jiraiya suddenly flickered out of the way. Haha! Still too slow, Naruto, Jiraiya said. Jiraiya received a smack in the head a moment later, and the Naruto that had tried the water gunshot disappeared into a puff of smoke. Guess I'm getting faster, the blonde teased. Jiraiya grumbled, and rubbed the back of his head. TCH, I knew you were there, kid. I just wanted you to get a shot and after that ass beating I gave you in front of your little girlfriend, he said, though he wasn't entirely telling the truth. She's not my girlfriend, Naruto said, though his cheeks were tinged pink. She's my teammate, and a kick-ass one at that. He couldn't keep the pride out of his voice after all the ground she had made up on him and Sasuke. Okay, relax, Jiraiya said, feeling Naruto's chakra stir. You are getting better with the clone usage though. You had me fooled on which one was actually you, though I was a bit distracted, and I still could have stopped your slap. Naruto rolled his eyes again, very familiar with Jiraiya's reaction times. So, what did you want to talk to me about anyway? You're aware of the dangers of a C-rank, so I'll spare you the details on that. Are you mentally prepared to make your first kill if you must? Naruto inhaled deeply, taking his time to make sure he was certain. Yes. Jiraiya nodded. He already knew that Naruto wouldn't like it, and they'd had plenty of discussions on it before, so he didn't feel the need to reiterate how ending a life might save others. Good. Protect your team, and stay sharp at all times. It was Naruto's turn to nod, his ever-lengthening hair bobbing on his horned forehead protector. I'm going to be gone for a few months, but after your mission, I'm going to have Kakashi teach you a special. You shouldn't have any trouble learning it, so he's going to make it more challenging for you. I want it to be learned by the Chunin exams, okay? Sir, yes sir, Naruto said, mock saluting. Jiraiya rolled his eyes. The little brat could be quite the handful, but he would never regret the day he'd taken him on the road with him. It was one of the best days of his life. Jiraiya put a firm hand on Naruto's shoulder, and looked him right in the eyes to show how serious he was. Naruto, I'm so proud of the shinobi, and more importantly man, that you're becoming, and I know your parents would be too. I know I'm no replacement for them, but I just wanted you to know I love you. Jiraiya's voice hitched ever so slightly, and his eyes had a shine to them. Naruto looked at Jiraiya with an open mouth. Jiraiya hadn't said those words to him before. Deep down he knew it, of course, but the Sannin just wasn't the type to openly say it. He was more the type to show it. He was his surrogate father, his sensei, fellow toad summoner, man that beat the crap out of him, an open super pervert. He wasn't a real family, they didn't have the same blood, but he was the only family Naruto had ever truly known. Tears began to flow out of his blue eyes, streaming down his cheeks with increasing force. Naruto sniffed, trying to keep the snot from running out of his nose. He wiped the tears off his face with the back of his forearm, smearing the red lines that he had taken to crossing through his first whisker mark, much like Jiraiya did, only shorter. I love you too, you stupid old pervert. He nearly sobbed the words out. Before Jiraiya could say anything else, he was wrapped into a hug, lightning fast. It was his turn to be surprised, as Naruto had never hugged him, not like this at least. He just rested his hands on his back, content to just hold him while he cried. It only lasted a second or two, but it packed all the punch in the world. Naruto pulled back, still trying to get a handle on his emotions. Next time you're here, I'll have that mastered, and I'll use it to kick your ass. Jiraiya could only chuckle at him. Both ninjas of the Leaf Village felt a strange warmth in them. One hadn't ever felt it, the other hadn't felt it in years. They locked eyes, and both used the shunshin to leave the area, not feeling the need to say any more. 5 minutes before 7 in the morning, Yamato met his 3 genin outside of the Hokage Tower. The trio knew he'd been there for at least 30 minutes, observing the surroundings. It's just how their sensei operated. Must be the Anbu in him. Have a nice mission, sensei? Sasuke asked, sharing and spinning. He'd picked up on the minute limp that Yamato approached with. I wasn't on a mission, Sasuke, Yamato said. You know I was on leave while you 3 trained with Jiraiya-sama. Yep, sure you were, sensei, sure you were, Naruto said. Masked or unmasked? You know I'm not allowed to speak of my missions, Naruto, Yamato said. He had long since resigned that they were smart enough to figure out when he was on one. I believe it was Anbu, Hinata said, using her Byakugan to read her sensei's body language. Of course it was, otherwise he'd be able to tell us, Sasuke said. Not if it was S rank, Naruto said. If it was S rank he would have been gone longer than a week. Whatever. Naruto turned to Yamato. How'd it go? Everybody make it home okay? Naruto, you know I can neither confirm nor deny details of a mission. His body language and eyes indicate that the mission was a success, though his limp says there was trouble, Hinata said before deactivating her Byakugan. TCH, A rank then? Sasuke said. Easy peasy for a like you, right Yamato-sensei? Naruto asked. Despite the tiny quirk of his lip, Yamato rolled his eyes. It wasn't a dramatic gesture like when Naruto did it, but it conveyed the message. No more questions, time for business. Let's report to Hokage-sama before we're late. There was a reason he always met them 5 minutes early. They were nosy and liked to ask questions they didn't need to know the answer to. He was starting to like that about them though. Inside the tower, Naruto greeted everybody he could name, and some that he couldn't, with a huge smile and a wave. Some of the ninja returned the enthusiasm, others politely greeted him in return, and a few seemed to ignore them. He chalked it up to them being busy, though deep down he knew the truth. When they got to the mission assignment room, Naruto was brutally and savagely attacked by a young boy wearing a long blue scarf. Or he would have been if the boy, missing one of his front teeth, hadn't tripped over the scarf. Konohamaru, Naruto said, "What did I tell you about trying to attack me in the Hokage Tower? That you might accidentally set me on fire?" the Hokage's grandson asked. "Exactly, or if you're really unlucky, I might have Hinata shut down your organs." His point was emphasized by Hinata using her single-hand seal to activate her Byakugan. "No!" the young Sarutobi yelled, rushing out of the room on his tiny legs. The three genin all laughed, and Yamato even cracked a smile. "I fear you've motivated him far better than I ever could have," Naruto-kun the Hokage said. "It seems your run-in a few weeks ago has sparked his will of fire. I can't thank you enough." The assassination attempts were getting old. The Sandaime chuckled. "Ah, it's nothing. He just reminds me of myself when I was younger, yelling about how he's going to become Hokage." Naruto couldn't help but chuckle. "I'm not sure he'll be much of a rival though, he's only 7. Speaking of being reminded of our younger selves, I see that you've made a uniform change," Sarutobi said. Naruto blushed slightly. His new mission outfit was now ready to go after being tested extensively. It was designed after the Third's old war getup. He wore standard shinobi pants, and a tight long-sleeve shirt, both of which were an ashy gray so dark that they were essentially black. His usual mesh body armor with green handguards resided underneath, though it was only visible at his wrists and collar line due to the bandages on his limbs. His kunai holster was still taped to his right thigh, more for show than anything, since he had seals lining his clothes that contained various weapons and items that would be needed for a mission or combat. Standard black shinobi sandals encased his feet, much more comfortable for long missions than his wooden geta. Light gleamed off of his freshly polished oil headband that his summons had given him, the black straps used to tie it on hanging down past his hair, to his mid-back. His black Konoha forehead protector wound around his waist in place of a belt. His blonde hair flopped over the headband and down the side of his head, framing his face in bangs reminiscent of his father's. Unlike the fourth Hokage though, Naruto wore his in a short ponytail down to his upper back, ready to be used in any of the techniques his godfather had taught him. He continued to support the red paint leaking from his eye, though it was much shorter than before, continuing his ode to the Sandaime. Jiraya had called the outfit boring and unbefitting of a student of the Great Toad Sage when he'd shown him. He was sure he looked badass. Cooler than Sasuke's new digs at least. A/N, Sasuke is wearing his outfit from the filler of episode 442, where he joins the police force. Grayish undershirt and pants, black vest, bandaged legs with armor over them. No police force logo though, just the Uchiha crest. The vest won't be the same as the vests, as there won't be the Uzumaki crest on the back, but it's a similar style, and no skirt thing. Search Sasuke police force in Google Images to see it. I like it a lot. It reminds me of the good old days when my joints didn't hurt so much, Sandaime said, giving him a grandfatherly smile. Anyway, I presume you're here for your mission? Team 7 straightened and nodded, though the smiles couldn't be kept off their faces. Very well, here is the mission Kakashi picked for you. A simple patrol to the border of the land of hot springs and back. Standard stuff, though with the potential to run into bandits, or missing Nin. He handed the scroll with the details to Yamato, who took it silently. I'm expecting a successful mission from you three, since you're the ones who requested it, he said, face stern, a small amount of his tremendous chakra leaking. Don't worry, old geezer, we won't let you down, Naruto yelled. Naruto, have some respect for the Hokage, Yamato said. It was his duty to teach him after all. Yeah, I know. He already gave us the mission though, so it's fine. And look at him, he is old. You can't argue that. Yamato put a hand over his face, mumbling to himself about discipline. Konoha is counting on you, Team 7. I wish you luck, though I don't expect you'll need it. With that, the squad of 4 marched out of the Hokage Tower. The Hokage was right, they didn't need luck, the mission was easy. And boring. Naruto knew that it wouldn't be all action and fighting missing Nin or other villages. Still, he thought they would at least see someone else along the way. 7 full days spent traveling their sector of fire country, and they didn't see a single soul. No missing Nin, no bandits, not even a civilian. He was pretty sure that Kakashi had picked this mission specifically because it would be boring, and he was fully plotting his revenge as they made their final approach to the village gates. The report to the Hokage was just as boring as the mission had been, though the old man was smirking the whole time. Stupid older ninja and their experience. The trio and their sensei made their way out of the Hokage tower. Two of them were sporting grumpy looks on their faces, while the other two seemed pleased. It was only noon, and Yamato gave them the rest of the day off, as was required after anything higher than a D rank. Hinata was happy with how the mission went, and was content to report its success to her father. Naruto and Sasuke did not feel the same way. Which training ground? Sasuke said. 45, I want to blow off some steam. Sasuke nodded, and departed for his apartment, and Naruto did the same. When their mission gear was swapped out for training gear, they both moved to meet at the training ground, and of course, arrived at the exact same time. Damn it! Naruto yelled. I thought I would beat you this time. He immediately made 10 shadow clones. Just because he would be sparring with Sasuke didn't mean that he couldn't also get some regular training in. The two boys vented their frustration by destroying the training ground to the best of their ability. Wind, fire, water, and lightning techniques laid waste to the grounds, shattering trees, and tearing up dirt. Most of it was more venting frustrations than sparring, as they didn't want to risk injuring each other too badly. They both took their fair share of blows though, and Naruto sported a swollen eye, while Sasuke had a black one with a cut on his cheek. The session was more stress relief than truly trying to improve, so either was focused on winning, they just wailed on each other. It was only an hour before they were laying on their backs, huffing and puffing trying to catch their breath. There was blood spilled just about everywhere, most of it being Naruto's. At some point he insisted on putting away his own swords, and going against Sasuke's sword without a weapon. He was trying to create a wind shield, and it actually worked extremely well. The only problem was he kept coming away with cuts anyway. He couldn't direct the wind chakra strictly away from himself, and his own technique was the main cause of all his wounds. Why are you so stubborn? Sasuke asked in between breaths. What do you mean? Naruto said. You could use your clones to outpace me easily, why do you focus on things that you can't do? They'd had this conversation before, but Sasuke still didn't understand. If Naruto concentrated all his training clones on one or two skills, he would quickly become too strong in that aspect for Sasuke to be able to keep up with him. Sasuke was a little bitter knowing that Naruto could surpass him if he wanted to. I need to be good at everything, how can I protect my family otherwise? Naruto sat up, and took a few deep breaths to finally get his lungs under control. I have to be good at everything. What good are wind if Hinata is hurt? What good is Kenjutsu if I'm stuck in a? I have the chance to try and become good at everything, and be useful in every situation. I couldn't take it if I didn't learn something just because it was hard, and a shinobi of the leaf got hurt because of it. Sasuke looked at him, his Sharingan having lit up at some point while Naruto was talking. He eyed his best friend carefully. Is it not better to be the best at one thing, than to be mediocre at everything? He had long since given up on trying to perfect everything, choosing to focus on the things he was good at. It was the only way he could keep up or pass Naruto. He would never be as good at Fuinjutsu or wind techniques, at least not better than Naruto. If he focused on fire and lightning, and maybe Kenjutsu, he could go head to head with him. A small grin found its way into the corner of Naruto's lips. I don't know, that cut on your cheek says I'm just a little more than mediocre with the sword. Maybe I'll just have to be the best at everything? The grin was splitting his face by the end of the sentence. In your dreams, loser. There's some things you'll just never be better at than me, Sasuke said. There was a light arrogance to his words. Yeah, red eyes make Sasuke go. I get it. If my newest theory pans out though, your eyes might not be able to help you. Sasuke curled an eyebrow at that. Naruto knew the Sharingan better than most in the village, due to his close proximity to Sasuke and Kakashi. The Sharingan had been around for hundreds if not thousands of years though, and there was no known technique that could defeat a fully matured one. Not for a skilled user of the eye at least. It's still a long way away right now. I have a bunch of clones working on that and medical ninjutsu though. I only have a couple training sessions in my more traditional shinobi arts, unless something grabs my attention. I know. Just imagine how strong you could be in a month, if you focused all your clones on training a few skills that you're already good at. You could be a stronger wind or water user than any shinobi in Konoha. Or you could be the best seal master in the village, maybe even the world. Why do you waste your time on things you have no affinity for? Sasuke flung a rock that he picked up off the ground. It struck a tree and buried itself through the bark. He was frustrated by Naruto's unwillingness to tap into his power. If he had that much chakra to use as shadow clones, he would already be strong enough to take on Kakashi if he specialized. I told you. I don't care about becoming at 13 or anything like that. I train to get strong enough to protect the ones I love, and the village I love. That includes you, you bastard. What if you take a blade to the gut? Who's gonna save you? TCH. Like I'd ever let somebody stab me. Naruto rolled his eyes. He knew that Sasuke's pride wasn't true hubris, but for some reason the Uchiha thought that the posturing made the Uchiha look stronger or something. What are you two airheads arguing about now? A light voice said, gaining their attention. A couple of cuties like you shouldn't be fighting all the time. We fight because that's what brothers do, Naruto said. Sasuke crossed his arms and turned his head at brothers, unwilling to let the rest of the village see what he himself believed. What are you two doing here? Sakura and I wanted to get some extra training in, and we thought this area would be more private since it's so close to the forest. When we saw you, though, we thought we'd come see if you wanted to join. We just got done training. Actually, Naruto turned to Sasuke, and their eyes locked. I think we still got enough left in the tank to kick your sorry asses, though. He teased me. Oh yeah, Blondie? Yeah, Piggy. Oh? Can't come up with anything good, so you have to steal from Sakura? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Well, then your face really needs fixing. Ino teased. Oh, that's cold, Ino-chan. Is it Naruto-kun? Alright, you too, Sakura said. Get a room if you want to continue. HN. If we're gonna train, we should train. You can flirt on your own time. Both Naruto and Ino's faces tinged pink, and they suddenly found the dirt very interesting. Before things had a chance to become more uncomfortable, Sakura saved them. Well, we were going to do some sparring, but it looks like you guys already did that. Any other training you might want to do? Sakura paled when she saw the grin on Naruto's face. Naruto, Hinata, and Choji were walking down the street, killing time after their lunch at Ichiraku. As they meandered carelessly down the dirt roads of Konoha, Naruto felt a familiar chakra rush that accompanied a nearby shunshin. The chakra signature was so familiar to him that he didn't even bother turning to look. What's up, Sasuke? Sasuke rolled his eyes. We have a mission. Another C rank? Naruto asked. Sasuke grinned, not an unusual sight these days, at least when he was around his team. He tossed a scroll to Hinata and Naruto each. They both unrolled the scrolls, eyes flitting across the mission details. A B rank? This doesn't seem like something Kakashi or Yamato would pick? Hinata said. Sasuke smirked. I agree. I believe it came straight from Hokage-sama. The old man specifically requested us? HN. Seems like the most likely explanation anyway. Woohoo! Naruto said, gotta go, Choji, we got a mission to prepare for. Wait a minute, Choji said. A B rank? We haven't even been on our first C rank yet. Naruto grinned at him. Yep. It's not a big deal or anything. It is probably a record though. Anyway, gotta go. See ya later, Choji. The shunshin left only a breeze. Choji turned back to Hinata, only to find her gone too. He just chuckled and went back to munching greedily on his potato chips. Team 7, are we ready? Yamato said. It was 5 minutes before 8 p.m. when he arrived at the southern gate. Right on time, just like always. Yes, we are, Sensei. Hinata responded. The boys nodded beside her in agreement. Alright, the target was last spotted somewhere between here and the border with the Land of Rain. You know the mission parameters, so let's get moving. Without another word, they fell into their standard traveling formation when they were outside village walls. Hinata was in the middle of a triangle that featured Yamato in the front, using his experience as aid to lead them. Naruto was behind Hinata to the right, covering her back and flank. Sasuke was on the other side doing the same. They took to tree hopping to start. They weren't on an escort mission, so they didn't need to travel at a civilian pace. They didn't want to wear themselves out either, so despite the urgency of the mission, they weren't pushing the pace all that fast either. It took them half a day to reach the area where their target was last spotted. Naruto and Hinata were working overtime to try and find her. They weren't on a strict timetable, but you never knew what bandits would do with a kidnapped hostage. It was Naruto who sensed them before Hinata could spot them. They found their camp a mile south of a lake. Tents were spread out in a clearing. Campfires were lit sporadically between the tents, with bandits seated around them causing a ruckus. Naruto could smell the booze from his location hundreds of yards away, up in a tall oak tree. Team 7 was staying outside an average ninja's sensing range just in case there were any rogues in the group. They had to give Hinata time to properly map out and report the area, as well as locate the hostage and hostiles. Sasuke chose to join Naruto, giving Hinata some room to focus on her task. "You know what's going to happen," he said. It wasn't a question. "I know." "Can you do it?" Naruto gazed in the general direction of the bandits while he thought for a moment, taking the chance to make sure he was absolutely sure. "Yes. How can I be Hokage if I'm not willing to take an enemy's life for the sake of the village? How could I ever order anybody else to do it if I can't stomach it myself?" Sasuke saw the determination in Naruto's eyes and felt a tinge of jealousy. "I'm not sure I can stomach it," he said, exhaling a puff of air out of his chest. "I don't want to turn into Itachi. I don't want to do anything that makes me feel like him." Naruto didn't miss a beat in response. "You're nothing like him. Like I said, this is for the village and all those in it that we love. We're doing it to protect them. That's the complete opposite of Itachi as far as I'm concerned." Sasuke steeled his resolve, the blonde's words touching all the right notes to calm down and inspire him. The two genin sat in silence, checking equipment for the fourth and fifth time, and mentally running through there, until their captain called them over. "The hostage appears to be unharmed. Hinata has located her in the center of the camp in a tent. She's alone at the moment, so we're moving in quickly before that can change." Yamato pointed at Sasuke. "You'll be with me. Our job is to distract and combat the bandits. We need to keep the damage away from the center of the camp. Naruto, you'll be with Hinata rescuing the hostage. She will be scared. Do your best to keep her quiet and cooperative." There was a momentary pause as they all thought about their part in the mission, before Yamato kicked them into action. "All right, move out." Naruto followed Hinata, who silently led them through the forest to the back end of the clearing. They crouched down together behind a tall bush, and waited for Yamato and Sasuke's distraction to take hold. And take hold of it. Out of the dimming light came a massive fireball, at least to a civilian. In reality, Sasuke was capable of creating a much larger, but chose to keep it small to minimize the risk. Besides, it wasn't the fireball that was the distraction, it was what it was aimed for. The human-sized ball of flame collided with the cart, setting it ablaze. Seconds later, there was a small explosion, and the flames burned hotter and wider. He had lit the booze cart aflame, and every bandit in the camp was now pissed off and looking for the caster. Sasuke, for his part, made it very simple for them to find him. He stood at the edge of the clearing, hand planted on his hip, and a smug grin on his face. As the bandits began to roar and outrage, the nearest ones charged at him. The 8 closest found themselves tripped up by unseen roots that quickly expanded and tangled amongst themselves. In seconds, they were all trapped in a makeshift prison of gnarled tree roots. The wood was several inches thick, and compressing on them. They wouldn't be escaping. The distraction was more than enough for the other 2 members of the team to begin making their way through the campground, weaving around tents, and doing their best to avoid any of the bandits. Naruto led, with Hinata directing from behind him. They were 2 tents away when they hit their first resistance. Literally. A man with a large axe and leather straps crossing his chest noticed them and charged from their left. As the brute raised his axe high above his right shoulder, Naruto smoothly slipped inside his range and dropped him with a single jab to the face. He felt the man's nose crunch under his knuckles, and felt more than saw the blood spray from it. To Naruto it was easier than beating up on Konohamaru. The man seemed to move in slow motion. He briefly wondered if this is how Sasuke saw things when he activated his bloodline. His attention was quickly drawn back to the battlefield when he heard Hinata moving to their right, cutting off Naruto's would-be second attacker. 3 lightning quick strikes dropped him, but before Naruto could compliment her on a job well done, he caught movement out of the corner of his eye. There were 5 of them moving towards the tent with the hostage, each holding a different weapon. One man even held a light torch. There was no hesitation, no worry. Just a job to be done, and that's all Naruto focused on as his hands raced through newly familiar hand signs: tiger, rat, horse, snake, dragon. As he clapped his hands together, he felt his chakra well up in his gut. He forced it up towards his mouth, compressing it as much as possible as he did. Water release, water severing wave. The water stream shot out of his mouth like a fire hose, and he swept his head to catch all of the attackers. The B rank was intended to slice, but the genin was yet to perfect it. He was also backing off the power quite a bit, knowing the opposition. The result was still much more than Naruto had anticipated. While it didn't cut them in half like the intended, it struck all 5 in the chest and immediately dropped them to the ground and swept them away. None of them moved when the water relented, and their bodies sprawled to a stop. He could see several of them had completely caved in chests. The blonde froze, his face feeling hot, and his head light. Luckily, Hinata had seen the whole thing. She grabbed him by the hand and pulled him towards the tent with their hostage. Naruto was brought back to reality by her, and he quickly snapped out of it. They reached the tent in seconds, the rest of the bandits either occupied by Yamato and Sasuke, or afraid of what the blonde had just done. Hinata entered while Naruto stood watch. It was decided that a friendly female face would be better for a young teen girl to see, much as Naruto wanted to debate that he was the friendliest looking. 10 seconds went by, then 30, then a full minute. Naruto fired off a massive gust of wind, sending one of the few bandits brave enough to charge flying back through the air. He was about to check on the 2 when Hinata called his name. He quickly ducked into the tent opening, ready to fight. Hinata and the hostage were the only 2 in the tent though. Hinata looked fine, but the brown-haired girl looked to be in shock. Ropes showing signs of Hinata's strikes lay at her feet. Her pants were torn in a way that was definitely intentional. When Naruto saw this, he felt angry. Truly angry for the first time, and well, he wasn't sure he could remember a time when he had been that angry before. He felt Kyuubi's chakra stirring in him, asking him to harness its chakra, calling to him to let it out. It wanted him to go on a rampage and destroy whoever had done it. He needed to calm down and think, but the Biju's chakra bubbling in his gut was hard to fight. It was a gentle touch from Hinata, and his training that finally did it. The breathing training that the old Kurvi sage made him run through every morning. He took several breaths and focused on what he could that wouldn't set him off. His team was okay as far as he knew, the mission was going well. The hostage didn't appear to be overtly injured in any way. He just had to keep moving one step at a time. He squatted down to look at the seated girl's eyes, and put on a gentle smile. "I'm Naruto, what's your name?" There was no response. The girl just kept staring into the ground, a light tremble running through her body. Naruto kept a gentle smile and slowly moved a hand to her back. She flinched, but he just smiled bigger to reassure her, and his hand made contact. The girl shook harder, but Naruto powered through, intent on helping. He began to channel chakra through her, slowly at first, but quickly increasing the amount. In his many hours of medical ninjutsu practice that he had put in, he had only succeeded at one thing so far: calming people down. Hinata said it was because he had the warmest chakra she'd ever seen. Sasuke said it was because even a baby wouldn't think he was threatening, which he meant as a diss, but Naruto took it as a compliment. As he let his chakra flow smoothly through the girl, he thought about his happiest memories. Jiraya teaches him his first. The toads accepted him, becoming a part of Team 7. A big bowl of ramen at Ichiraku's. Slowly the girl relaxed, and after a moment longer, she looked up into his eyes. "What's your name?" Naruto asked again. "Nyoko," she said so quietly that if Naruto hadn't preemptively channeled chakra to enhance his hearing, he never would have heard. He smiled bright at her, continuing to let the chakra flow into her. "Wow, that's a beautiful name. I'm Naruto, that's Hinata. We're here to save you. Our teammates are taking care of business outside, but we need to get you out of here. Can you stand?" Nyoko nodded. He smiled big again, removing his hand from her back and standing up straight. He reached to grab her hand, and effortlessly lifted her to her feet. "All right, it could get dicey out there, So Hinata's gonna carry you while I keep a lookout, that okay? She shook her head hastily, much to Naruto's confusion. Well, I can't let you walk, it's too dangerous. Why don't you carry her? Hinata chimed in, knowing what she would want if she were in the teen's shoes. Naruto tilted his head in question. He was about to ask why she'd want him, but he never got to it. Nyoko nodded her head at the suggestion and moved closer to him. He shrugged and made a single hand sign. 5 more Narutos came into existence, and the original picked up her bridal style. As they ducked their way out of the tent, he felt a chakra spike that had the telltale tingle of lightning nature. A nice reassurance that Sasuke was still functioning, even if the enemy wasn't all that dangerous in the first place. The newly minted battleground was a disaster zone. A section of it was soaked from Naruto's water. The rest was littered with fires, freshly grown wood, blackened grass, and much to Naruto's queasiness, the bodies of a majority of the bandits. To his right, Sasuke was squatting down checking for a pulse on what appeared to be the last of the men responsible for the kidnapping. Naruto, his clones, and Hinata made their way to join the rest of their team. Hostage has been safely acquired, Sensei. Naruto chirped. Good work, you two. Yamato said, Are you alright, Nyoko-sama? Sama? Naruto and Hinata simultaneously questioned silently. There was a soft mumble into Naruto's shoulder, too quiet for the rest to hear, so he translated. She's a bit shaken up, but I don't think she's suffered any permanent physical damage, he said, tone a bit more uptight and serious than normal. Very well, we should get moving then. That battle could attract a lot of unwanted attention. The 3 genin bobbed their heads at their sensei, who turned to leave. Before his team followed, Naruto and Sasuke both turned to look at each other, checking in. 2 slight imperceptible nods were given, before Sasuke checked on Hinata. When they were all satisfied that everyone was okay for the time being, they took off after their sensei. They traveled at a much slower pace, given that Naruto was carrying a civilian girl. Their formation had also shifted, without a single order given, to allow for Naruto to be in Hinata's usual spot, though there were several clones flanking the Byakugan user to accommodate the shift. Upon returning to the village hours later, an ANBU squad immediately ushered them straight to the Hokage's office. Within the confines of the seat of power for Konoha was the Hokage, along with a pompous man dressed in fancy silk clothing. The jewelry dripped off of him as if he was a fountain made of gold. The samurai next to him, as well as the jewelry, indicated that he was quite wealthy. Despite this, the thin man had a humble air about him. Team 7, this is Hiroshi Fukushima, the treasurer of the Land of Fire, and one of the closest advisors to the daimyo, as well as being his brother. I believe that you have just rescued his daughter. Naruto's jaw dropped open, eyes wide in shock. Nyoko was the niece of the Fire daimyo. Hinata and Sasuke's reaction was much more downplayed, though a reaction at all from them, while in front of the Hokage no less, was telling enough. Naruto shot Yamato a quick glare for not giving them the full breadth of the mission. Yeah, she's in the hospital getting treated. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly after he recovered from his surprise. I'm almost positive she's fine though. We had Hinata look her over. He tended to babble on when he was nervous, which wasn't all that often. She's one of the best and most talented Hyuga, he added quickly, so I trust her. I mean, I trust her eyes. Well, I trust her too, but I also trust her eyes. He glanced sideways at the Hokage, who was stifling a chuckle, but openly smiling. I'm gonna stop talking now. He made a zipper motion over his lips, and shrunk into himself to try and look smaller. Yamato came to his rescue. I think what Naruto is trying to say is that the mission was a success, Hiroshi-sama. Nyoko-sama was rescued with minimal injuries quickly, and the group responsible was eradicated. She's quite shaken up, but you should be able to go see her. Thank you so much, Team 7 was it? I am forever in your debt. He bowed to them, much deeper than they ever would have expected from somebody of his importance, and left the room in a rush. Naruto turned to watch him leave, then whipped back to the Hokage. Gigi, what the fuck? It was Hinata and Sasuke's turn to be outraged, while Yamato became more familiar with the lines on both of his palms. Naruto-kun, Hinata said, you have to be more respectful to the Hokage. She sounded unsure of herself, despite the confidence that the words showed. All of the reactions were drowned out by Hiruzen's roaring laughter. Is there a problem, Naruto? He asked after calming himself. Naruto deadpanned at him. Why were we assigned such an important mission? You just had Genin sent to rescue the niece of the daimyo. What if it had gone wrong? What if she had been injured or killed? Sarutobi seemed to think about this for a few seconds before he responded. Well, Naruto. For starters, you and your team are extremely skilled, and have yet to give me a reason to not believe in you. Secondly, between yourself and Hinata, you are an excellent sensory team, and she needed to be found promptly. The Hokage then leaned in and whispered so that only he could hear. Just between you and me though, you might want to work on those sensory skills of yours. There was an ANBU team tracking you the whole time as backup just in case. Naruto's cheeks reddened at that, embarrassed that he hadn't been able to pick up on their tale. Lastly, you want to be right? Naruto nodded. Do you know what it takes to become a Hokage? Naruto puffed his chest out and answered resolutely. You have to be the strongest ninja in the village. You have to be able to make hard decisions about the village, and risk the lives of your fellow shinobi for the greater good, and you have to be willing to risk your own life to protect Konoha, and carry on the will of fire. Hiruzen nodded. Impressive answer, as expected by Naruto. Wrong though, I'm sorry to say. He held up a hand before Naruto's incredulous look could turn to outraged words. Let me finish. You are correct, that is what it takes to be Hokage. What it takes to become Hokage is a different story altogether. Sarutobi began slowly pacing past the photos on the wall of his predecessors and successor. To become Hokage, you must not only qualify for the job's duties, but you must be in a position where people wish for you to have the job. His pacing came to a halt in front of the portrait of the Yondaime. Do you know who selects the Hokage? The question was directed at Naruto, but Sasuke answered for him. The elders and leaders of the village, but the must approve too. And the Hokage drawled. The daimyo also must approve the choice, Hinata said. Very good, Hinata. He turned back to Naruto. You must have the favor of the daimyo and his court, or at the very least, more favor than anybody else. Hiroshi is the daimyo's favorite advisor, being his only sibling. Opportunities to help people with that much power do not come often. I thought it prudent to get your foot in the door early. He addressed the rest of the team. Of course, it never hurts to strengthen the name of the Hyuga and Uchiha, two of our most prominent clans. Sasuke straightened his posture minutely, while Hinata bowed deeply. You three are dismissed. I expect a full report by the end of the day tomorrow. They turned to exit, leaving their sensei behind. Though I should say, of all my available ninja in the village, Team 7 was my first choice to succeed at the mission, regardless of politics. The grins on the three genin could be seen for hours to come, but none matched the one residing on their sensei's face. A few days later, the Rookie 9 were gathered at Choji's favorite barbecue restaurant in celebration. Team 10 would be leaving for their first C rank the next day, much to Shikamaru's lamentation. Apparently Ino had straight up demanded it after hearing of Team 7 getting a B rank. The first rookie team to do so since the Sannin apparently. Naruto was doing his best not to be graceful about it, but the smirk on his face was better suited to an Uchiha than himself. It did seem to help Hinata's confidence even more though, which was always a positive. He was just about to dig into a juicy cut of meat when he was interrupted by a light and smooth voice. Excuse me, Team 7? Nyoko? Naruto said. You're out of the hospital? That's great. Hinata also voiced her happiness, though in a much more respectful manner. Sasuke almost smiled at her, which was pretty good for him. Sakura punched Kiba in the side of the head to keep the drool from spilling out of his open jaw. I was just released. The Hokage told me I might be able to find you here. Did you want to join us? We have room for one more. He slid over, patting the spot on the booth right next to him. She blushed slightly, but shook her head, her brown hair looking much better than it had a few days ago as she did so. I just came to thank you, Naruto-kun. Hinata and Ino raised an eyebrow at this, as did Sakura, albeit for different reasons. And you too, Hinata and Sasuke. I don't think I'd be here without you. She recovered quickly. Please accept my most sincere gratitude, and this gift. Nyoko bowed as deep as she could formally, and then extended a gift-wrapped box out to Naruto. The blonde took it awkwardly, and stumbled around opening it. It's an invitation? he said, unsure of himself. Come visit Daimyo's court and have dinner. She blushed again. It's for all three of you, of course, and your sensei. Naruto didn't really like the sound of having dinner with a bunch of stuffy old rich people, but before he could turn her down, Sasuke answered for him. We are most grateful for the offer, Nyoko-sama, and of course we accept, although it might be hard to find a day with our busy schedules. We mean no offense, of course. It is an open invitation, you may come whenever you please, just be sure to send word ahead so that we might prepare for you. She was speaking to all three of them, but she couldn't take her eyes off of Naruto's. She bowed once more, before turning on her heel and quickly evacuating the area. The table was silent for a few seconds, before Kiba interrupted. What a babe, how'd you manage to land that, Naruto? He earned himself another punch to the head, this time from Ino, for his comment. I didn't land on anyone, Kiba. He turned to Sasuke, and why did you accept? I don't want to go to a fancy dinner with people I don't know. What the hell am I even supposed to wear to that? Sasuke smirked at him. You heard what the Hokage said the other day, you need to get your foot in the door with the daimyo, and accepting the invitation does just that. Plus she looked like she wanted to FHJHV. Kiba was interrupted by Sakura shoving a napkin down his throat to shut him up. Ino picked up the slack for the Inuzuka though. I hate to agree with Dog Boy, but he's right, Naruto. She was eyeing you like Choji eyes, the juiciest piece of meat on the grill. Naruto let out an exasperated sigh. Why though, why can't she just eye Sasuke like everybody else? Hinata inwardly took offense to this. She's probably super prim and fancy too. I don't think I'd like that in a girl. Oh, you wouldn't know what you like if it smacked you over the head, Ino said. So troublesome. Shikamaru added from his place resting on his own forearms, trying to catch up on sleep. What the pineapple head said? Naruto said before digging into his food. 1 week before the Chunin exams start. I don't understand why I have to wear this stupid kimono. Naruto tugged at the neck lining of it, complaining just quietly enough so that the guards wouldn't be able to hear. It's dinner with daimyo, what do you not understand? Sasuke said. Naruto sighed, exasperated at the situation. Why did Nyoko have to invite them? He'd rather relive the fight with Zabuza in an infinite than attend a formal dinner. Naruto-kun, this is an honor for us and our clans. Please try to be respectful. Hinata admonished. At least as much as somebody of her kindness could. Naruto sighed again. He had just gotten the Uzumaki clan officially reinstated as an active clan. He couldn't afford to tarnish it in any way. Fine, but we're spending the rest of the week training in the forest away from all things fancy, he declared. His teammates and sensei could only shake their heads at him. He did have to admit, though, that his kimono was pretty sweet. It was a white silk design, with red flames licking all over it. An homage to his father, not that anybody would know that's what it was. If anybody asked, it was simply a symbol for the will of fire. The red Uzumaki swirl was featured on the back and his left chest, over his heart. A servant of the court came to collect them, and the 4 members of Team 7 wound their way through the endless corridors of the Fire Country's royal palace. Somewhere along the trip, Nyoko joined them. Naruto had spent the whole month training with the Hyuga, though not in shinobi skills. He bowed the proper distance, and was perfectly respectful as they exchanged greetings. He hated every second of it. Nyoko giggled and waved her hand at him playfully. Please, Naruto-kun, you don't need to be so formal with me. I don't really care for it, she said. Naruto sighed, this time thankfully. Thank goodness, I'm not sure how long I could keep that up for. She giggled again, much more cheerful and lively than the last time he'd seen her, something he found himself liking. You'll definitely want to do it for my uncle though. Whether he is a fan of it or not, I do not think he would allow a shinobi to be so casual with the daimyo, not even a cutie like yourself. Politics and such, she explained. Sasuke and Hinata rolled their eyes from behind her. Naruto paled, just now realizing he'd have to keep the act up for the whole night. His shoulders slumped in resignation, as if all the air had been let out of him. As always though, he recovered quickly, throwing on a genuine smile at the thought of such a difficult challenge. Whatever it takes. Let's do this. He promptly flipped a switch to do his best impression of what he would consider a stiff royal member. His impression, while not his best, left Nyoko in stitches. "You're so funny, Naruto-kun," she said, touching his shoulder. Hinata quickly broke them apart. "You look very nice, Nyoko-sama," she said with a little more emphasis than was strictly necessary. Sasuke rolled his eyes at his teammates, something he'd been doing a lot lately. "Can we go to dinner, please? I don't want to be late." "Of course, Sasuke, let us go," Nyoko replied, turning to lead the way, but keeping Naruto close to her. The dinner was nerve-wracking for the blonde, despite the hard work that he'd put into being politically presentable. Hinata had nearly had to hold him back when the daimyo asked to see Sasuke's Sharingan, and one of his guardian ninjas said that it wasn't a good idea because the eyes couldn't be trusted. Sasuke brushed it off coolly, but Naruto bothered him. The rest of the dinner went smooth enough for his taste, until their most recent mission was brought up. "So, the daimyo said I hear your team was credited with taking out an A-rank missing ninja, correct?" "Oh, don't downplay their accomplishments, brother," Nyoko's father said with enthusiasm. "That A-rank nin was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist. Quite a feat if the bingo book is to be believed." The daimyo seemed even more impressed by Team 7. "An accomplishment that shall bring honor to all of your clans, I'm sure." He smiled at them. "I look forward to seeing what you accomplish in your careers moving forward." "As much as we'd love to take credit for it, we really shouldn't," Naruto said, mood dampened. "We were outmatched. If it hadn't been for Yamato-sensei and Asuma-sensei, we would have failed for sure. We didn't exactly make it out of there scot-free either." He shuddered thinking about what Team 10 went through before they'd arrived to back them up. Sasuke and Hinata shared his shudder next to him at the table. Their experience in Wave hadn't been a great one. Everybody made it out alive though, and that's what mattered. Well, everybody on their side at least. "And Naruto is being humble. While the mission wasn't very smooth, he saved us and another genin team," Hinata said. She felt that Naruto deserved credit for what he did. The blonde, however, didn't, and kicked Hinata's foot under the table. It was too late though, and the daimyo and all his court were thoroughly impressed by Naruto. He finally put his foot down when one of the generals, a pitiful, sniveling man, suggested he receive a medal. Thankfully Yamato backed him up, saying shinobi didn't receive awards from the daimyo's army. By the time the dinner was over, Naruto was completely exhausted and ready to go to bed. Thankfully, they were each given rooms for the night so they wouldn't have to travel back to Konoha until the morning. He followed his team through the hallways to where they would be staying, slouching as he rounded the first corner out of view of the court. Halfway back he felt a presence approaching him quickly, not that he needed to sense it with the sound of slapping footsteps. Nyoko came running up next to him, shoes in her hand. "Naruto-kun, wait!" she huffed, trying to keep her voice down so the rest of his team wouldn't hear. She failed, and his teammates turned to check out what was going on. "It's fine guys, go on, I can find my way back." He was not entirely excited to delay sleep anymore, but his curiosity was piqued about what Nyoko wanted. "What's up?" he said. She looked a little winded from running after him, which was surprising considering she looked to be in good shape. She brushed a brunette lock out of her face. "Well, I wanted to see." She looked down, embarrassed at being tongue-tied. "Can we go for a walk?" She finally settled on it. Her shoulders and face perked up in excitement as she waited for his answer. Naruto had to admit that it was kind of cute, and a walk wasn't too much work in the grand scheme of things. The fact that she didn't care for him trying to act all proper eventually sold him on the idea. "Sure, but can I change first? I think I'm gonna die if I have to wear this thing any longer," he said, gesturing to his kimono. It might have been cool, but it certainly wasn't comfortable. She smiled at him shyly, nodding her head quickly. Her hair bounced around her face. Why did he keep noticing her hair? He shook his head and took off for the nearest bathroom, removing a scroll from who knows where that contained a backup set of casual clothes. Minutes later he was back with Nyoko, sporting blue pants and a black shirt featuring the Uzumaki swirl on the front. He'd switched back to his blue shinobi sandals, and sported his oil headband that the toads had given him. Nyoko's face turned pink when she saw him. "You look much better in those clothes," she said. Naruto rubbed the back of his head, ruffling his blonde locks back to where they'd been before he had attempted to comb them. "Haha, thanks," he said, his face turning shade to match hers. A devious smile crept onto her face. Where I come from, she gestured to the luxurious hall they were in, that is not a compliment. Naruto opened his mouth as if he were hurt, then returned her grin. Oh, so she's more than just a pretty face? He laughed. Well, where I come from, it's embarrassing to be out of breath after running 200 feet. He nudged her with his elbow to accentuate his diss. The teasing was much more his speed versus acting all fancy and proper. He was feeling much more comfortable around her already. It was Nyoko's turn to act hurt, and she punched him on the shoulder, an easy task for her considering they were the same height. Hey, I was not out of breath from running. This dress is too tight. I can't breathe in it. She sounded exasperated to him. He couldn't understand why somebody would wear something so uncomfortable willingly. Why wear it if you can't breathe? Seems counterproductive to me, he said. I do not understand? She queried, her head in confusion. It is just what is expected, I have to do it. Naruto raised an eyebrow. If he always did what was expected of him, well, there wouldn't be a Leaf Village left to return to. What is wrong? She asked, noticing his facial expressions and shift in mood. Nothing. He smiled big at her, but it didn't reach his eyes. You just don't seem like the kind of person to bend to the expectations of others. There was a mixture of emotion flashing across her face, and it was conflicted feelings that he recognized well. He'd just been through it when he rescued the very girl standing in front of him. Not to mention the disaster in Wave. Sometimes doing what is expected of you is best for you and your family, even if it goes against your values that you hold in your very core. It was clear that Nyoko didn't enjoy her duties, at least some of them. Naruto knew for certain he didn't enjoy killing, especially other shinobi, but sometimes it was the only way. He hated that more than killing itself. They were clearly in two different scenarios, but he felt like he understood her a lot better now, and his respect for her grew. He could tell she was struggling to come up with the right words, so he saved her from the effort. You don't have to explain, I think I understand. He looked her in the eyes, noticing how green they were for the first time. Just don't lose the part of you that wants to fight it. It's important to stay who we are. She seemed to understand what he was saying, and nodded firmly at him. I will not let it get to me as long as you do not either, she said. It's a promise. He smiled and winked at her, throwing in a thumbs up for good measure. They arrived at a balcony, walking out onto it. The cool air of the night tickled at the back of Naruto's neck. To his left, he felt Nyoko shiver, and moved closer to him. As they reached the railing, her arm was brushing up against his. He lightly circulated chakra, making certain not to let any of it escape his system. Given its potency, it would probably set off all sorts of alarms to any shinobi in the area. The warmth of his chakra, something he didn't often notice and generally took for granted, flowed through his body. He released a breath of air as it took the bite out of the night. Next to him, Nyoko crossed her arms, hugging herself to keep warm in her sleeveless gown. Naruto debated with himself internally. He wished he'd worn a jacket so he could just give it to her, but alas, he didn't have one with him. The kindness in his heart eventually won out. He lifted up his hand, gesturing it obscurely in her direction. May I? It took her a few seconds to understand what he was saying, and once again her cheeks tinged pink. She nodded at him though, and felt his hand lay surprisingly gently on her back. Moments later her body was flushed with warmth as he channeled chakra through her. I do not understand how you do that, but it is amazing, she said as he removed his hand. She opened up a little more now that she wasn't so cold. It's my chakra. He chuckled. It's actually a medical technique that I can't do, my chakra just happens to naturally be like that. Hinata says it's the warmest she's ever seen. He smiled at her. Well, aren't you just special? She rolled her eyes at him sarcastically, causing him to laugh. Speaking of your teammate, are you and her you know? Naruto didn't seem to be picking up on what she was hinting at, so she decided to just spit it out. Together? Are you together? She asked shyly, immediately looking down at her still shoeless feet. He chuckled at her embarrassment, but didn't know exactly how to respond. No, we're not, he said, looking off into the night. I'm not really sure what we are. We're teammates, and that makes her family, and that complicates things. I'm not really the best with emotions in the first place. He scratched the back of his head. Yeah. He awkwardly finished, cringing a little bit at his own inability to be social. It was her turn to have a laugh at him, his awkwardness making her more comfortable about the topic. She thought about it for a few seconds, scrunching her lips together and looking up at the stars with her eyes. "If you decide that you're just friends, could you let me know?" she asked. It was forward, especially for a member of the royal family, but there wasn't anybody there to admonish her. "Why's that?" Naruto said. He wasn't sure why she would want to know what was going on between him and Hinata. Despite all the clues that she was dropping, and even his general attraction to and comfort around her, he couldn't put two and two together. "Are you really going to make me say it?" His face clearly told her that he didn't understand. She sighed, hunching just slightly out of her perfect posture. "I am interested in you. I would like to go on a date," she said, a little bit of her training taking over, allowing her to keep an even voice. Naruto's face flushed red so fast he got a little lightheaded. He stumbled over himself. "You? Are you?" He finally realized how much of an idiot he was making himself out to be, and closed his eyes to take a deep breath. This may not be the heat of battle, but Fukasaku's lessons about keeping a calm head to avoid making mistakes still rang true. When he'd centered himself and gathered his thoughts, he spoke again. "I'm not sure we're all that compatible. You're much more down to earth than I expected, but you live in a castle and you're royalty. I grew up in a single-room apartment, and spent most of my time living in the woods while traveling. My whole life revolves around using chakra and you aren't even able to use it." She went to argue, but he just continued, doing his best to keep his tone kind. "I live in Konoha, and my dream is to be Hokage. I can't ever live anywhere else." One more deep breath to finish his thought. "And most importantly, being a shinobi is dangerous, and even more so for me. There's powerful people after me for my chakra's special abilities. You would be put in danger just from being connected to me." Sometime between the chakra comment and wanting to be Hokage, Myoko's attitude had shifted. He watched as he explained to her why they couldn't work, confused about her body language. Her hand moved to her hip, her other foot tapping the ground impatiently. Her face took on a look of he wasn't sure. When he finished explaining to her all the reasons that it wouldn't work, she looked him firmly in the eyes. "Is that all?" "Uh-huh." His fare flopped as he flipped his head to the side with his question. "Is that all the reasons? Or are there more?" she said. Her tone was mysterious. That, combined with her body language, and for the first time ever, Naruto was scared of a civilian woman. "I guess?" he asked her. "Good," she said, and suddenly she was back to normal. Naruto was at a loss for what had just happened. It took him a good 10 seconds before he realized that his mouth was hanging open. He recovered enough to face the railing and look out over the city. Internally, though, he was still entirely confused as to what was going on. A minute of increasingly comfortable silence found him on the other side of feeling awkward. "The city really is beautiful from up here," Naruto said. "Not bad for a civilian location." He chuckled. He'd spent a fair amount of time in civilian cities during his time out of the village with Jiraya. Some were nice, most weren't. "It is a lovely city," she glanced at him. "It has never felt like home, though." "Not truly." "What do you mean?" he asked. "It is fine. Adequate. It is not really my favorite place, though. My mother never liked it," she said. Naruto could hear the sadness in her voice even without seeing the wistful look on her face. "Where is your favorite place, then?" She smiled, and for a moment the dark balcony was lit up. "We had a cabin out in the woods. She was a big fan of nature and used to take me there whenever she wanted to get out of the city. There was a creek right out back where we used to fish." A tear had begun to roll down her cheek. "What? You fished? You? The princess?" Naruto asked teasingly. She giggled despite the tear. "I'm not a princess," she exclaimed. "And neither was my mother. Her father was a tradesman. I still do not know how she caught my father's eye. As much as she loved him, she could not stand being in the city." She looked at him confused as he laughed. "I'm sorry. I just can't picture you getting your hands dirty. That's really sweet about your mom, though. She sounds like she is my kind of person," Naruto said. He thought about what he was going to say next, and eventually decided on going for it. "I never got to know my mom. She died protecting the village on the day that I was born. He tried not to sound too down, but some of his sadness leaked into it. I am sorry to hear that. My mother died when I was 10. She was really sick. I'm sorry. At least you have your brothers and dad. And I have my teammates and senseis. It could be a lot worse for both of us. Naruto smiled weakly. It wasn't that he didn't believe what he was saying, he wholeheartedly did. It was that some part of him wished that he didn't have to. That while the terrible hand he had been dealt could be worse, it could also be much better. It was a rare time when he truly let his emotions in and let himself feel the pain that came with such thoughts. Sometimes it was necessary to get it out of the way though, and if it would help a friend, even better. So that positive attitude is not just an act, is it? She asked. You truly believe that? Being a civilian, she wasn't trained well enough to perceive deception. She couldn't see that Naruto's smile wasn't entirely genuine. Not that Naruto was trying to deceive her, but she just couldn't detect the sadness hidden behind his cheerful disposition. It's not an act, no. Sometimes it doesn't come naturally though. I still get sad, I still have negative thoughts. The key is to stay above them, and be grateful for what you still have, rather than focusing on what you don't, he said. She nodded along, as if that made sense to her. I like it. I think I will try to incorporate that attitude myself. She held her chin up high proudly. He smiled at her, realizing he really enjoyed her company. They ended up a little while longer, before calling it a night. Naruto escorted her most of the way back to her room. A room that was conveniently located at the top of one of the towers, despite her claims of not being a princess. Naruto snuck back into his own room, which he luckily was not sharing considering that late hour. It must have been well past midnight at this point, too late to be questioned by his team. The trip back to the Leaf was quick and clean, after he underwent an interrogation from his teammates about what Nyoko wanted. When he assured the both of them that they had just talked, they left it alone. For the time being at least. Upon returning to the village, they were called into the Hokage's office. Naruto greeted the old man as he always did, his teammates doing their more respectful iterations. Ah, Team 7. Welcome back to the Leaf. How was your trip to the capital? The Hokage asked. It wasn't as boring as I thought it was gonna be, Naruto said. He seemed to be pondering his time there. It was successful, Hokage-sama, Hinata said, bowing respectfully. Surprisingly, Naruto even managed to not embarrass himself. He almost acted as a clan heir. Sasuke added. Yamato? Their reports are surprisingly correct. The daimyo was a gracious host, and appeared to enjoy our company. Team 7 handled the political pressure admirably, and I believe even made some allies. Yamato reported succinctly. Good, good. Hiruzen said as he puffed on the pipe that seemed to materialize out of nowhere. They sat for a few comfortable seconds before he continued. Are you aware that the exams are coming up? They all nodded excitedly. So I assumed. I wanted to personally give you the invitation forms. I'm expecting you 3 to pass, he explained, pushing forward 3 slips of paper. They each stepped forward to grab their respective forms, before returning to place. We won't let you down, old man. Team 7 is gonna ace the exams like we were made for them, Naruto shouted. The Hokage chuckled as Yamato held his face in his hand. I expected as much. Sarutobi said, I'm looking forward to your performance. You 3 are dismissed. Yamato, you can hang back for the meeting. See you later, Naruto shouted, waving to both his sensei and leader. He rushed for the window, opened it, and leapt out before anyone could stop him. Sasuke sighed exasperatedly, and leapt after him. Hinata bowed silently, and rushed to do the same. Hokage-sama, I apologize for their behavior. They take their duties seriously on missions or training, but it seems like outside of that I just can't get them to behave, Yamato said, shaking his head. It's quite alright, Yamato. You're forgetting that Naruto gets it from Jiraya, and that I myself could never get my student to kick his peculiar habits. The fact that you can get them to focus when necessary shows your ability as their sensei, the Hokage said. At any rate, we have the meeting for the exams now. I'm certain you know everything you're about to hear already, but I'd like for you to formally nominate your team anyway. At that moment, the doors opened, and in walked all the sensei for the village. Being that it was a home-hosted exams, they would likely be nominating a record number of genin for it. Exams within your own village were always considered the safest after all. When everybody had filed in, the Hokage spoke again. I see you're all here. I assume you can figure out what this is about. Kakashi, we'll start with you. He nodded to the copy nun, who stepped forward to speak. After leaving the Hokage's office, Naruto and his team began to make their way for Ichiraku Ramen. It had become the unspoken thing to do after a meeting with the Hokage, whether it be a mission report or otherwise. He hadn't made it 15 steps when they ran into Sakura. Naruto, Hinata, Sasuke-kun! She shouted. How are you guys? They chatted idly for a few minutes while they walked. They discussed missions and training and the like. Team 7 didn't bring up the Chunin exams, because they had deduced that the meeting right now was for nominations, so the pink-haired girl likely didn't even know yet. They turned the corner of a wooden fence, and Naruto immediately sighed. Konohamaru, he called out. What did I tell you about your camouflage? Do I need to make them more realistic? Konohamaru asked. Yes. Can you see why a square rock with eye holes isn't realistic? The young boy nodded profusely. Then why did you use it? Well, Iruka-sensei said that sometimes hiding in plain sight could be effective, he said. Naruto sighed. The young boy had just started the academy and was taking some of the lessons a little too literally. At least he was paying attention. Saru, just because it's a bad disguise doesn't mean it's hiding in plain sight. He rolled his eyes. Hiding in plain sight would be like walking down the street in civilian clothes, versus hiding in the shadows in your ninja gear. Understand? Yes, Naruto-sensei. He saluted, bringing his hand up to his goggles. The boy then donned a devious grin. Hey boss, are these two your girlfriends? Naruto paled, but not because he was embarrassed. He chose to forego the answer, and instead offer a little advice. You better run, Saru. Huh? The boy asked. Then he saw the look on Sakura's face. You little brat. Don't you know it's insulting to say we're both his girlfriend? Sakura yelled. Come over here so I can teach you a lesson. Konohamaru went pale, and turned to run. Sakura took off after him, not giving serious chase, just trying to scare the boy into a little bit of respect. Naruto chuckled. I'll see you guys at Ichiraku. I'd better make sure he learns his lesson without getting hurt. Naruto said. Hinata's face was still a little red from embarrassment, but she and Sasuke both nodded. Naruto molded chakra, using his sensory ability to pinpoint them as he ran after the two. He found them on the other side of a fence, next to two other signatures. He was just hopping the fence when he felt an extremely powerful one up in a tree. He couldn't tell the size of the chakra pool because it was extremely well concealed, but the chakra that leaked was dense. On the other side of the fence, he found Konohamaru being held up by his shirt by a sand ninja. The guy had purple face paint and was wearing an all-black outfit with pointed ears on his hood. Next to him stood a blonde girl, also wearing a Suna headband. There was a good chance the signature was their sensei then. But where was their third teammate? Was he what was strapped on the back of the boy? He could see hair poking out from the bandages. He made a cross-hand seal and concentrated hard. His clones came to life exactly where he wanted them to. You guys here for the Chunin exams? He asked. The sand ninja looked up. See, put him down before we get in trouble, Kankuro. The blonde girl said. TCH, I told you I wanted to have some fun and teach him a lesson first. The face-painted ninja, Kankuro, said. A clone of Naruto tapped him on the shoulder, causing him to spin around quickly. While he did so, the real Naruto moved in, and pressed his thumb into a pressure point on Kankuro's forearm, causing him to drop Konohamaru. His Kunoichi teammate made a move to help, but a gold chain wrapped around her from behind, stopping her. Oh, there you two. Better calm down, wouldn't want to hurt little Sara here now, would you? The third Hokage would be pissed if his grandson got injured, Naruto said, laying it on thick. He would apologize to Konohamaru later about the grandson's comment. Go find Sasuke and Hinata, they're at Ichiraku. He whispered to the boy. Konohamaru nodded his head and took off running. So, what's a pretty girl like you doing following the guy with makeup around? The clone wrapping up the blonde girl asked. She blushed a little, but didn't respond. What about you, redhead? A voice called from above. You with them too? Up in the tree, a clone of Naruto was standing on a branch above another sand ninja. This one had red hair and black circles around his eyes, a red kanji for love tattooed on his forehead. The red-headed boy glared at the clone, who got the message and destroyed itself. Kankuro, you're an embarrassment to our village. We're leaving. The boy disappeared in a whirl of sand, reappearing between his two teammates. Whoa, you guys didn't answer my question. Are you here for the exams? Do you have the paperwork? Naruto asked, following protocol. The blonde girl nodded and produced the papers, showing the clone that had her locked up. The clone released her after he saw the paper, and nodded at the original. Alrighty, you guys are good to go. Please try not to attack any more citizens of the Leaf. I'd hate to have to hurt you before the exams. The one in black, Kankuro, clearly had an attitude, and only rolled his eyes. He quickly moved to follow the redhead when he began to walk away though. The blonde did as well, though she didn't look away from Naruto. The redhead stopped, turning around. His teammates gave him clearance to do so that the massive gourd on his back wouldn't hit them. He turned to the real Naruto, as all the clones had dispelled. What is your name? Naruto was a little taken aback by the intensity of his words, but didn't show it. Naruto Uzumaki. What's yours? Gaara. Of the sand. Gaara responded. He turned to leave, so Naruto did too. I'm Temari. The blonde girl shouted before following her team. Why is it always gotta be me that finds the trouble? Naruto thought to himself, as he walked towards Ichiraku. He sent a clone to report his findings to the Hokage. His meeting should be finishing up any minute. Naruto's heart was pounding in his ears. His lungs burned as he sucked in oxygen. He had a horrible feeling in his gut as he leapt from tree to tree at max speed. His feet were on autopilot as he scanned the forest for his teammates. Where the hell were they? The giant snake that separated him from his team had come out of nowhere. One spike of chakra from behind him, and all of a sudden he was being driven away from his two best friends. It was the snake that was the source of the feeling in his gut. They were surprised when Anko broke through the window saying she was the second proctor. They were even more surprised when she announced it would be in the forest of death. Surely it was going to be a breeze. After all, there were few in the village that had spent more time in training ground 44 than Team 7. They'd discovered a team from Rain that must have been at the gate directly next to them, and secured their second scroll easily. They could have made their way to the tower immediately, but no, he just had to run his mouth. This is a cakewalk, he'd said. We should make sure the other Leaf teams are doing okay, he'd argued. His team had followed his lead, as they often did. Look where it had brought them. The bad feeling grew as he got closer to them, his sensory abilities honing in on two chakra signatures that felt so natural to them they might have been his own. And one massive one. That chakra was foul. So foul it made him feel sick to his stomach in a whole different way. He skipped past several more massive trees and saw them. A thin grass genin, or, if the chakra signature was anything to go by, was facing off with them. Sasuke's leg was bleeding, and Hinata's sleeves were all torn up and bloody. Most importantly, the grass nin looked completely unharmed. If this were a normal enemy, he would be surprised. He was confident that either one of his teammates could take out everybody in the exams with the exception of maybe Gaara. It looked like the grass nin was speaking to them, so Naruto took the time to run through a few hand signs to prepare a. He summoned a toad and explained his plan, and then got ready to make his move. Sasuke hadn't felt scared in a long time. 4 years, 6 months, and 23 days to be exact. He tried not to think about that night, even tried not to keep track of the days. He couldn't put it out of his head though. The night his family was murdered would always be the most defining moment in his life. It wasn't the same feeling as then, but it was the closest he felt he'd get. The chakra radiating from their enemy wasn't right. He'd been paralyzed by it. It was worse than Zabuza's, and it really wasn't even close. He'd broken out of the daze, much to the enemy's surprise, with a kunai to the leg. He grabbed Hinata and got out of there as fast as he could, but he couldn't seem to shake whoever it was that was after them. It didn't help that Naruto had been separated from them before the fight had even started. He had given the escape all he had, but it was clear he wouldn't be able to shake their hunter. His options were to run and be hunted, or turn around and fight like hell. He and Hinata had unanimously agreed to fight without even discussing the situation. The grass, because there's no way this ninja was even let alone a genin, had carelessly joined them. Now they were standing across from each other, Sasuke and Hinata on one thick branch, the tall female ninja on the other. There was an ominous cackle that began to build from her throat. The fact that her lips never moved from their grin sent a chill down his spine. He reactivated his Sharingan, he turned it off while running to conserve chakra, and he swore he heard a moan coming from her. Everything about her just felt wrong. Sasuke-kun, she let out a malicious giggle, like she couldn't hold it back. I've been waiting to meet you. I don't know who you are and I don't care. Leave us alone. Freak. Sasuke responded. He did his best to keep the fear out of his voice. He wasn't sure he succeeded. Now, is that any way to treat a superior? She asked. We don't follow orders from Grass Ninja. Hinata interjected, confused by what she meant. Oh ho ho. The ninja's voice dropped significantly, taking on an even more sinister tone. But I'm not from Grass, little Hyuga princess. I'm from the leaf. Hinata gasped slightly as the ninja seemed to tear part of her face off. Just enough was removed to reveal yellow eyes like a snake, and purple skin running along their nose. In fact, I believe you've met my former teammate Jiraya. Orochimaru. Sasuke spat. Ah, I see my reputation precedes me. The smirked. Yeah, we learn all about the disgraceful monsters who betrayed the village. Now, don't be so testy with me, Sasuke-kun. You haven't even gotten to know me yet. And I never will. There was no signal, no sign from Sasuke what was going to happen, just a subtle shift in air behind him. Orochimaru ducked, dodging the slash of a sword that would have separated his head casually. Oh? Are we joined by the Jinchuriki brat? I would have hoped that Jiraiya would have trained you better than that. Naruto didn't say a word, just shifted from his attack, replanted his feet, and launched himself back at the traitorous Sannin. He raised the sword over his head with two hands, attempting to deliver a powerful blow. It was simple for the to step inside his range as quickly as a snake. He delivered a blow to his stomach that could rupture organs. The punch was powerful enough to splash the water the clone was made from all over the. The water was sticky as syrup as it coated Orochimaru, restricting his movement. From behind him, Naruto leapt into the sky, letting loose several shuriken. Shuriken Shadow Clone. He shouted, making the required hand sign. 6 shuriken turned into 60, raining down on Orochimaru from his spot stuck on the tree branch. Wind Release, Gale Palm. Another Naruto shouted, using the to boost the shuriken to new speeds. Sasuke's fireball cut in front of Naruto's, perfectly timed. The shuriken passed through it, catching fire as they did. The wind technique hit the flaming ball full force and pushed it down into Orochimaru, amplifying the technique several-fold. The combination made a small explosion on the branch. It took a few seconds for the smoke to clear. Naruto and Sasuke landed next to each other at that time. They were back to back, down in their stances, ready for anything. They weren't under the impression that the Sannin would be put down so easily. There was a maniacal laugh to their side. Orochimaru was coming up out of a tree branch, using A to seemingly traverse the inside of it. That was impressive. You two didn't think that would do it though, did you? They looked at each other, then back at him, and shook their heads. Naruto made his cross-hand sign, summoning 4 more clones around them. More clones? Surely you don't think that will help? At that moment, Hinata struck. She came up behind him, using Naruto's as a cover for her movement. She'd used her Byakugan to track the snake Sannin the whole time. She struck 3 times, hoping to disable him. 1 strike to both kidneys, and 1 to his right lung. He turned around, furiously trying to backhand her. She ducked underneath his strike, and put another chakra-fueled strike into his other lung. The blow connected firmly, but she wasn't fast enough to recover. Orochimaru delivered a kick to her chest that sent her flying through the air. You insolent little brats! He turned to glare at Sasuke and Naruto, only to find them missing. He was more alert now, after being surprised twice. He quickly located Naruto to his left, another above him, and a third leaping through the air to catch his Kunoichi teammate. That left Sasuke and 1 more clone. He looked to his right, and saw them on a branch higher up. They were both rearing back, chests bulging. They launched their combination at him. It was the first one they ever learned, and they worked it to perfection. Naruto's Todo bullet raced at Orochimaru, Sasuke's flame bullet doing the same. They collided mid-air, merging with one another. This time, Bill was ready for it, and leapt backward onto another branch, completely dodging the unspreading flames. He immediately felt something wrap around his legs, and looked down to see 2 gold chains snaking their way up. His chakra felt suppressed, and he was unsurprised to see the chains leading back to the Uzumaki. "Your mother's chakra chains, huh?" he asked, casually flicking a kunai down. It struck the blonde on the shoulder, causing him and his chains to dissipate into smoke. "How dare you mention my mother?" Naruto ground out. "Oh?" he said, staring down the 3 members of Team 7. "But she was such a fine specimen." They grinned. Naruto's blood boiled. He felt the Kyuubi chakra stir within him. His nails broke through the skin of his palms, his blood dripped down his hand onto the tree. He never wanted to truly kill anyone at all before, and he was sure he'd never want to kill anyone more than right now. "What do you want with us?" He forced himself to try and stay calm. "As interesting as you are, I don't want anything to do with you, little Naruto-kun. And while your little Hyuga teammate interests me too, it's not her I'm after either. No, I'm here for Sasuke-kun. I wish to give him my power." He shuddered as he let go of the last word. Naruto was furious all over again. He whispered to his teammates. Code red. 30 seconds. Then his body flickered away. "Oh Sasuke-kun, it looks like Naruto is abandoning you. It's too bad he didn't kill your little Kunoichi first, then he would be just like your brother. How is Itachi, by the way?" Sasuke's Sharingan once again flashed red, and this time he wasn't concerned about conserving chakra. Hinata took his lead, Byakugan already primed and activated. She followed Sasuke's lead, and they both rushed after the 2 of them weaved in and out of their attacks, Sasuke using a kunai to empower his strikes, Hinata wielding her chakra. It was true that Naruto and Sasuke had unparalleled teamwork, even amongst a village that was famous for it. However, in the last months, Hinata had integrated into that as seamlessly as possible. She and Sasuke bobbed and weaved, covering for each other through each strike, counter, and block. It was the hardest they'd ever fought, the determination to buy Naruto his time pushing them to new limits. Orochimaru fended them off without fail, and while he wasn't driven back, he had 0 room to make a real counterattack. 20 more seconds. Hinata zigged and zagged to try and throw off the Sanin's rhythm, and feinted a strike before leaping back. Sasuke's shuriken came spinning at him from 2 different angles. The snake turned sideways, allowing them to pass by the slimmest of margins. By the time he saw the ninja wire, it was too late. The metal wire wrapped around him, the momentum of the shuriken pulling it tight, causing him to buckle awkwardly against the tree. Before he could power through the wire, Sasuke sent a racing down it. Lightning release, thunderclap arrow. The lightning used the wire as a medium, and raced near instantly into Orochimaru's body. The Sanin's body convulsed while the electricity wreaked havoc on his system. Sasuke wasn't done yet though, he wanted more permanent damage. Fire release. I hope this works, he thought to himself. Fire dragon flame bullet. He inhaled as much oxygen as he could, chest expanding until his lungs and ribs screamed in protest. He exhaled all the chakra that he could, igniting it as it left his mouth. The massive bullet engulfed everything in its path, slamming into Orochimaru, and lighting him and the tree on fire. 3 seconds passed, then 5. Before 10 hit, they heard the cackling once more as the flames died out. Sasuke stood there, panting. The effects of using so much chakra while keeping the Sharingan active was wearing him out. He wasn't sure how much longer he could go. Then he saw Orochimaru's face melt off. It was a disgusting and inhuman display as the facade that he had been wearing completely melted off of him. His skin underneath was red and pink, burned from Sasuke's. In the next instant, though was regurgitating, mouth opened impossibly wide. 2 hands grabbed his lips from the inside, and Hinata thought she was going to be sick. The hands were followed by a head with yellow eyes, and soon the rest of Orochimaru followed. He unfolded himself, steaming and covered in a disgusting liquid, and licked his lips as he stared down Sasuke. "Kukuku," he laughed. "Sasuke-kun, your power is just delightful." He shuddered again as he spoke, as if he couldn't contain his joy. "But I'm afraid it's nowhere near strong enough to contend with me. Let me show you my true power." They flared his chakra, and it was Sasuke's turn to think he was going to be sick. The feeling coming from him was even worse than before, and even though he was more prepared for it this time, he found it extremely difficult to move. Orochimaru flew at him, fist cocked back, and something inside Sasuke screamed at him to move, and so he did. His Sharingan picked up the feint easily, and allowed him to dodge the kick that it set up. Orochimaru flowed smoothly into 2 more punches that he was able to dodge, but he wasn't able to escape the knee to his gut. A left hand hit him in the jaw, followed by an uppercut that sent him airborne onto his back. Hinata broke out of her daze and charged, throwing her most powerful attacks at her opponent. The snake man seemed to be made out of rubber as he dodged, body bending in impossible directions and angles as he did so. Another swift kick to her chest sat her down hard. They could only laugh at them. Foolish children. This isn't even a fraction of my power. I haven't even used a single ninjutsu on you yet, Orochimaru said. Sasuke winced from the pain in his head. He deactivated his Sharingan. There was no use in wasting chakra now, he was almost out. He'd have enough for one last-ditch effort, but nothing more after that. Orochimaru put his hands in a strange seal the Uchiha prodigy had never seen before. It looked like a tiger seal, but his middle fingers were crossed over his index. "Allow me to share with you some of my power," he said. Before he could make a move to use it though, there was an ominous, suffocating presence that overtook them. All 3 ninjas seemed to freeze in their place as they looked off into the forest where it came from. Orochimaru smiled, having a strong idea what it was. Suddenly, out of the woods like a bullet of fire, a red figure flew at them. Orochimaru was knocked back off of his feet and the branch he was standing on. Standing in his place was a very angry-looking Naruto. He was shrouded completely in red, bubbling chakra. Behind him swayed one tail, as if it had a mind of its own. "Stay away from my team," he ground out through a clenched jaw. His voice was raspier and deeper. His hair had become more ragged, his whiskers had grown darker, teeth and nails longer. And his eyes, they had turned slitted and red. The telltale signs of the influence of the 9-tailed fox and its chakra. "I see you've learned to use the power of your demon. But will one measly tail make a difference?" "I think not," Orochimaru said. Naruto growled in favor of returning the verbal spar. He launched himself at Orochimaru, foregoing his and weapons in favor of trying to swipe the Sannin's head clean off. The taijutsu spar that followed could only be described as ferocious. Orochimaru blocked one powerful punch and decided that dodging would probably be the better way to go. He wove in and out, side to side, even corkscrewing his body at one point to dodge. Eventually, the QB-enhanced punches caught up to him though, and he wore several fists to the face, and a claw swipe across his chest. Blood seeped from the claw marks, and he used his light tongue to lick it up, shuddering from the pleasure. "You have so much potential, Naruto-kun. But I'm not here to see what you're capable of today, as fun as it's been," Orochimaru said. "Now allow me to show you what I was going to show Sasuke. True power." Once again, the snake summoner flared his chakra. The density of it seemed to weigh down the air itself. Naruto was protected from the effects of it inside the 9 tails chakra though, and launched himself at Orochimaru yet again. The Grindaza flew at him, and easily sidestepped his first punch, and his second and third. Naruto tried to roundhouse kick him in the head, only for it to be ducked. Orochimaru slithered around all his attacks, before finally unleashing his own. The kick to his chest was the hardest he'd ever received, and he felt several ribs break without resistance. Even as he flew through the air, he felt his ribs heal. Before he could even land, Orochimaru was standing where he was projected to fall, and delivered a vicious punch to his face. The pain was there, but it was greatly dulled by the 9 tails, even as he cratered into the ground below. He simply was outmatched in taijutsu, and even through his anger he could see that. As they descended on him like a fallen angel, he ran through hand signs. He wasn't coherent enough to shout, or even whisper the name, but in his mind there was nothing but the shout of the name. Wind release, great breakthrough. It was his most powerful in his affinity. Amped by the 1-tailed chakra cloak, it would be enough to knock down trees. He exhaled, blowing as much wind as possible as he could out of his mouth, straight at the Sannin. The effect was immediate. The wind shot out of him like a bullet the size of a large train. Everything in the immediate area was blown away. Trees uprooted or snapped under the pressure of the wind. The ground itself was torn up by its power, leaving a trench. As it reached the falling Orochimaru, the man had a sickening smile on his face as he finished his own. Fire release, majestic destroyer flame. The massive A-rank fire jutsu met the wind head-on. It was powerful enough that it quickly overtook Naruto's wind, thanks to its elemental advantage. The great wave of flames incinerated everything in its path on its way back to Naruto. The blonde could do nothing as the scorching overtook and completely enveloped him. It felt as if his very being was on fire. Like his skin was searing several times over, and his organs were going to boil and explode. Even as the fire was killing him, the Nine Tails chakra was saving him, fixing the cells even as they died. It was excruciating. Just when he thought the onslaught would never end, the flames died down. His bubbling red chakra cloak was gone, as was a large portion of his clothing, barely leaving enough for him to be considered decent. His body was smoking, his skin was red, and he felt like he'd just gone days without sleep. It wasn't over yet though, and he tried to summon more of his tenant's chakra. All he saw of Orochimaru was a streak, before he was on him. He couldn't even react as the Sannin's glowing fingers slammed into his gut. Five-finger seal, he said neutrally. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. I'd love to stay and play with Jiraya's toy some more, but you see, I came here with a goal in mind. A mission, if you will. I'm after Sasuke's Sharingan, and nothing will get in my way, especially a little brat. So why don't you just go to sleep? They turned his back as Naruto began to collapse to his knees and fall forward. The blonde fought with everything he had, trying to stay conscious. His team needed him. He couldn't leave Sasuke and Hinata hanging. It was a losing battle though, and he knew he wouldn't be able to hold on long enough to help. With any luck, help would already be on the way after he flared the Kyuubi's chakra like that. A familiar signature hopped up next to him. The surveillance toad he had summoned. With the last of his strength, he delivered a message. Orochimaru after Sharingan will be fine, go after him. And he promptly lost consciousness, his covered forehead smacking into the hard dirt. Sasuke hated having to rely on Naruto. He hated Naruto having to rely on the Nine Tails even more. He'd only ever seen him use that shroud once, and Jiraya had immediately thrown a sealing tag on him to stop it. Naruto had insisted that he was in control, but the influence it had on him was obvious. Still, if he was willing to go that far for him, they couldn't allow it to go to waste. He and Hinata were slowly trying to get out of the forest. They knew they were closer to the tower than the fence, so they moved towards it, hoping to find help. Their only chance was to find numbers. Nobody in the forest was currently strong enough to defeat Orochimaru on their own, not unless the third Hokage or Jiraiya showed up. They kept tree-hopping blindly, either having enough chakra to keep their active at this point. Even from this far away, they could feel Kyuubi's chakra. That meant they could feel the moment when it receded. Either Naruto had won and turned it off, or he had lost. As much as he trusted the blonde, he wasn't overly hopeful. They kept going, knowing that's what he would want. It was less than 2 minutes before they were tracked down. They hadn't even seen it coming. One moment they were hopping along, the next, Orochimaru was standing in their path, a grin on his face. Well, he was better than I expected, I'll give him that. I think that fire should put him down for quite a while, if not forever. Orochimaru lied, checking his fingernails for dirt. You bastard! Sasuke screamed. He activated his Sharingan, attempting the last-ditch effort he'd saved chakra for. He wasn't strong enough or quick enough to keep up with it. His strongest damaged him for all of 5 seconds. That left one option for him. Genjutsu. He looked Orochimaru in the eye with his 3 Tomos Sharingan, weaving the strongest illusion he had. The chakra flowed from his and into the mind of his opponent. There was hope. He felt it begin to take hold, the snake-like eyes beginning to glaze over. Then it was shattered. One flare of his chakra and it was instantly dispelled. The laugh that came from Orochimaru sounded almost genuine. Like he truly thought it was funny. Is that the best you can do, Sasuke-kun? I hear your goal is to kill your brother, but with as weak as that, you'll never come close. Itachi of the Sharingan is one of the best users in the world after all. He can even trap me in an illusion. You don't even come close to his strength. By the end of his rant he was sneering at the young Uchiha. Sasuke didn't reply. He dropped to one knee, resting his hand on it as he heaved in large gulps of breath. Beside him, Hinata dropped into a stance. Don't, he said. She understood the meaning, but didn't relent. I cannot allow you and Naruto-kun to risk your lives while I sit and watch. You're my family too. And with those words, she charged the Sannin once more. She aimed a blind strike at his heart, hoping against all hope to luck out. She'd done enough training that she didn't need the Byakugan to locate the major organs anymore. Orochimaru caught her by the wrist, and promptly snapped it like a twig. Hinata, to her credit, didn't scream. She just tried to strike at his heart again with the other hand. She almost got there too, before Orochimaru caught and broke that one too. Weak. He spat at her, and he kicked her in the chest a third time. Sasuke could hear the ribs break from 30 feet away. She crashed into the base of the tree, smacking her head against the wall and going still. If she was still conscious, she didn't show any sign of it. Orochimaru silently shunshined to Sasuke, putting his hands in the strange seal again. I can't afford to spend any more time here. I will give you a drop of my power, Sasuke-kun. When you want the real thing, you will seek me out. Before Sasuke could argue, Sannin's neck extended a short distance to him, and he bit down at the base of Sasuke's neck. The Uchiha felt a strong burning sensation as Orochimaru removed his fangs, and just like that he was gone, not even floating leaves left behind. The burning sensation spread down his arm and into his chest, up into his head, and soon his entire body was filled with it. He writhed and screamed, trying to fight whatever it was that was overtaking his body. Trying to stay conscious so that he could help Hinata and they could find Naruto. He couldn't though, he wasn't strong enough, and eventually he succumbed to the pain, and blacked out. Hinata came in the dark. The sensations from the injuries she'd sustained filed in one by one until her breath was caught and her muscles were clenched. It took her several seconds to relax enough to think. Her chakra was still extremely low, and she didn't want to risk using the Byakugan just yet. She drug herself to her feet, a difficult task with 2 broken wrists. Her teammates needed her. A feeling of numbness overtook her as she realized that she might not have any teammates left after what happened. She began to shake. Something within her pushed her to keep moving, because regardless of what happened, it was useless to sit here and do nothing. In the darkness she had a hard time seeing without her. She managed to slowly hop to where Sasuke had been when she lost consciousness. She almost stepped on his limp form as she looked, stumbling over his body as she passed. She put her ear to his chest, and then over his mouth. His heart was beating, and he was breathing. He was alive. His heartbeat was erratic, and his body was hot though. It was like he was fighting a bad fever. Better than dead, she reminded herself. She had to find Naruto. She mustered what strength she could, and maneuvered Sasuke onto her back, tucking his arms over her shoulders so she could hold him in place. She had to bite down on the sleeves of both his wrists to do so. She risked activating her eyes for long enough to search for Naruto. She could still remember the area the suffocating demonic chakra had come from, so she started her search there. It didn't take long. The area she located him in was completely and utterly devoid of life. Every tree in the vicinity was either missing or completely burned down. There was no grass left, only scorched earth. Everything was black and turned to ash. She turned her eyes off, already having memorized the spot, and took off with a vigor that betrayed her current state. She hopped from tree to tree, and within a few minutes she'd made her way to him. She made it to his side, and slid Sasuke off as gently as she could. The moment she looked at Naruto, tears began to run down her cheeks. He was in worse shape than Sasuke. His skin was blistered all over. There were very few places on his body that didn't appear to be burned completely. His skin was red in most spots, black in others. She wasn't sure how long it had been since she lost consciousness, but his body was still steaming. That couldn't be a good sign. She risked the Byakugan one more time, and scanned Naruto's body as quickly as possible. The damage was bad. Torn muscles, fractured bones, burned chakra coils. He was in bad shape, but it looked like everything had already started to heal considerably. Thank God for the 9-tailed fox. Ever so quickly it passed through her mind that she was probably the first member of the Leaf Village to ever think that. Her Byakugan was forcibly deactivated as she ran too low on chakra. Her vision got bright, despite the late hour and lack of. She dropped to one knee, the lightheadedness threatening to overtake her once more. She pressed a palm into the ground to try and balance and center herself. She could not afford to pass out again. Her teammates needed her. Deep, slow breaths fought off the worst of it. Then, out of the blue, they were on them. She was in no position to fight, and didn't make any sort of indication that she knew they were there. At least maybe she could surprise them by pretending not to notice. She risked an upward glance, and was relieved to see it was a team of Leaf A and BU. She raised her head to signal she was still conscious. A ninja with a monkey mask made his way over to her. Hyuga. Status report. His voice was near emotionless. Likely a captain then. Good. She took another deep breath, and spoke slowly. Orochimaru attacked us. Naruto-kun used his tenon to fend him off but was defeated, I don't know how. Sasuke-kun was bitten by Orochimaru in the neck and has a strange mark there. They're both in need of healing badly. I sustained injuries to both wrists, my chest, and head. I can go without healing if need be. Orochimaru got away. The ANBU captain nodded. Behind him, 2 more ANBU were already running glowing green hands over her teammates. She relaxed just a fraction. I can begin healing you, the captain said. She nodded in return, and flopped back onto her back. It was likely the least graceful thing she had ever done. She couldn't find it in herself to care at the moment. Soon, the soothing feeling of the medical ninjutsu made her feel much better. Her wrists stiffened back to the way they'd been before. Her ribs began to dull to an ache that made breathing less of a burden. The massive headache she didn't know she had receded to a survivable level. The lightheadedness faded slightly, and she relaxed a little more. Captain? One of the ANBU interrupted the healing session, though the captain didn't make any sort of inclination that he noticed. The Uchiha, there's some sort of seal on his neck. I'm not well versed in Fuinjutsu, but there's definitely a foreign chakra coming from it. The monkey mask captain didn't say anything for a few seconds. I'm no Fuinjutsu expert either. We would need Jiraya-sama honestly, or maybe Ginma. Neither of them are in the village at the moment though, he said. Hinata debated about whether she should speak up. She ultimately decided that if she were in her teammate's position, she would want either of them to do it. She sat up onto her knees and spoke. Naruto-kun has been trained by Jiraiya-sama of the legendary Sannin in Fuinjutsu. She laid it on as thick as possible. It was the only way to convince an ANBU. He also has access to the old Uzumaki texts on the subject, given that he is a member of the clan. He will likely have a good idea of what's going on, better than anybody you could call upon in short notice. Of course, the Sandaime was no slouch at Fuinjutsu either, and definitely was above Naruto's level. She just had to convince them that Naruto could handle it. She'd have to play this carefully. Well, the other medic spoke up. He's in pretty bad shape, but he's healing abnormally fast. I've sped it up as much as I can and healed all the dangerous injuries. Should wake up after a day or 2 in the hospital. He's always healed fast, he'll be fine by tomorrow. I'm sure of it. Look at that did this to him. She gestured to the surrounding area. Should he even be alive, let alone look as good as he does? Hinata said. The ANBU shook his head ever so subtly. She turned her attention to the more pressing matter. What about Sasuke? Will he be okay? Sasuke's medic, a man wearing the mask of a bird she couldn't identify, spoke up again. He's just got a fever and general combat damage. He scratched the back of his head. I healed the majority of it, and helped out with the fever. The seal is beyond me. Orochimaru probably sealed his chakra or something so he can't use. He should be just fine though. Hinata let loose the final breath that she had been holding as gently and evenly as she could. Please allow us to finish the exams then, Hinata said, bowing as properly as she could from her position kneeling on the ground. If Naruto and Sasuke will be physically fine, and Naruto can handle the seal, there's no reason we should be disqualified. That's a bad idea. The Hokage will want to hear about this, the captain said. Naruto had summoned a surveillance toad. It will have reported this to Jiraiya-sama and Hokage-sama by now. The full report can wait a few days while we finish the exam. It won't be any trouble for us to find another scroll. She said Naruto had been holding on to their heaven scroll in the pouch he'd worn for the exam. If it was still in the forest, it would have been turned to ash by now. The monkey ANBU seemed to consider this. After several moments, his shoulders slumped slightly and he let out a sigh. Naruto has been good to Konohamaru, especially since his parents' death. Better than anybody else outside of his family at any rate. Our clan will not forget that. You will be allowed to complete the exam. You will not continue through any other incident like this again though. If you need help, just open a scroll, it will summon a proctor. Hinata nodded and bowed lower, thanking him profusely. She was confident she could take care of the boys until they awoke. She had become somewhat proficient in medical ninjutsu. The ANBU helped move them east, into the trunk at the base of a large tree. It would provide cover from at least 3 directions, though it did limit their escape. Once they left, she went about setting up several traps, including some tags that Naruto had given her before the exam started. When she was satisfied that they were as well defended as possible, she turned her attention back to her teammates. Naruto's burns had receded, but the worst of them, the ones on his forearms, could still use some attention. She pulled out the medicinal cream that she had made just for such circumstances. She rubbed it over his arms, and a few spots on his chest and abdomen, making sure to rub the cream in thoroughly. She was proud that she only slightly blushed at the action. Sasuke's fever seemed stable for the moment, so she just ran a diagnostic over him. His injuries had healed well, just as the ANBU had said. With nothing left for her to do, she ran a quick scout over the nearby area using her Byakugan. She kept active for as little time as possible, exhaustion already setting in. She found nothing, and decided sleep was for the best. They wouldn't have any sort of watch, but with Naruto's traps and barriers, as well as her traditional traps, they should be safe for a few hours at least. She wouldn't be any good if she didn't recover, and it's not like she could wake them up to move even if she did see something. She laid down in front of her teammates, determined to protect, even if that meant just putting her body in front of theirs while they slept. Sleep came almost overwhelmingly quick, and she was asleep within seconds. Hinata woke some hours later, to light streaming onto her face. It couldn't have been that long then. If it were noon, the light wouldn't reach her like this. She quickly gathered her bearings. Her chakra was refilling, though not full. None of the traps had been sprung, nor was there any other sign of intruders. That was a relief. She moved on to Naruto, as he'd gotten the worst of things. She checked his vitals with a diagnostic, and found that he seemed well off enough. The bones and muscles seemed to have healed most of the way. That was odd though, they should have been healed all the way by now. She checked his burns and found that they'd made significant progress but also weren't healed. She frowned. That was not the norm for Naruto. It was rare that he cloaked himself in the fox's chakra though, maybe it needed time to recharge. She moved to Sasuke, since Naruto seemed well off enough for now. She didn't like what she saw. He was sweating through his shirt, and he had a high fever. Now that she had chakra, she activated her eyes and scanned his body. His heart was beating much too fast for sleep, his muscles were clenching, and that chakra in the seal was seeping into him. She didn't like that one bit. She got to work on healing him, fighting the fever first, as that was the most dangerous. It was a battle, and after only a few minutes she began to sweat. She succeeded though, at least in lowering the fever. Sasuke stopped sweating, though his body still seemed to be fighting. She tried to get his muscles to relax, but she wasn't advanced enough to cause the brain to trigger it. She strongly considered sealing off his chakra points. She couldn't do it in the heat of battle just yet, not consistently at least, but she could do it to a stationary target. If she succeeded though, the chakra leaking from the seal might pool up and then release into his system all at once when his reopened. That could have disastrous results, and may even kill him. Bad idea. She resolved to just keep checking on the two every so often to make sure they were okay, while resting herself so she could fully regain her chakra. Her wrists weren't fully healed yet, and neither were her ribs. If she could get above a certain point in her reserves, she could spare the chakra to heal herself. They had enough food to last several days, so she could spare the resting time to watch over her teammates. She sat cross-legged between her two teammates, and centered herself. Deep breaths in, deep breaths out. Everything would be okay. Her teammates would be okay. They were strong, stronger than her, and she had faith in them. She sat like this for a while. It could have been hours, it could have been less. She wasn't too concerned about keeping track of time at the moment. They had plenty of time to finish the test, they could afford to lay around for a day. At some point while she was waiting, she regained the rest of her chakra and was able to periodically activate her Byakugan to scout the area. The tags that Naruto had given her seemed to be working. She had yet to spot a single person coming near them. The barrier sealed in their presence, so it wouldn't physically stop anybody from coming near them. It would, however, stop anybody from sensing them as long as they weren't expelling a lot of chakra. She occasionally would take the time to hop in and attempt to help her teammates out in the healing process. Sasuke needed continuous help with the fever that he was fighting, which was making her increasingly more worried. After 2 quick sessions, Naruto seemed to be completely healed from his burns, though he still wasn't waking up. She was less worried about him. He fought one of Konoha's greatest traitors and likely would have died if it weren't for the tailed beast that he housed. The stress alone from that fight could put anybody to sleep for a while. He was Naruto though, and he always came through. He'd yet to fail any of them. Not in the Genin test, not on their first C rank. Not even in Wave, when it looked as if they were all headed for an early grave. He would be okay. He had to be. It was several hours after the sun had reached its highest peak when Sasuke took a turn for the worst. She'd been doing her breathing exercises, letting her chakra regain from the latest round of scouting the nearby area. He started twitching in his sleep, and his breathing grew ragged. She checked on him, only to find that his fever had skyrocketed. He was burning up, all through his body. She went to work trying to quell his reaction, but his body jerked and he turned on his side. A vile, cold chakra began leaking out of his body in waves as he screamed. His body curled up into a fetal position as it tensed against itself. It was like his body was rejecting the chakra. That's when it hit her. It was rejecting the chakra. The chakra from the mark that Orochimaru had put on him. She'd been so foolish to think that she could even begin to understand what was going on with that. She should have let the ANBU disqualify him, or at least asked them to watch over them. The chakra being expelled from Sasuke grew stronger. It was a steady stream now, and she didn't know what to do. She had been counting on Naruto to be able to seal off the mark, or at least know what to do with it. She was in over her head, and now her teammate was in trouble because of it. To make things worse, as Sasuke continued to scream and thrash, she sensed the presence of another team behind them. The barrier had failed. It couldn't contain the extreme chakra that Sasuke was outputting. Well, what do we have here? A ninja with a sound headband said. His voice was tough to hear through the copious amount of bandages wrapped around his face, but she could tell it was cocky, and that made her nervous. It's about time we found them. The kunoichi of the group huffed. The boss didn't tell us they'd be so hard to locate. Hinata went from nervous to afraid. If they'd been looking for them, and on orders of a boss, that couldn't be good. Whether that meant they were sent by Orochimaru or the leaders of their village, she was in trouble. They wouldn't have been sent after them if their leader didn't think they could handle the 3. She almost hoped that Orochimaru had been the one to send them. At least then they were sent just to defeat her. A team that was confident that they could take out Naruto and Sasuke would have been too much for her. As it was, she was in trouble. She still had one trap laid that they hadn't bypassed, and their apparent arrogance would play right into it. TCH. I thought we were here to kill the Uchiha? It won't be any fun if we just get to fight one little girl, the final member of their team said. He by far had the cockiest attitude of the 3. Quiet, Zaku. If he's not able to fight, that makes our job that much easier, the bandaged genin said. The genin, Zaku apparently, rolled his eyes but remained quiet. Hinata watched, and waited patiently for them to make their move. The bandaged genin raised his gauntlet. Now, little girl, prepare yourself for death. He tensed his muscles to launch himself at her. Hinata saw the muscle contractions with her Byakugan, and she used a quick pulse of chakra from her extended fingers to cut the rope next to her. Kunai flashed through the air, flying rapidly at the sound ninja who had just begun his charge. The bandaged ninja simply quickly strafed to the left, dodging the 3 kunai, while continuing his sprint. Much to his surprise, there were 20 more kunai heading straight at him from his adjusted position. The spread of them was such that we wouldn't be able to dodge left or right. That left up, down, or back the way he came. He wasn't much of an earth user, and retreating was never in the cards for him. He coiled his muscles, and used a burst of chakra to leap up into the air. Hinata saw the smirk on the sound ninja's face as he soared through the air. She also saw how short-lived it was as he saw the massive log swinging from the top of the forest straight at him. She was surprised though when the log exploded, and he dropped softly to the forest floor. Ha ha ha, he laughed, almost maniacally. It'll take more than a little tree from a little girl to take out a sound ninja. Come on, Dosu. Stop playing with your food. We have a mission, the kunoichi said. It was Hinata's turn to showcase a small smirk though. The destroyed log that she had set as a trap had scattered all over the area, including right next to, and behind Dosu. With her right hand she formed a half-rammed seal, and channeled her chakra. The exploding tags she had placed on the log exploded, and all chaos broke loose. There were tags close enough to all three of her enemies to at least cause confusion. Dosu himself had been struck by the blast, throwing him sideways. His two teammates had just been distracted by nearby blasts, and blinded by the smoke they created. It was then that Hinata locked in on them. As she rushed them, she ran through calculations and scenarios in her head. Dosu seemed to be a close-range shinobi, unlikely to have a wind or earth element. He was a much more known commodity to her at this point, so she would bypass him for now. It didn't hurt that he'd been tossed aside by an explosion either. Between the two teammates left, Hinata would have to play the odds. She didn't know what either of them were capable of, so she would assume the kunoichi was supported. She hated thinking that way. She didn't see herself as weak anymore, and she didn't see her female classmates as weak either. The logic said that it was the most likely scenario, though, that the kunoichi wouldn't be the big hitter. That left the third shinobi, one who hadn't been named yet. She'd graded him as the most cocky, despite the fact that Dosu was clearly the leader. He had a thin frame, and was clearly at least 2 years older than her. He'd shown her nothing, other than his arrogance, but she'd have to assume he was a greater threat than her female teammate. His frame indicated that he could be a distance fighter, which only solidified her decision. As the smoke cleared, she breached through the remnants of it at top speed. She planted both feet firmly, transferring her momentum to her upper body. All that speed turned to power, and she lashed out at him. His eyes widened in surprise, but he couldn't do anything to dodge the thrashing she put on him. 4 strikes and he dropped like his muscles had been turned to jello. She had been in a rush and couldn't put him down for good, but it would buy her time. She quickly pivoted, flowing through footwork, and dashed at the kunoichi. The smoke had cleared, and no doubt the ringing that would have been in her ears had too, so Hinata moved quickly. She dodged several from the enemy. The look of surprise on the girl's face indicated that she hadn't been prepared for her to move that fast. Hinata struck once to each shoulder, and was preparing a palm strike to her just when suddenly she was struck from the side. She stumbled back several steps. Their teammate had recovered that fast? He'd taken a legitimate exploding tag from close up, not just a residual blast. You see, little girl, this gauntlet of mine allows me to bend sound waves and vibrations to my will. Before the explosion hit me, I cushioned myself with my gauntlet. It still tossed me aside, but the explosion didn't do any damage. The cockiness was gone, replaced by a cold and deep explanation, with very little emotion. There was anger in there though, and she could use that. She went to make a move against him, but her balance was gone. The low ring in her ears increased, as did the pain that accompanied it. She tried to take another step and nearly fell over. The pain in her head reached an apex, and she half grunted, half squealed, trying to keep the grunt in. Oh, did I mention that the attack I hit you with goes straight at your inner ear? It's impossible to dodge, and impossible to block, Dosa said. Hinata could barely hear him though. She had to deactivate her Byakugan to deal with the stress, but she only lasted a few more seconds on her feet. She collapsed to her hands and knees, puking up the rations that had been sustaining her for the last meal or two. Seems even the fabled Byakugan fails to stack up against my, Dosa said calmly. The calm was quickly lost as he viciously kicked her in her already damaged ribs. There was a loud crack as they broke, and a thud that accompanied her crashing into a tree. She fell to the ground and laid still. TCH. These leaf nin are so soft. It's a miracle their village is still standing. The ninja Hinata took down first, and recovered from the ground. She took you down just fine, Zaku, the kunoichi said. Yeah, kin, woman power and all that. Zaku waved a hand at her dismissively. He walked towards Hinata, ignoring his teammate rolling her eyes at him. He was walking with a slight limp and nursing his right shoulder as he moved. Let's put her down and move on to the Uchiha. He held up his left hand, preparing to launch at her. He was frozen in place when a dark presence washed over the area. The whole sound team was caught in it. It froze them, and though they wouldn't ever admit it, they felt a chill go up their spine. You think we're weak? A voice came from behind them. It hadn't dropped yet, but it still felt ominous to them. They turned their heads, to find Sasuke Uchiha glowering at them, sharing and shining. Before any of them could respond, Sasuke blurred into motion. The beatdown they received would be one that they wouldn't soon forget. Sasuke's movements were but a blur to them. A punch to the ribs. Kick to the knee. Elbow to the head. He was disappearing and reappearing before their very eyes. Like a wraith in the night. Dosu was put on his back after a particularly vicious combo ending with Sasuke dropping to the ground and landing a toe kick to the chin. Kin was already unconscious. Sasuke turned to the last member of the sound team. Zaku was trembling in fear before the red eyes of the last loyal Uchiha. Sasuke's three tomo words slowly and smoothly as he picked up every tiny movement, every piece of information that the enemy's body and chakra revealed. Zaku lifted his hands to blast his slicing air waves. Stay away from us, you monster! His chakra charged up to fire his. Sasuke moved. The Uchiha was faster. Zaku felt pain in his arms, but he wasn't sure how. One moment he was ready to decapitate the crazed genin, the next his arms were wrenched behind his back and he felt a foot on his back. You seem to be very proud of these arms of yours, a cold voice said. It'd be a shame if something happened to them. Now that Sasuke had finally stopped moving, it could be seen that there were black ink-like flame designs dancing across the left side of his face and neck. He saw the fear in Zaku's eyes. He could see it in his quivering body. He was defeated. Sasuke should let him go with a warning. Something whispered in his mind though. Something sinister. Something is right. You want power, don't you, Sasuke-kun? True power is ruthless. Sasuke found himself agreeing gleefully in his head. The arms broke with a sickening crunch, only drowned out by the sound of Zaku's screaming. Sasuke ignored him, thinking him too pathetic for his attention. He turned to Dosu, who was wearily sitting up. Get out of my sight. He allowed Dosu and Kin to scramble to pick up their sobbing teammate, before adding, leave the scroll. He strided to check on Hinata, paying no further attention to the sound trio. As he walked towards his teammate, he felt the burning on his face recede down to a single point on his neck, where it burned as if he had been branded. He pushed it to the back of his mind though, he had to help his teammates. Naruto stirred several times before waking. Before he could even open his eyes all the way he was being hugged by Hinata. It took him a few more seconds to realize that she was fighting back tears. Don't worry, Hinata, I'm fine. I always am, you know that. He was strangely calm considering the last thing he remembered was fighting Orochimaru. He guessed that if the snake was still around he would already be dead. Plus his natural sensing ability wasn't picking up any foreign signatures in the area. The fact that he awoke to Hinata hugging him certainly didn't worry him either. She slowly pulled away from him, grimacing as she did so. I know, Naruto-kun. I always had faith that you would be okay. My ribs are still broken though. Naruto immediately was reminded of the whooping they had received from his godfather's old teammate. A slow rage began to build within him. That bastard snake, I swear when I get my hands on him again it's not gonna be pretty. He sneered. Actually, my ribs had healed from that. She corrected ever so politely. She then proceeded to give him the rundown on everything that had happened since he had fallen unconscious. She left out the details of Sasuke's fight, as she hadn't actually seen any of it, being unconscious herself. As she finished her recounting, Sasuke strolled into their new encampment with a handful of strange-looking fruit. He tossed a large apple-like piece to Naruto and Hinata alike. Glad to see you're awake, Naruto, Sasuke said genuinely. As if I'd let you guys have all the fun in this bloody forest. He flashed a foxy grin. What happened in your fight with the sound ninja anyway? Sasuke's face darkened ever so slightly, but to Naruto he might as well have telegraphed his feelings. I took care of them. They won't bother us again. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that. You didn't, you know? Did you? A subtle shake of his head sent Sasuke's black locks swaying back and forth lightly, as if a soft breeze had tousled them. Naruto got the message and let it drop. For now, at least. Let me see the seal that the snake stuck you with. He maneuvered to Sasuke's side, as his teammate removed his shirt to give Naruto an unobstructed view. Naruto asked him a series of questions pertaining to the seal. Sasuke answered with a series of grunts and hns that anybody other than Team 7 wouldn't have been able to understand. Naruto looked perplexed after several minutes of looking it over. It's extremely complex. I can't tell exactly what it is. I can tell that it will activate and unfold who knows what if you start running low on chakra, but without having that happen I can't get a good read on it. He turned to Hinata. You said it's leaking chakra? She nodded precisely. It's almost like it's feeding chakra into his system, but that doesn't make sense. Why would he want to give him chakra? She asked. Sasuke remained quiet through the whole conversation. Well, Naruto said, better have Pervy Sage take a look at it when we get back to the tower. If he was anywhere near the village when we got attacked, he's probably already waiting for us there. Naruto said, I can seal all your chakra first so that you can't use it. That will definitely prevent it from activating, but you obviously won't be able to use it if we have to fight. Leave it. I know my limits. Sasuke answered rather shortly, even for him. Naruto frowned minutely, nodded his head in agreement. Yeah, alright. Let's move then. And with that, Team 7 shot off into the trees. They would arrive at the tower less than 2 hours later without seeing another person the whole way. Naruto was uncharacteristically tired when they arrived at the tower. He chalked it up to having been unconscious and for all intents and purposes, nearly dead. Hinata, despite barely being physically functional, was the one to figure out the riddle. They unfurled the scrolls and Naruto immediately recognized the seals written within the scrolls as summoning. On his command, his team flung the scrolls across the room. Smoke billowed out of them, but they relaxed when it was none other than Irika-sensei. Congratulations. To think I would end up with your tea. Irika was cut off by Hinata collapsing, apparently having only been conscious through willpower alone until they passed. Oh Hinata! Irika moved to catch her before she could hit the ground, but Naruto beat him to it. We need a Mednin Irika. She's been through a lot. I need to speak with Jiraiya-sensei and Gigi immediately too. The darkness on Naruto's face told Irika everything he needed to know. The upbeat, cheery boy was gone at that moment. While Naruto had clearly been taking the last several years of training extremely seriously, he still had that childish spark in him at all times. Irika could not see that spark now. He hesitated only a second, worried about one of his favorite students, before he needed to speed off. You should get some rest, Sasuke. Naruto ground out. Sasuke felt fine, felt good, actually. Really good. He had to bite back the urge to argue with his best friend, but managed to hold his tongue. He too sped off with only a grunt. That left Naruto alone in the room, holding Hinata in his arms. Hinata Naruto trembled as his fists clenched on her jacket. Thank you? He finally settled on. It wasn't enough. Nothing would be. It was only a few more seconds before a familiar ANBU member snuck up on him. It was a monkey-masked ninja. Naruto often caught glimpses of him, or sensed him during his times with Konohamaru. He was followed closely by 2 medic nuns in their 10 uniforms. He handed Hinata off to them with a grateful nod. Uzumaki. You made it. The tone was bland, but Naruto got the strange feeling that he ANBU had been hoping he would. He queried his head in question, but was completely ignored. The Hokage has granted you an audience. Top floor. They're expecting you. Naruto nodded quietly, and began his trudge to the top of the tower. He pushed through the doors, paying no mind to the ANBU guard. They, in turn, pretended as if he didn't even exist. An oddly familiar feeling for the young blonde. He shrugged it off. The Hokage had his back turned to him, something only a truly powerful shinobi could afford to do, and was looking out the far window of the tower. Ah, Naruto-kun. I'm glad to see you are up and about so soon after your fight. His tone was light, but there was a seriousness hidden behind it. A hint of worry. You know I heal fast, Gigi. Where's Jiraiya? Naruto clearly was not in the mood for games, though he kept his voice even. The Hokage sighed, a puff of smoke floating and swirling up over his hat. He turned slowly, whether from old age or to buy himself time, it was impossible to tell. I sent him after Orochimaru. You did what? Naruto, you know he's the strongest ninja I have at my disposal. He's not a tool, Naruto said, anger finally leaking into his voice. He was having flashbacks to Haku. He's not yours to use. He might be a powerful shinobi, but he's a person too. Hiruzen sighed again. Naruto-kun, day by day you become more powerful, and therefore more exposed to our society and how it works. He paused, carefully considering his words. It's a dark world we live in, and sometimes we have to do things we do not wish to do. As Hokage, I have to set my feelings aside. Naruto opened his mouth to argue, but was silenced by a gentle hand on his shoulder. Other times, I have to consider them. Do you know what Lord first told me about being a Hokage? Naruto shook his head, anger forgotten in the moment. He told me that being Hokage made the entire village your family, and you were the head of it. Hiruzen began pacing around the room, puffing on his pipe. Everything that happens in this village lands on my shoulders. Prosperity and famine. Success and failure. That means that every ninja of this village that dies because of me. But that means every ninja that lives because of you too. The Hokage chuckled, a deep, gravely sound from his chest. Ever the optimist. An admirable trait. My point is, there are very few ninja that I can send after my lost student. Kakashi and Guy stand a chance, but they are watching over their team, and there's a good chance that they will not survive the encounter. It is because I am so close to Jiraya that I had to send him after his former teammate. Hiruzen saw the questioning look in the genin's eyes, and chose to elaborate, and speak of things he long since had tried to push away, even from his own eyes. Orochimaru was a genius, much like Sasuke-kun is. Every eye showed him he took to immediately. He was smart, cunning, and devious. The model shinobi, or so I thought. Jiraiya was a failure, simply put. He had plenty of potential, and no place to focus it. I spent much of our team's training time focusing on Orochimaru, and Tsunade. A sadness crossed the Hokage's face as he thought about his past. But I spent even more of my free time working with Jiraiya. The boy needed to be challenged. He couldn't learn immediately, but given the proper incentive, he would spend weeks training, working until his hands had chakra burns and his whole body shook. As time passed, he began to catch his two teammates, slowly at first. When he signed the Toad contract, it was like he took on a whole new purpose in his life. Never have I been more proud of a shinobi of our village. He paused, and let those words sink into Naruto. The boy was battered, covered in dirt and blood, skin still pink from the burns he had freshly healed from. Yet, there was a look of wonder plastered on the boy's face. In that moment, Hiruzen admired him too, for his ability to see the wonder in the world, even after all he had been through. By his late teens he had become a powerhouse for the village. As he grew strong and steadfast, Tsunade, and especially Orochimaru, began to waver. Orochimaru began to grow darker and greedier, though I was blind to it. Tsunade lost her loved ones, and with it, her love for the village. Jiraya's love of the village has only grown stronger though. Tsunade left us. Jiraya trained our strongest Hokage. Orochimaru turned traitor, and he too left us. Jiraiya went after him, and created the strongest spy network the world hasn't ever seen. Did you know he holds the record for most completed missions? None have served this village better than Jiraiya. We tried to make him Hokage. Do you know why he turned it down? Naruto could only shake his head, eyes wide and glinting. Sometime between Chunin and Jonin, he and Orochimaru developed a friendship. Some would see it as one-sided, but I know Oro felt at least close to the way Jiraiya did. When Minato paid the ultimate price for the village, we decided Jiraiya would become Hokage. He turned it down. He said, "How can I become the protector of this village, if I can't even save my best friend?" A heavy silence hung for several seconds. The moral of this long rant by a senile old man is this: Jiraiya must be sent, not only because he's the only one that can do it, but because he has earned the duty and responsibility to be the one to take down his friend. He didn't want to leave, and he argued with me, another right he has earned. Yet he still took the mission, because he feels the same way I do, whether he'll admit it or not. The village is his home, the people his family, and he will go above and beyond the call to service to protect it. Do you know what I call that? Naruto, holding his breath now, could only shake his head again. The will of fire, my boy. The will of fire. Naruto felt a warm feeling swell up in his chest, forcing him to let go of his breath. Pride. He was so proud of Jiraiya. He'd wanted to be like him since the week that he'd first left the village with him, but that was a child's dream of a hero who was larger than life. Now, as an adult and soldier of his village, he never wanted to be like his father figure more. Hiruzen allowed him several moments to collect his bearings, perhaps doing the same himself, before he continued. Now, Naruto-kun. You came for Jiraya, what did you need? Naruto finally snapped back to reality. Orochimaru left a seal on Sasuke's neck. Looks like the Tomo in his Sharingan kinda, seems to be leaking a ugly chakra. Mai isn't high enough to get rid of it yet. I was hoping Pervy Sage could take a look at it. Sarutobi's face seemed to grow a few more lines in the seconds before he spoke. That is troubling. We have another who has been marked similarly by my old student. I will bring her and Kakashi-kun to see him, and we will have a look at it before the preliminaries. Preliminaries? Ah, yes. We have a particularly strong crop this year, and more are making it through the forest than anticipated, so we will have a series of one-on-one fights to determine who moves on to the final round. Naruto looked troubled, but held his tongue. Speak, boy, Hiruzen said with the sternness of a leader, but the kindness of a grandfather. Naruto debated saying anything for another second and then two, before he spoke. There's another like me. I think. Gaara from Sand. I don't want anyone else fighting him. Naruto, I can't select who fights. We're a shinobi village, Gigi. You can. You have to. He will kill whoever he fights. Hinata and Sasuke are in no shape to fight an enemy that strong right now. The rest just aren't ready. It has to be me. You'd ask me to put one of the village's strongest genin in danger. The container of our only Biju no less? Sarutobi had to hold back a grimace at Naruto's ever so slight flinch at his words. The boy quickly found himself overflowing with anger. You'd ask me to let one of my friends die? I can't do that. I won't do that. That's not your decision to make, Naruto. There was a pressure starting to build in the room as Hiruzen's voice gained a sharpness Naruto wasn't very familiar with. He forged it anyway. You're right. It's your decision, and you need to make it. He was nearly shouting now. The Hokage let loose his chakra, bearing it down on Naruto. It would have been enough to make a lesser fall unconscious. His voice boomed as he spoke. I will make the decision that is best for the village. I will not be bullied into it by a genin. Naruto responded by flaring his own chakra and bringing it down on the Hokage. It wasn't much in comparison, but it got his point across. How can you sit here and tell me about Jiraiya having to do missions because of his strength, but then try and let me sacrifice one of my friends? He shouted. I won't do it. I will fight soon as Jinchuriki. The last words were calm. Eerily calm compared to the anger the boy had just shown. He gave his Hokage one last look somewhere between pleading and pissed off, before storming out of the room, breaking a door off its hinge as he did so. Sarutobi could only sigh yet again. He took another puff of his pipe before uttering to himself, more and more like your mother and Jiraiya every day. Determined like your father as always. Another puff of the pipe. If only I could stop myself from failing you like I failed them, he lamented. The next few days passed slowly. Naruto cooled down after a while, Hinata was released from medical care, and Sasuke seemed to lighten up, if only a little bit. Kakashi-sensei and the purple-haired proctor who they'd fought in the forest, Anko was her name, came to see Sasuke, though the Hokage was absent. Kakashi took Sasuke and Naruto to a dark corridor, and proceeded to seal the curse mark. Naruto had a hard time paying close attention, something that was abnormal to him. His head still felt foggy, though he was sure any concussion he had should have been healed by now. Sasuke would be okay though, if Anko was any indication. He just had to have a strong will, something Naruto knew he had in spades. Team 10 and 9 wandered in at some point. Team 8 had managed to be the first team in, behind the Sand Trio, as did an older team from Konoha, with that Kabuto guy they'd met in the first part of the exam. Eventually the time limit ran out, and all the surviving teams were assembled in the basement of the tower. It was a large room made mostly of stone, with balconies on either side looking down on what Naruto supposed would be the stage for the fight. In front of them, the Insensei were standing on a stone platform, lifted a foot or so above the rest of the floor by the Hokage himself. Gigi gave them the spiel about how the exams were a substitute for war, and that a good showing would bring prosperity to their village. Naruto barely heard him. He was focused on the redhead who was staring daggers at him, as if he was trying to kill him with his eyes. His face was oddly calm despite what his eyes said. It was terrifying. The Hokage kept going, and announced there would be a preliminary round. Shouts of indignation came from the genin. Naruto paid it no mind. At some point Kabuto dropped out. Probably for the better, he looked like hell. The Hokage left important matters to attend to, he was sure. A new voice spoke around coughing fits. The proctor, he supposed. He recited the rules, not that anyone here would truly follow them. Especially Gaara. He finally snapped back to attention when he announced that the first match would appear on the board. He looked to the digital screen in time to see names begin to flash. He spotted his flashing through, spotted Gaara's, Hinata's, Sasuke's, and a few he didn't recognize. Finally it slowed to a stop. Sasuke versus Yoroi. Good. One bullet dodged. The old man had never actually agreed to let him be the one to fight Gaara. Each name that was called off the board would be a relief to him. Sasuke's fight happened quickly. He was well rested, better than his opponent at least. The curse mark didn't seem to hamper him in any way, and when it was discovered that his opponent could steal chakra, Sasuke zipped one way and then another. Activating his Sharingan as he moved in, he avoided the open palm of his opponent, and quickly delivered a blow to his temple, knocking him unconscious completely. He coolly put his hands back in his pockets, and leapt back up to join his teammates on the balcony. Yamato-sensei seemed to relax at that, however minutely. It had taken a while for Naruto to learn to read his sensei, ANBU trained as he surely was. He knew him well enough to know when he was tense though, and that was the worst he'd ever seen it. To be fair, he himself had been quite tense going into it. As much as he trusted Sasuke, he didn't trust a thing about Orochimaru. His whole team was relieved that the curse mark didn't seem to have any adverse effect. While they waited for the medics to carefully remove Yoroi from the battlefield, Ino and Sakura came trotting over to them. Nice fight, Sasuke-kun. Yeah. Great job, Sasuke. They chirped. Sasuke glanced over at Naruto, clearly irritated. Naruto rolled his eyes and flicked them at their fellow genin. Sasuke sighed. Ino, Sakura. Thank you. And good luck in your fights. He smiled, though it looked painful. Both girls flushed and Sakura might even have squealed before returning to their respective teams. Why do you make me do that? Sasuke questioned. You mean be social and get along with your comrades? I wonder why. Naruto said sarcastically. All he received was a half-grunt half-sigh from his teammate, to which he grinned. The names began to roll again, and Naruto held his breath. This time they landed on Sakura and Lee. More relief came to him, though he was sure this was going to be a painful fight for Sakura. He was not ready, however, for Lee to declare his love for Sakura before the proctor could start the fight. Even more surprising was Lee declaring that he would not hold back out of respect for her. That was probably going to be good for Sakura in the long run, and very bad for her in the immediate future. The fight started, and Sakura made some textbook maneuvers. Thrown shuriken to force Lee to move from his spot. Regular clones to cause confusion while he was moving. Typical stuff, but generally effective. If your opponent is of similar speed. Lee was fast. He took one step to the side and flew past the shuriken and struck Sakura with a fierce punch before she could finish her. Sakura barely managed to get a forearm up in time to take the blow, and she was sent rolling back by it. No doubt her forearm was damaged. Possibly broken. To her credit though, she gritted her teeth and smashed a smoke bomb into the ground. 5 pink heads emerged from the smoke in different directions, and Lee, ever the vigorous one, hunted them down one by one, smashing punches and kicks through their intangible bodies. 5 clones had been dispensed off, leaving a clueless Rock Lee standing in the middle of the floor as the smoke began to clear. Suddenly he was dodging attacks and projectiles that were too fast for Naruto to see. Ah. The sneaky little witch. A lazy drawl said. Out of nowhere Kakashi-sensei seemed to have materialized, leaning against the wall with one leg up, his lone eye focused intently on his book. There was no way he could see the fight from the angle he was at. Naruto rolled his eyes yet again. For his nonchalant act, Kakashi sure had a flair for the dramatic. Turning his attention back to the fight, he saw that Sakura had remained in the smoke and cast her from there. It gave her the precious moments she needed in a fight where there would be few. She began to move as smoothly as possible towards where Lee was erratically dodging non-existent attacks. No doubt she was trying to get a kunai to his neck so he would have to forfeit. Before she could get to him though, Lee dodged smack into a wall, seemingly jarring his entire body with the force of his well-trained muscles. It took him a second to readjust to his surroundings, before he sped at Sakura. He landed a kick to her ribs, no doubt cracking them, then turned, pivoting into a punch. Sakura shifted out of the way just enough that his fist glanced off her jaw more than it caught her. Still, she flew back, holding her jaw as she landed on the concrete and skidded. Lee was on her in a second, kunai produced from who knows where, and inside Sakura's guard. The proctor declared him the winner. "I am sorry, Sakura," he exclaimed. "I did not wish to hurt you, but I had to show the world that I am a splendid shinobi." Sakura, who looked much like she was on the verge of tears, shook her head and flashed through a few of the general shinobi hand signs. Of course she would know those. "Good fight, thank you." A few of the genin on the balcony seemed confused by what had just happened. Kakashi sighed. Kurenai took the time to explain. The physical pain of running into the wall broke the. She did a great job casting it, but she lost focus when she tried to end the fight, and ended up leading him directly into the wall. Naruto wasn't paying much attention to her. Jiraiya had taught him all about breaking on his 9th birthday. He was more focused on the digital board that was once again flashing with names. It stopped on a Hyuga. He inhaled. Niji Hyuga. Exhaled. His opponent would be Dosu of the Sound, a team that was conspicuously missing their sensei. Before Niji could meet his opponent on the battlegrounds, Hinata stopped him, whispering in his ear. He scoffed at her, shooting a glare her way as he leapt down. She quickly returned to her team. "Why do you help him, Hinata? You know it's only going to grow his ego. He's already bad enough." Sasuke shot at her. "I do not wish to see any harm come to my cousin. He is family." Sasuke rolled his eyes, and Hinata allowed a small smile. The fight was over nearly before it started. As the proctor dropped his hand, both contestants lunged for each other. Dosu with his gauntlet drawn back, Niji leading with a two-fingered point typical of the gentle fist. Niji was quicker. The Hyuga completed his lunge by striking at the shoulder of Dosu's gauntlet arm, jamming chakra in what Naruto was sure was a point, effectively making the arm useless for a short time. Dosu grunted, and tried to use it anyway, but it was clear there wasn't any chakra coming from it. Niji dodged his swing deftly, long hair flowing in the wind of the strike, a smug look on his face. He brutally added 10 more strikes to essentially shut down Dosu's physical capabilities. The sound of ninja crumpled. "Niji, your youth is admirable. But you should have some respect for your opponent," his sensei shouted. "Why should I have respect for such trash? He was destined to lose to me." Guy frowned at that, and Rock Lee began an enthusiastic argument with his teammate, but Naruto had drawn his attention back to the board once more. The digital board that decided their fate. He found it odd. All thoughts were dismissed when Hinata's name was landed on, followed by Kabuto's other teammate, who he didn't recognize. A huge sigh of relief. His highest priorities were relatively safe. Hinata's fight was easy, despite the fact that she wasn't quite fully recovered from all her injuries. The older genin could turn his bones to rubber or something of the like. The gentle fist attacked soft tissue. He stood no chance. She politely put him down with the necessary force, apologized, and then returned to her team. She received a hug from Naruto, a high five from Sasuke. Yamato-sensei gave her a bow, which she returned. Finally, she received an eye smile and head pat from Kakashi, who had somehow managed to maneuver his way over to them without anybody noticing. Temari from the Sand and Tenten from Team 10 were drawn next. The Leaf Kunoichi put up a brave fight, and while the arsenal was vast, it was too pigeonholed. The Wind User defeated her soundly, letting her land bent over her fan cruelly as she succumbed to her cyclone-like. Another safe, although minorly injured, comrade. Temari's brother, Kankuro, was drawn next to fight Shikamaru. Nara looked like it was the last thing in the world that he wanted to do, but made his way down regardless. The fight was the most drawn out by far, both choosing to fight at a longer range. The problem was that Shikamaru was too far to reach the puppet user. He would be able to catch the puppet in his shadow and freeze its chakra, but then he would also be stuck while Kankuro was free to move and throw projectiles at him. Eventually he maneuvered his way close enough to catch the puppet user, but was caught in a cloud of poison just as he completed his. He tried to hold his breath and make it out, but no doubt ingested some. He tactically retreated and decided that a forfeit was in his best interest. He immediately made his way to the medics so they could treat him, as Kankuro had claimed to have forgotten the antidote. Shino faced Zaku from Sound next. An uncharacteristically bloody fight for the bug user. He used his allies to plug the holes in Zaka's arms, and the genin foolishly tried to use his anyway, and lost both arms below the elbow because of it. 4 Konoha shinobi left. 3 more fights. The board flashed through the remaining names. Naruto, Gaara, Choji Ino, Kiba, Kin. He saw them all. Kin versus Choji. A sigh of relief. He'd only have to deal with the anxiety of waiting one more time. Choji lost, which was tough, but hopefully he'd learn his lesson. He'd been too hesitant to hurt a kunoichi who hadn't done anything to him. She ruthlessly put him under A and shot him full of until he was temporarily paralyzed. Better to happen now when he would be okay within minutes than out in the real world where he would surely be dead or captured. The final drawing of the big digital board began to play. Ino's name appeared, and he decided right then that if she or Kiba had to fight Gaara, he would interfere with the match. Kiba. Thank the toads. Kiba versus Ino. They were safe. Konoha was safe. His family was safe. His comrades made their way down to fight each other. A fight he subconsciously predicted Kiba would win, with his superior speed and strength. His conscious mind was focused on his opponent already though. Gaara of the Sand. Jinchuriki of undoubtedly what was the one-tailed beast. Jiraya had given him the basic rundown of the other. He would control sand. The rumors said his won't let him sleep. Naruto was worried. The look in the red-headed eyes told him a lot. They told a story of what he could have been. Perhaps what he would have been if it weren't for Jiraiya and Irika and Gigi. At some point, Kiba won the fight. He wasn't paying it any attention though. For the first time in his life since he'd started training to be a shinobi, a real shinobi, he was scared. He'd asked for it though, shouldn't he be more calm if this is what he wanted? His heart rate was speeding up, he tried to take a deep breath but if it helped he didn't notice. Are you okay, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked. She and Sasuke were looking at him. They could always tell what he was thinking. Sasuke's eyes flashed red. Naruto stared into them and let the minor take hold. Why he and Sasuke had first started doing this, he wasn't sure. At first he was just helping his friend work on his, but when he learned that they could communicate through it, a possibility arose. The mind, and by extension, chakra, worked faster than the real world. Just like when he entered his seal, time was slower here. How much slower he wasn't truly sure, but it seemed as if they could have a short conversation with only a moment passing. Most wouldn't even notice it, and those that did would have trouble reacting in time for it. Hinata and Yamato knew of course, as did Kakashi, but there wasn't any reason for them to interfere. You're scared? Sasuke thought to him. He could hear the voice, could see Sasuke, but Sasuke wasn't moving. It was as if the reality had frozen. Yes, he's like me. I know. Then why aren't you worried? Because he's like you, but he's unstable. He won't be able to analyze and think and react the way you do. You'll win, Sasuke said. Naruto ignored his comment for the moment. I could have turned out like him, you know. Sasuke nodded, though Naruto felt the action more than saw it. A strange thing was genjutsu were. Yeah, I know. I feel the same way. If it weren't for those closest to us, we could have been a wreck. Who knows if we would even be friends? Naruto said. I do, Sasuke replied, a rare showing of emotion leaking into his voice. Better get going, the proctor is about to call you down. Naruto nodded, somehow certain that Sasuke would know that he did even though he couldn't move, and suddenly time seemed to resume. He turned to Hinata. Yeah, I'm good. Just a bit of an adrenaline rush before my fight. Be back in a flash. He winked at her and flipped into the arena, but the bravado didn't quite seem genuine to his team. Gaara of the Sand. The proctor called out between coughs. Naruto Uzumaki. Are you two ready? Naruto looked at his opponent, then nodded at the proctor. Gaara sat stone cold, staring dead ahead at the blonde. Hate rolled his eyes, but raised his hand anyway. All right then. Fight. His arm dropped with a sharp whoosh. Sasuke versus Yora Sasuke. Rock Lee versus Sakura Lee. Niji versus Dosa Niji. Hinata versus Neck Guy Hinata. Temari versus Tenten Temari Cannon. Kankuro versus Shikamaru Kankuro. Shino versus Sakushino Cannon. Kin vs. Choji Kin. Kiba vs. Ino Kiba. Naruto vs. Gaara. Next chapter. Fight. His arm dropped with a sharp whoosh. Naruto didn't move, either did Gaara. They were sizing each other up. Naruto broke the tense silence that had developed with his usual charisma, acting more brave than he felt. So Gaara of the Sand. Come here often? And why do they call you that? Are you made out of sand? Do you live in a sand house? He put a hand on his chin in a thinking pose, looking off into the distance but not for a second taking his focus off of Gaara. I suppose everybody in Suna probably lives in a sand house, huh? He grinned. Gaara didn't even twitch a muscle in response. Mother will have your blood. That's kinda dark, you know. He sighed. Well, if it's blood she wants, let's see if we can't give her some. He threw a few kunai at Gaara, and immediately a wall of sand rose up to block them. It was fast. When it retracted, Gaara still hadn't moved a muscle. Ah. Now I see why they call you that. That's a neat trick. He called out as he reached into his weapons pouch again. He pulled out a shuriken and threw it in the same motion. His hands flashed through hand signs as it flew, and immediately he knew something was wrong. One shuriken became 4, all of which were easily caught in Gaara's sand defense. Up on the balcony, Sasuke's red eyes picked up both fighters in detail. Something's wrong, he said aloud. Naruto's chakra isn't flowing properly. Naruto was feeling the same thing, and cursed himself for resting the last few days. He'd been pushing himself so hard before the exams that the fight with Orochimaru had all but forced him to rest. It had been a long time since his control had felt anywhere near this bad. He'd still gained insightful information on Gaara though. His wall went up either automatically, or only with thoughts. If he could come from enough directions and distract his mind enough, he might be able to sneak through the defense. He formed a hand sign, pumping chakra into it. Delicately he attempted to mold his chakra, and felt it fluctuating all over the place. He focused even harder and grunted as he let loose the jutsu. 3 shadow clones came into existence. Pitiful for him, and he realized just how much trouble he was in. He could work with it at the very least though. The clones began sprinting to surround Gaara. Projectiles flew from every direction at the sand genin, but each and every one was blocked. Give mother your blood, he said. His voice was starting to trend from toneless to unstable, bloodlust leaking into it. He raised a hand, and a wave of sand flew at the real Naruto. Fast as it was, it quickly overwhelmed him and enveloped him. Gaara made a claw shape with his hand and turned it, shutting it quickly into a fist. Sand coffin. The sand responded immediately, and crunched down on Naruto. Gaara had a small look of confusion on his face. 2 more kunai came from the left, blocked by his sand. He turned to look at who threw them, but 6 more came from behind, followed by the clone that had let them loose. A massive punch struck his sand wall, but it held. Another clone came from his left, leapt upward, and threw several projectiles at him. As they converged, so did several more from 3 different directions. Gaara was confused, but his sand wall rose up to meet the challenge. Quick as lightning, the real Naruto, the one who had thrown the first kunai after his clone was crushed by sand, flashed past the sand that had already risen. He was behind Gaara now, and as the boy turned left to see what was happening, Naruto placed his hand on Gaara's shoulder. A while ago, Jiraya had taught him a chakra suppression seal. Its intention was to be written on a tag, preferably with Naruto's blood, and given to his teammates in case he ever lost control. Theoretically it could stop up to 4 tails of power, so it should work on the one tail. He had even committed the chakra control to memory after he met Gaara for the first time, just in case he would need it in the exams. Chakra memory is a fickle thing though, and relies on control being the same as when it was remembered. Like throwing a kunai becomes muscle memory, if you get much stronger between throws, the memory is no good until you've adjusted to your new level. Naruto's chakra control was all out of whack, and it was in that moment that he had a flash of a memory of Orochimaru laying some sort of seal on his stomach as he came out of his daze. It felt more like a dream than real life, enough that he questioned if it was even true. Gaara made eye contact with him as the seal began to materialize from his palm. The black ink spread into the shape of the seal he needed. It was wrong though. Where there should be sharp lines it was rounded. Thin became thick and there were even a few offshoots that weren't even of his intended creation. The spiderweb of black failed to take hold of Gaara's chakra. The glint in the redhead's eyes told Naruto he was in a bad spot. A wave of sand, bigger than the first one, smashed into him. He flew several meters, landing on the concrete as it drove him into it. Hard. The momentum it had given him, though, prevented it from taking hold. He rolled with it onto his feet, immediately dodging left, trying to escape the sand. A second wave came at him from the other direction. Both of Gaara's hands were up now, and he had a look of intense concentration on his face. Naruto continued dashing left, straight at the second wave of sand. He feinted right, hoping to open up a way to make some space, but the sand welcomed it and shifted to his left. He looked up and paled ever so slightly. It looked to him as if he was being herded towards Gaara. The sand's Jinchuriki didn't appear to have much physical prowess, but controlling the sand took chakra control, and that was easier the closer your chakra was. He began weaving through the sand, trying to come up with a plan, even as the larger waves broke off into smaller, almost spear-like sections. Slide, roll, dash, jump, lunge. He did everything he could to avoid the sand. He was too slow, though, and he knew it. If he had his normal chakra control to augment his movements, it might be a different story. He didn't, though, no use thinking about what if. He had one more plan in his head, one that likely wouldn't require control. He let the sand work him closer to Gaara, and pushed his body to its limit as the sand seemed to increase in speed the closer they got. He ran through the hand seals for his water bullet as he ducked under another slice of sand. He left the last hand sign off, and channeled as much chakra as he could into it. An experiment he'd been doing with Sasuke had led to this idea. Trying to use less hand signs to do could sometimes lead to disastrous results. A large ball of water quickly took form in front of him, as he willed it to become as sticky as possible, and promptly exploded. The result was water. Somewhat syrupy water. Everywhere. Up on the balcony, ceiling, and most importantly, Gaara's sand. There was an opening, and he was going to take it. He sped towards Gaara, who was standing, somewhat in shock, in the middle of the floor. His sand was laid out all across the battleground, and slow to react. It rose, vibrating in a sound, trying to clear the water out. It wouldn't get to Naruto in time to stop him, though. Naruto pulled his right fist back, and loaded as much power, and as much chakra as he could into it. He planted his left leg, and threw the hardest punch he ever had, right at Gaara's cheek. The sand stood there, shocked like a Nara in headlights, as the punch slammed into his face. He was knocked to one knee, crouched over it. Up on the balcony, everybody, especially the sand shinobi, seemed to be in shock. Naruto stood there, still holding his follow-through, huffing and puffing. It had felt like several minutes of dodging, but probably was no more than 10 seconds. His body ached nonetheless. He looked down at Gaara. A low sound came from Gaara. "Huh?" Naruto inquired. "Blood?" Gaara ground out, whipping his head around to look at Naruto. It revealed a crack on his face, and crumbling sand falling off of it. "Mother wants your blood." He lashed a hand out. Sand that had been coating his body rushed off of him with its full speed. It seemed to move in slow motion for Naruto. He couldn't move out of the way, couldn't move at all. Suddenly it was upon him, latched onto the arm that had thrown the punch, and the leg he was leaning on. It pulled him off balance. As he fell, he saw the look of pure bloodlust and hate in Gaara's eyes. The redhead pulled his hand into a fist. There was a blood-curdling scream in the arena that rang through the walls and may well have cracked a few of them. It was followed by a psychotic laugh. "Mother loves your blood." "That's enough. The match is over," the proctor yelled. "And now she will have the rest of it." A huge wave of sand followed his words, crashing towards Naruto. The proctor was too far away, having jumped clear of the giant explosion of water earlier. He would never get there in time. Naruto lay there, broken and bleeding, struggling to remain conscious. This can't be how it ends. Not like this. I still have to become Hokage. But there was no more strength left within Naruto Uzumaki, and he lost consciousness. The sand was but a moment from crushing him, when it was blown back by a huge bout of power. When the dust cleared, there were shinobi of Konoha standing between Naruto and Gaara. Gai, Yamato, and Kakashi led the way, Sasuke standing with them. Hinata was right by Naruto's side, desperately trying to help him. A shadow crawled down from the balcony from behind the Sans Jinchuriki. The lightning from Kakashi's still crackled in the air. It's over. Return to your sensei. Kakashi barked coldly. He made a point to look at the sand adjoining with his Sharingan. Or face the consequences. Gaara, let's go. Baki said shakily. It was bad enough he had to deal with Gaara when he was like this. But now the copy ninja wanted his head too. Gaara did not move. He stared with a smile at where Naruto lay. Gaara! Gaara began to turn to walk towards his sensei, and the leaf turned their attention to Naruto. Gaara paused. I will have his blood, he said quietly. The lone pair of Sharingan that remained in the Leaf Village saw his lips move, and read what he said. Sasuke continued to stare at Gaara, every bit of will being used to keep himself in place and not attack. He felt the mark on his neck slither, heard it whisper in his mind to take its power and crush the one who would hurt his friend. He did nothing to quell the thoughts, only continued to try and remain in place, and not do anything that could start a war. He felt as the mark sent a pulse of chakra through him. Pure power. He knew, instinctively, that he would win a fight against Gaara if he used it. He was about to allow it to lend him some power when he felt a hand on his shoulder, right on the mark. Yuke! Sasuke! He turned toward Kakashi, who looked as cold as he'd ever seen him. He'd always wondered why the lazy who liked to light-hearted mind games with everybody and was always late was so respected. This was why. This wasn't the same Kakashi he'd been around for the last 5 years. This was a killer. A veteran of a shinobi war, and an S-rank ninja. Now is not the time, he ordered. You can't fight him here, not now. You'll start a war. Focus on Naruto. His best friend's name shocked him out of his rage, and in an instant he was by his side. Hinata was running green glowing hands over Naruto, but she looked like she was in shock. He understood the feeling. Never in 1,000 years did he think Naruto would be beat, let alone this hurt. His best friend just had a knack for finding a way to defeat the odds. A medic pushed them all out of the way, followed by 2 more. One got to work on Naruto's leg, another on his arm. The third pulled a stretcher out of a storage scroll, and quickly they moved him onto it. Just like that, he was being ushered out of the building, and Sasuke and Hinata were hot on his tail. The other genin looked on in shock. They couldn't believe Naruto had gotten hurt. He was by far the best of them. If he couldn't beat that Gaara kid, then none of them would have even come close. Secretly, a few of them had even believed that Naruto might even be able to beat their own sensei. It was a shock to the system for all who watched. The proctor did his best to finish out the event. Those 2 had been the last fight. Kakashi had sent an Umbu member from the shadows to tell the Hokage what had happened. Yamato had left to check on Naruto, Kakashi assuring him that he would relay the necessary information to the team members who had passed. Hate called them out in a line. None moved. He sighed, then coughed, and decided to move on with the explanation of what was to come for the final round. He called them forward one by one to draw numbers. Kakashi drew for both Sasuke and Hinata. The final round stacked like this: Lee vs. Niji, Hinata vs. Temari, Kankuro vs. Shino, Kin vs. Kiba, Sasuke vs. Gaara. Winner 1 vs. Winner 2. Winner 3 vs. Winner 4. Winner 6 vs. Winner 7 vs. Winner 5. It had been a while since they'd had a 3-person fight to decide the finals of the exam. It had been a difficult decision for him to give the bye to the 5th match. As proctor, it was his job to judge them all, and generally give the bye to the strongest genin not of the village. Less fights means less of a chance to impress. Simultaneously, you don't want to take a fight away from the lone Uchiha that is loyal to the village. People would be coming in droves to see him. Ultimately, the fact that Gaara would definitely be trying to kill whoever he fought was the deciding factor. Less fights for him was safer for everybody. The genin and their sensei quickly dispersed after he gave them the date and time. The Konoha shinobi all headed in the direction of the hospital, and he followed them, though at a distance. It was half a day before Naruto woke up. The lack of light coming through the window told him it was the dead of night. He reached out lightly with his senses, and got 3 responses. Sasuke, Hinata, and Kakashi. They were all there in the dead of night while he slept. He moved to sit up and realized he couldn't. His right leg was held up in a sling, a massive cast wrapped around it. A matching setup for his right arm. He inhaled sharply, recalling what had happened. Then came the pain. Excruciating pain. He stifled a scream, but shook slightly in his bed. Kakashi was at his side, headband up, sharing and blazing in an instant. Naruto, what is it? He asked worriedly. Naruto took several deep breaths, squinting his eyes shut as hard as he could. So hard he saw stars. Hurts. He ground out through a clenched jaw. Kakashi flared his chakra, and a second later there was a member of the ANBU there. Several seconds of agonizing pain later, a nurse came rushing through the door. Kakashi quickly directed her, and she used it on Naruto's head that dulled the pain. That's strange, she said. His pain medication shouldn't be even close to worn off yet. Kakashi deadpanned at her, putting his red eye away in the process. I have a fast metabolism, Naruto said as the pain subsided. He looked at her pointedly, and she seemed to catch his meaning. Oh right. I'll send it to Dr. Yakushi. He'll know what to do, she said. Naruto thanked her, and Kakashi gave her a nod, and a flash of a hand signed to the Umbu, who melted into he wasn't sure where, because he got distracted by a gentle hand on his shoulder. He looked up to see Hinata, with Sasuke standing right behind her, looking over her shoulder. Both of them had their active. You guys, thank you. A smack to his face cut him off. After a second to regain his bearings, he looked at his teammate. Hinata? Hokage-sama told us, she said shakily, tears forming in her white eyes. He told us you requested to fight him. She spat at him. The tears began falling. Why would you do that, Naruto? Sasuke asked him. There was a slight look of betrayal on his face. I didn't want anybody else to get hurt. Hinata, you weren't even fully recovered, and Sasuke, your mark. I didn't know what else to do, he said dejectedly. So you decided to fight the deadliest person in the exams? Hinata asked. Without your chakra flowing properly too, Sasuke added. What's going on with you? Naruto himself bit back tears, happy to have teammates who loved him so much. Sad, and immensely disappointed to have let them down. Orochimaru, he put a seal on me at the end of our fight. I was so exhausted from using the Kyuubi's chakra and being lit on fire that I had forgotten. I'm still not sure that it wasn't a dream, but my chakra control is ruined, he said. That explains why you didn't use any of your more powerful, or why your seal didn't work, or why you were so slow, Kakashi said. Thanks, Kakashi-sensei, really helpful. Kakashi shot him a nice smile. I think it will take Jiraya to fix the seal. Does anybody know where he is? The Hokage sent word to him, but he was trying to stay off the radar. It could be at least a few days before he even knows what happened. I imagine he'll be back immediately when he finds out, though, Kakashi said. Naruto nodded in acknowledgement. They sat comfortably in silence after that. Hinata and Sasuke found seats on Naruto's bed, recounting what happened after he passed out, and doing their best to cheer him up. Kakashi seemed to pour himself into the nearest comfy seat, content to lazily sit in their presence. Where's Yamato-sensei? Naruto finally asked. He's watching the team from Suna. His techniques make him uniquely suited for the task. A lazy drawl responded from behind its book. It took a second for it to dawn on Naruto why that was. He was so used to Sensei's wood style that he had almost forgotten its ability to tame. Ah, right. It was at that moment that a doctor opened the door. He was in general shinobi fatigues, covered by a white lab coat. He looked alert, but his unkempt hair made it clear he'd just been woken up. He snagged the chart from the slot on his way in. Uzumaki-san, I hear your pain was an issue when you awoke? Yes, Dr. Yakushi. It didn't feel as if I had any painkillers at all. We can administer 4 drip overnight to keep you pumped full of it. It might be easier to just continually use a medical to numb the pain during the day. You talk like I'm gonna be here forever, document. I'll be just fine once my seal is fixed, Naruto said. Has nobody told you? Told me what? Naruto tilted his head, his long hair flopping about, untethered by his headband for once. Uzumaki-san, we aren't sure you're going to make a full recovery. What do you mean? Surely you know what's inside of me. He fixes all my injuries right up. That's why the meds aren't working, Naruto said lightheartedly. The damage to your leg is extensive, Naruto. They have been destroyed. I don't know what kind of was used on you, but it burnt and crushed your coils. You won't be able to send any chakra to it, so it's highly unlikely that even your tenant could heal it. I've looked at it, and know for a fact that I can't heal it. Naruto's heart sank. His stomach flipped. His lip trembled. What? He felt like he was going to throw up. The only Mednin who would stand a chance is Lady Tsunade, and she hasn't been seen in years. She might not even be able to anymore. Naruto's mind went blank, and he began speaking without thinking. Kakashi, he said as tears began streaming down his cheeks. Tell Jiraya. I don't care how. I need him to know. I need him. Finally his brain caught up to him. He wiped some tears from his eyes. My giant scroll that I used to carry has a toad summoning scroll in it. If I give you some of my blood, you should be able to summon Gamakichi. He can get word to Jiraiya. He looked at Kakashi through tear-filled eyes. Please. Kakashi looked at his sensei's son, the spitting image of both his parents. He nodded, not trusting himself to speak. He produced a small jar seemingly from nowhere, and pricked a finger on Naruto's good hand. A small amount of blood found its way into the jar. It's leaning against my dresser in my room, Naruto said. Bottom left matrix, can't miss it, he explained solemnly. Kakashi nodded and quickly left, throwing out a hand signal to one of the shadows as he did so. If there's nothing else, Doc, I'd like to sleep. Can you set up the 4? Dr. Yakushi nodded, and moved quickly to get it running. Naruto turned to his two teammates. You two should go home, he said quietly. We won't, Hinata said firmly. Briefly it dawned on him how much she had grown in the last year and a half. Completely unrecognizable from the girl he saw sitting shyly in Irika-sensei's class. I'm serious. You both need your sleep. We won't. It wasn't an argument, but a statement. Naruto looked to Sasuke for help, but saw the same look on his face. Fine, but I'm gonna get some sleep. See if maybe I can't talk to the damn fox and see if he can help, Naruto said, and laid his head down on his pillow. There were no dreams, no Kyuubi to talk to. Just darkness. 1 week after the preliminaries. Jiraiya still hadn't arrived. Naruto was beginning to worry about his adoptive father more than he was worrying about himself. Kichi had said that he delivered the message, and that Jiraiya had immediately taken off, not even bothering to pack up his camp. That was as unlike him as it got, as carefree as he often acted. Doing the little things right was something Jiraiya always insisted on. He'd been far away, deep in lightning country. A 5-day journey if he pushed it, perhaps 6 if he had to be cautious at the border. Lightning was the most militarized of the 5 nations. It could be possible that Jiraiya had slipped up in his haste to return. If he was arrested or worse, it would be Naruto's fault. The blonde wasn't sure he could handle that on top of everything else. He was adjusting. His hand had mostly healed, but he couldn't send chakra to it. His leg was another story. He didn't really understand the technical aspects of what the doctors told him, but he did know that they couldn't heal it any better than what it was already at. That left him on crutches. He completed rehab in record time, according to the specialist. Today was supposed to be his last full day in the hospital. Teams 8 and 10 came to visit him every day, and Team 9, with Niji, had even stopped by once. Ino often brought flowers, choji snacks, and Shikamaru even tried to play him in shogi, though that hadn't gone well. Shino's quiet presence was nice. Sakura seemed extremely worried for him, and Kiba brought Akamaru. He was glad to have people that he was close to that cared about him. He was pissed that they were all pitying him. Hinata and Sasuke were the only two that didn't. After her initial outburst and slap, had rarely left Naruto's side. She was gone a few hours a day for training, but she ate her meals with him, and didn't seem to do anything else. Sasuke wasn't much different, though he seemed angrier and more uptight than usual. He also spent a significantly larger amount of time training. Apparently Kakashi had been taking him up into the mountains for some special training. Sasuke didn't seem much like he wanted to talk, so Naruto didn't pry for now. He would see the fruits of his friend's labor soon enough. The Uchiha would stumble into his room at the end of the day covered with dust, shirt occasionally showing scorch marks. He'd plop down and eat his bento box, never uttering more than a grunt. Naruto tried to engage him in conversation, tried to get him to talk, but every sentence was short. It often ended in him rolling his eyes and talking to Hinata instead. He tried to show everybody that he was okay, that the injury wasn't getting him down. He was still Naruto, he insisted. He would still find a way to be Hokage. They all smiled at him and nodded, but he knew the truth. They all thought he was done for, and he wasn't so sure that he disagreed with them anymore. A rustle by his window startled him out of his wallowing. His sensory ability had seen a huge decline since Orochimaru messed with his seal. He'd been doing research on it, but books were hard to come by in the hospital. Everybody just wanted him to rest. The window began to slide open, which wasn't entirely unusual. Sasuke hated hospitals and most people, so he tended to avoid using the more traditional methods of entrance. The shifting sound of sand chilled his blood. It was fairly dark out, and his room light was off, but he knew exactly who was entering his room. "What do you want?" Naruto said. Cold, detached, and entirely unlike him. He was being extremely cautious. He definitely couldn't fight the Sand Shinobi in his current state, but if he tried to alert an Umbu or hospital staff, he might set the boy off. The last thing that could happen was an unstable in a hospital. He tried to remain calm on the outside. Internally, though, he was scared. He was angry that he was scared, but that didn't change the fact that he was. This was the guy who had crushed him, both emotionally and physically. He must be coming back to finish the job. Naruto had to find a way to alert the ANBU that should be nearby. He took a deep breath and looked Gaara in the eye, not backing down. "I wish to know," Gaara monotoned out. "Why do they not fear you?" Naruto was caught off guard by the question, but he stayed tense nonetheless. "What do you mean? Who?" Gaara looked confused. His facial expressions were hard to read. It became clear to Naruto that he wasn't used to showing many emotions. Perhaps he'd never dealt with them before. "The other Leaf Shinobi. They do not fear you like the sand fear me." "Why?" Naruto was somewhat confused himself, caught between fear of the ninja who had crushed his bones and dreams, and anger at the audacity to come in here and ask him questions as if he'd done nothing wrong. "Look, if you think you're just gonna waltz in here and ask me questions after trying to kill me, you got another thing coming, pal." Gaara tilted his head ever so slightly in question. "I just wish to know why they don't run from you. Why did they try to protect you from it?" Naruto was confused now. He clearly said it, as if he weren't the one that had attacked him. "They're my comrades. My family." He started leaking chakra slowly, hoping the emotion he portrayed would hide the call for help. "They jumped in to protect me because they know without a doubt that I would do the same, and more, for them." "They do not see you as a monster?" Gaara asked. His tone this time was almost innocent. Naruto was now extremely confused, and risked losing some more chakra. "You mean because I'm a?" "Not anymore, no. It took a lot of work, though. Some still don't care for me," he said quietly. "How did you do it?" Gaara asked. Naruto was thrown by that. He thought about how to best explain it, slowly turning up his chakra output as he did so. He never got to answer, though. Gaara, who had been standing there quietly, suddenly doubled over in pain, holding his head. When he looked up, the lonely emptiness that was in his eyes before was gone, replaced by psychotic glint. Gaara started to shout, but cut himself off with a grunt and a scream, and Naruto flared his chakra sharply. "Mother wants your blood," the Sand Shinobi finally ground out. Naruto trembled slightly. He couldn't use any, at the moment, because his right arm wasn't working, and he hadn't got that to work without seals yet. Sand rose up, nearly vibrating in its anticipation of an attack. Before the sand could attack him, Naruto built up as much chakra as fast as he could, and blew it out of his left hand in the form of wind. A powerful gust cut through the air, Gaara's sand rising up to block it. While the sand blocked his sight, Naruto flipped himself out of bed, moving towards the window to try and throw himself out. He was already broken. It's not like a 2-story fall could make him much worse. Sand rushed in front of him, cutting him off, and he swore. He hobbled back towards the bed, trying to give himself some space. The sand crept on it. He silently lamented himself for forcing his teammates to spend a night at their homes, since he would be getting out of the hospital the next day anyway. Gaara looked crazed, almost like he was fighting himself as much as he was Naruto. The sand continued to creep forward, but hadn't launched an attack yet. The red-headed shinobi finally let loose another scream, and the sand launched itself at Naruto. Suddenly, he found himself flying through the air, a hospital bed not too far behind him. When he finally landed in the corner, there was a figure in front of him. Sasuke was there. He didn't know how, and he didn't care why. He was just happy to see his friend. "Where is the Anbu?" he ground out. He was pissed. "Dunno. I tried to alert them. They should have been here by now." Sasuke and Gaara stared at each other, each daring the other to make the first move. Gaara's sand hovered and quivered, Sasuke's fingers twitched. Just like that, it was over. Gaara's sand whirled, and then dropped. He was nowhere to be seen. Not a half second later, 3 ANBU backed to a halt in the room. "What happened here?" one of them asked. "You would know if you showed up on time," Sasuke lashed out at them. Naruto saw his face for the first time. There were black marks, not entirely unlike seals, stretching from his neck up to the right side of his face. Even as he noticed them, they were retracting. He wasn't even sure he'd seen it right. Maybe his mind was playing tricks on him. "There was an incident. We were the closest ANBU on call. Tell us what happened here." Sasuke looked like he was about to explode and attack the nearest ANBU, but Naruto laid a hand on his shoulder. "It's alright, Sasuke. I'm fine, thanks to you." Sasuke didn't look like he wanted to drop it, but the look in Naruto's eyes told him there was more to it than what he stumbled in on. He let it go, and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. With some help, he got his bed turned over, and then plopped down on his, finally relaxing. He and Sasuke explained to the ANBU what happened. After a thorough examination, they left the room, but promised at least one of them would be outside the door and the window the rest of the night. He and Sasuke didn't talk the rest of the night, but the Uchiha never left the room. If Naruto's suspicions were right, and they rarely weren't when it came to his intense best friend, Sasuke didn't sleep the whole night either. 3 weeks after the preliminaries. Jiraiya still wasn't back. Naruto was worried, pissed, upset, and dismayed. After the initial week, he sent Jiraiya another message through their summoning contract. All he'd received back was a short note. "Be home as fast as I can. Have a plan. Hold tight." That was close to 2 weeks ago now, and Naruto was going to kill the pervy sage when he got back. Once getting out of the hospital, he distracted himself as best he could, researching seals and practicing writing with his left hand since his right was so shaky. Chakra control exercises. Helping his 2 teammates training for the finals. Anything he could to fill the void that he was feeling in his soul right now. It wasn't enough. He could almost perform his newest with just his left hand, but he wasn't quite there yet. Not that it would do him any good when he couldn't walk, let alone run. He found ways to be of use to his village in his now ample free time. Making exploding and barrier tags, helping comrades train, he even took a D rank to help clean the academy storage room. He had nearly failed it. He needed Jiraiya and whatever ridiculous plan he had concocted. And fast. The Southlands of Kusugakure. Jiraiya had been traveling and gathering information almost literally nonstop since Gamakichi appeared in front of him. The last time he'd had this little sleep for this long of a time was the Third Great Ninja War. At least then he had been confident in his abilities. He was no slouch as a spy, but tracking really wasn't his forte, despite how well he knew his target. He'd been hot on her trail early, and then it had gone ice cold one night while he slept. He must have spooked her. Now he had to double down on caution, which meant he slept even less. His informants and tracking had brought him to a tourist town in the southern part of Kusugakure. Even for how reckless she'd been in her life, wedging herself between Anagakure and Iwagakure was stupid. Even more caution he had to exercise. He couldn't help Naruto if was in Hozuki Castle. He didn't strictly have permission to be crossing borders the way he was, seeing as he hadn't actually asked for it. There was no time though, Naruto needed him. He strolled into Gambling Hall, one of the smaller ones that she was known to donate her money to. He asked about her, gesturing to his hair and chest while describing her. On a different day, he'd laugh at what he was doing. Today he was all business. They directed him to a bar, no surprises there. He thanked them with a few extra bills thrown their way, enough to please them but not enough to arouse suspicion, and moved on. The bar led to another bar, which led to a gambling hall, this time a larger one. They directed him towards yet another bar. That was where he found her. He moved as calmly as possible and slid into the booth she was sitting at. It was Tsunade who spoke first. "Wow!" she exclaimed through her slur. "This one looked just like a civilian. Which one do you think Sarutobi sent after me this time, Shizen? How far do you think I can throw him?" Jiraya rolled his eyes. "Sensei didn't send me, Tsunade," he said, letting his henge melt off of him. Brown hair turned white and grew in length. A round face turned broad and sharp. Red lines appeared on his cheeks, and a horned headband on his forehead. Sundi, despite clearly being drunk, reacted sharply. "I'm not going back," she said. "I don't care what he needs." "He didn't send me, Tsunade." He let the tight hold on his chakra loosen slightly as she turned her head. "Listen to me." A few heads turned their way, but Jiraiya lazily waved them off, holding up a bottle of sake as an excuse. "What do you want?" she asked. "I need your help. There's a genin, he's hurt and you might be the only one that can heal him." "Why does a genin need my help? Can't the hospital just handle it?" Jiraiya strained to tell her the full truth, but he had to be careful so close to IWA. There could be spies anywhere. "I've taken an interest in him, trained him quite a bit. He was injured in the Chunin exams. A genin wielding sand crushed his leg," he hinted. Tsunade seemed to understand that code at least. What was he doing fighting one of them? He should have just forfeited. The vein on Jiraiya's neck nearly exploded. "Let's head back to your room. I insist." When she didn't oblige, his voice became so sharp it could cut rocks. Now, he couldn't risk loosening his chakra anymore, or he'd surely be discovered. He reseated his henge, feeling for imperfections, then got up out of the booth. Tsunade couldn't recall a time she'd seen Jiraiya so upset. Upset wasn't the right word. Enraged was better. "Come, Shizen. Let's see what he has to say," she said cautiously. When they arrived at the room, Jiraiya immediately went to work laying down seals. A privacy barrier, sound and chakra dampening. She saw the full works. She took a moment to use medical ninjutsu to clear the alcohol's effects out of her system. The moment Jiraiya finished with the last of the seals, he let his chakra free. A pressure rained down on the room that made it hard to stand. The pig in Shizen's arms squealed. "He's his son, Tsunade. That's why you need to heal him." "Who is? Whose son?" she questioned. "The genin. Naruto. He's Minato's son. My godson, and I've raised him since he was 7. And I don't know why he was fighting a goddamn Jinchuriki in the Chunin exams, but he needs my help." Tears began streaming down his cheeks, smearing his red paint. "He needs your help. Please," he begged. He was huffing and puffing, trying to catch his breath. Sundi knew one thing. She'd never seen him like this before. She'd hardly ever seen anybody like this. He was desperate, that much was clear. "What's wrong with him?" she asked. "Strictly business." Her demeanor seemed to calm him down, if only some. He took a deep breath to try and center himself. "I don't know. He got his leg and arm crushed by the sand. They apparently can't heal it. He can't walk without crutches or do ninjutsu anymore. I haven't seen him. I was on a mission when I found out and came straight for you." "You abandoned a mission?" she gasped. "Yeah, I know." He chuckled without humor. "First time since that damn Inuzuka dog when we were genin." He sniffled. "Sensei left me tied to that damn post all night." She would go then, she'd already been convinced. "I won't stay." "I'm not asking you to. Tsunade-heim. Please." "Fine," she huffed. "We can leave first thing tomorrow. I want to gamble some more tonight." "I'll pay all the debtors in this town that you owe if we leave today," Jiraiya said, holding up his checkbook. He's been on crutches for 3 weeks. I don't want to waste any time. Jiraya didn't wait for a response. He rushed out of the room with a start packing tossed over his shoulder. Tsunade could only shake her head in response. A small smirk found its way onto her lips. She was dreading the return to the village, but she would be lying if she said she didn't want to see who was causing Jiraya to act like this. It was only an hour before they were on the road. She had an odd feeling heading back to her former home. Maybe it would be good just to stop by for a bit. Tsunade pursed her lips as she finished up her examination of Konoha's. She allowed her mind to wander briefly as the hard part of her job was over. Walking through the gates of the village had been hard. Rather, forcing herself to walk through had been hard. Actually, being inside of the village wasn't as difficult as she had thought it would be. Jiraya dragged her straight to the hospital, so she hadn't seen any of the places that would drag up the bad memories. Still, she had been pleasant apathetic to her return. The henge that kept people from recognizing her had helped too. She wasn't ready to be welcomed back. Not when she'd be turning around as soon as the genin in front of her was healed. Well? Jiraya broke her train of thought. She dropped her stethoscope around her neck and took a step back. She picked up the chart again and briefly flipped through it. It's not good, Jiraya. What? Naruto asked from his seat on the table. What do you mean it's not good? His lip was trembling. He'd been so excited when Jiraya returned with his old teammate, supposedly the only person that could heal him. Kid, the damage is bad. Your chakra system below the injury line is completely destroyed. Restoring injuries of that nature is a mess. I haven't even done it successfully yet. I don't care, Naruto said. His hands gripped the sides of the table, the leather cover on it creaking under his hands. I want to do it. You could become completely paralyzed. You could lose all ability to use chakra. Worst case scenario, you die. I don't care. You have to do it. I'm not going to let you die, Tsunade said, crossing her arms under her chest. Take what you can get. I can heal the leg so you walk, but that's it. Naruto put his head down, clenching his jaw. His whole body began to shake. Jiraiya tried to bridge the gap to them. Tsunade, maybe? No, Naruto said quietly. We will do the surgery. I won't lose my ability to use chakra, and I won't die. He looked up at Tsunade with tears in his blue eyes staring into her brown ones. Not until I become Hokage. Tsunade gasped. For a brief moment she saw the ghost of her younger brother, and her former lover standing over the blonde's shoulders. There are too many people counting on me. I can't fail. I have to protect my loved ones. That's my ninja way. There was a determination in his voice that Tsunade had rarely seen or heard. The memories of her own lost loved ones weighed heavy on her. It was a truly honorable way to live life. She wanted to root for Naruto, she really did. It would be best to hammer it into his thick skull now, though. Wanting and hoping to protect your loved ones won't stop them from dying. Brat, she said. The bite in her tone was gone. It almost sounded like she was being forced to speak. The world is a cruel place. Beyond these walls it's dark and cold, and it doesn't look kindly upon anybody. If you're unlucky enough to survive as long as I have, you will get unlucky. You will believe in people who let you down. And worst of all, just when things are looking like you might get a happily ever after, a tear leaked down her left cheek. But she wiped it away quickly, keeping her tone even. This world will stomp all over it, and you'll lose those that you love. Naruto was quiet for a few seconds, taking in what she had said. He knew her story, or at least the gist of it, from Jiraiya. Honestly, it was hard for the old pervert to shut up about her once he got going. He looked down at his own hands, seemingly contemplating their existence, studying the lines on his palms. The faint chakra burns on his left palm. The calluses and scars from kunai and shuriken on his right. Then he clenched them. So tight and forceful that the skin around his knuckles creaked. His hand snapped up, eyes blazing with a fire seldom seen. You think that losing your loved ones means you give up? You think that's what they would want? His voice was slowly gaining volume and intensity as he spoke. You think my parents think I should just stop trying? They died so that I would have the opportunity to protect those I love. The village that I love. They entrusted everything to me. He rose to his full height on his one good leg, spiky hair barely coming above her breast as it shook. Losing those you love doesn't mean you give up. It means you have to try that much harder for those that you still have. He was breathing heavily now, and his chakra was stirring tumultuously. Restlessly. Tsunade's eyes had long since opened wide in surprise. The kid was wise beyond his years, it seemed, but she had experienced that he didn't. She had felt the pain. Held Dan in her arms as he bled to death. Hadn't even been able to look upon the mangled corpse of her little brother. She knew the pain. Naruto, do you see this necklace? She retrieved it from between her chests, holding it up in an open palm for him to see. It was my grandfather's, forged from his chakra. When he passed it down to my mother, he said it symbolized his will of fire. His will to protect the village. I gave it to my brother when he was about your age. A genin. He wanted to become Hokage and protect the village, just like Granddad. He died the next day. A simple carrier mission went wrong. Naruto looked like he wanted to respond, but Tsunade held her hand up. Just listen, I was crushed. Broken over it even. I lobbied Sensei to have more medic Nin trained. I thought maybe if there was a real medic there he might have survived. That was how I met Dan. He saw it the same as I, and like my brother, he had a dream of being Hokage. Over time, I healed, little by little. I gave Dan the necklace, entrusting my grandfather's will to him too. He died in my arms the next day. It was like the universe said, you think more med Nin will help? Well, not even you can save him. She shook her head, trying to fight back tears. So just take it from me, kid. You can be the greatest ever at what you do, and it still won't be enough. It's better to just give up on all that now. Become a tea shop owner or farmer or something. It'll save you a lot of pain, she said sullenly. Throughout her speech, Jiraiya saw the emotion progressively slip from Naruto's face. It had been a long time since he'd seen that look. He used to turn to it when Jiraiya would broach the touchier subjects in their early days together. This wasn't that though. This was like the time when Jiraiya had eaten Naruto's ramen stash when he drank too much sake in one of the towns, then tried to tell him it was just ramen. He hoped the hospital structure had passed its most recent inspection. Slowly, Naruto's face began to betray his emotions. He'd been suppressing it, but the signs had still shown. Squeezing the chair, raising his voice, loosening his hold on his chakra. Smaller things, at least for a soon-to-be 13-year-old. Now there was rage written across his features, and a smattering of what looked to be betrayal. Jiraiya was beginning to wonder if it was safe for him to be here. Naruto's temper could rage, but Tsunade's could and would surpass his. The genin's next words would have to be chosen carefully. You have no right to talk down on my dreams, just because you've given up on yours. His tone was cold as ice, shaking slightly in his attempt to keep his cool. You have no right to wear that necklace and what it stands for. Not while talking like this. Your brother and Dan are probably rolling over in their graves right now. Jiraiya's eyes widened. Those were not the right words. They were fucked. He was on Naruto's side. Always. But this time it was really going to suck, because Tsunade was going to try and kill one of them. Tsunade, to her credit, didn't explode immediately and destroy the room. She balled her hands into fists, squeezing so hard they shook. You think the necklace is so great? You think you deserve the necklace more than me? You want the fucking necklace? Come and get it, you little brat, she yelled before whispering her last words. Outside. Now. This was bad. Jiraiya had seen Tsunade angry many times, usually his fault, but the only time she'd been this mad he'd nearly died. That was also the last time he ever peeped on her in the baths. He tried to slow her down as she led them to a training ground, leaving cracks in the ground as she stomped her way there. Tsunade, come on now, he's just a kid, he doesn't know any better, he pleaded, striding by her side to keep up. Naruto, to his credit, was only a few steps behind. He had gotten pretty agile on his crutches. Tsunade took a blind swipe at Jiraiya's head, one he nimbly dodged. She let out a grunt in frustration as she felt her fist barely swipe some of her teammates' hair. He's gotta learn the lesson sooner or later, Jiraiya. She huffed, might as well learn it right now, and who better to learn it from than me? She smiled humorlessly. They reached the training ground, and a memory nearly assaulted her. She hadn't had a place in mind, but her feet had brought her to where Sarutobi-sensei had given them the bell test. There was the stump Jiraiya had been tied to. Over there was where Orochimaru had mastered Sensei's signature on his first go. And there, behind it all, lay the memorial stone. It's a kunai shape jutting out of the ground cruelly. Dan's name was on there. So was Nawaki's. Her grandfather. Her great-uncle. Nearly everybody she had loved. She was frozen in time, lost in her memories for a moment. Naruto's voice brought her out of it. "What's the matter, Granny? Having second thoughts?" he taunted. Just like that, she was snapped back to reality. She spun on her heel and spoke. "Listen here, brat. You land a single blow on me, and this necklace is yours. If you have a death wish, that's fine by me. You won't be able to, though, because no matter how hard you try, there are things in this world you just can't do. One of those things for you is to beat me. One blow, and I'll even spot you. I bet you that I can stop you with one finger." She held up her index to emphasize the point. Off to the side, Jiraiya cringed. "TCH," Naruto said, borrowing from Sasuke's vocabulary. "Gonna take a lot more than a finger to put me down, Granny." Tsunade turned red in anger at the slight change in her age. "You'll see." He whispered more to himself than her. Naruto tossed the crutch in his left hand to Jiraiya. He couldn't use any chakra if his one good hand was occupied. He lined up across from Tsunade, the only Sannin he hadn't faced yet. He was 0/2 all time, but that just meant things could only go up from here. Jiraiya made a few comments about not having to do this, both of which were ignored by both of them. Finally, he gave in and raised his hand to start the fight. It dropped hesitantly. Tsunade didn't move. If the brat wanted the necklace, he could come get it. Sure, it was a little cruel to make him do the moving considering the state he was in, but that was the whole point, wasn't it? Naruto lazily popped a few kunai from storage scrolls plastered on his side. He might not be able to make hand signs with his right hand, or bear weight on his right leg, but he still had a few tricks left. And one very powerful. He hoped. He transferred the kunai to his right hand, and formed a half-ram seal with his left. He took a big breath of air, and molded his chakra. Since the seal had been placed on him, his chakra control had been erratic. Luckily, chakra control could be trained, and he hadn't had much else to do lately. It wasn't as good as before, but it wasn't as much of a struggle as it was during the preliminaries either. His chakra condensed, feeling the flow and rhythm of it, the swirl in his gut. He spat out a wave of water between him and the Sannin, letting it fan out as much as possible. It wouldn't be powerful enough to make her move anyway. He flung the 3 kunai with his right hand, and used a burst of wind chakra from his left to give them speed. And then he charged chakra into his good leg, and moved. Tsunade was surprised when the little brat spit out enough water to put it down for the day with nothing but half a hand sign. It lacked power and control, but it was impressive nonetheless. Clearly a diversion, however, so she readied herself. 2 kunai spit through the water, moving unnaturally through the air. She dodged them with a wide berth. She felt the ripple of the wind they made as they passed by. Did he use wind chakra to propel them? 2 chakra natures? Her surprise was interrupted by another. The boy had lunged to her left, around the edge of his water. It was a peculiar thing watching someone so young move so fast on one leg. He planted, clearly using chakra to enhance his strength and speed, turned and leapt towards her. His speed was impressive, but nothing for her to worry about whatsoever. Another kunai made its way to his right hand as he came through the air. He flung it at her, and cocked his left hand back like he was going to boost it with chakra again. The kunai was going to miss to the right of her head. No issue. Then her senses screamed at her, the 6th sense honed through hundreds of fights and battles and war. She looked up in time to see a kunai falling from the sky, aimed for the left side of her head. It was going to reach her first. She leaned out of the way, straight into the oncoming path of the other kunai. She wouldn't have time to safely dodge, not while off balance. Instead, she reached out with her index finger, intending on deflecting the kunai with it. This time, there was a literal scream to accompany her senses. The scream of chakra grinding. As Naruto flew at Tsunade and let loose his kunai throw, he knew he timed it just right. His one chance. He cocked his left hand back, almost as if he was going to push the kunai with his chakra. Hopefully she'd picked up on the wind earlier. He couldn't be sure because the water had blocked his view of her reaction. He saw her begin to dodge to her right, his left, and he knew he had her. If only he could hold the long enough. He focused with all he had, flying through the air as he was. Chakra began to swirl in his hand, forming a ball. It spun quickly into a shaky ball, leaving a screaming sound behind him as he moved. His eyes picked up on Tsunade using her finger to deflect the kunai. She'd never be able to block him in time. Time seemed to slow down for him as he approached her. He saw her eyes go wide. He willed it to hold together. He'd been practicing and practicing. If he couldn't do with hand signs, then he'd master that didn't need them. Just before he landed, he planted the crutch in the ground, allowing him to pivot around it. It gave him just enough leverage to do so before it snapped. Good. He hated those things anyway. He let loose a scream as his left hand came down on her. Rasengan! The swirling orb of chakra began to destabilize as it reached her, but it didn't matter. Before he could make contact with her, his whole body was snapped back. The foot in his gut rocketed him across the training ground, leaving a small channel in the ground as he burrowed across it. He crashed into the training post, coming to a stop. Jiraya was on him in an instant, checking him over. He wasn't too worried though, the kid was tough as nails, and Tsunade had really held back on that kick. Jiraiya-sensei, he said wearily. I did it, he said. The contentment in his voice lightened Jiraiya's burden quite a bit. Naruto then proceeded to turn over onto his side and throw up, clutching his stomach. Yeah, you did, Naruto. I think you're the only person who could have too, Jiraiya said proudly, patting him on the back. When were you gonna tell me you almost had the Rasengan down? Naruto rolled back over and sat up slowly. It was better before the exams. I could keep it running better. It's not mastered though. Learning is hard without clones, he lamented. Yeah, welcome to the land of mortals, kid. Tsunade came walking over at that moment, a small look of confusion on her otherwise schooled face. She knelt down, and her hands glowed green. She began to heal the damage she just inflicted on Naruto. I told you, Granny. I won't fail, he said, much more timidly than his usual bravado. Tsunade chose to ignore him, and instead berated Jiraiya. What are you doing teaching such a dangerous to a child? Do you know how dangerous that is? Jiraiya grinned unabashedly. Well, technically Kakashi taught him, but even then he just gave him the tools. Nobody really told him how it works, he figured it out by himself. That's a weak excuse and you know it. He could blow a hand off trying to learn that. I almost did actually, it was pretty cool though, Naruto tossed in. Jiraiya glared at him, trying to silently tell him to shut up. It was too late. Tsunade whipped her head around at him. What the hell are you thinking? Do you realize I could have made your injuries much worse if I'd kicked you harder? You can't leave yourself exposed flying through the air like that. Didn't Jiraiya teach you anything? She was clearly angry, but it sounded oddly like she cared. It was a different tone from before. However, she continued, I was wrong to say the things I said. You clearly have a bright future ahead of you. His voice got real soft. I just don't want anybody to have to go through what I did. A bright future? Naruto questioned. Does that mean you'll do the surgery? Naruto, she said. I don't think you properly understand the risks. Bijou chakra was flooded into your limbs. You might have a tolerance to your bijou, but it's still toxic. Your coils are destroyed, and those aren't rebuilt as simply as muscles and bones, she said seriously. I would have run a stent from your chakra core all the way down to both your leg and arm, which means I have to re-break both your arm and your leg. Then I have to run it to your central nervous system. That is dangerous. Each of those are 50-50 at best. You could be paralyzed. You could die. I just can't do it, it's not safe. The sad look on his face almost crushed her. Just take some time and rest. I'll look into it some more. She moved to take her necklace off for him, he'd won after all, when she'd had to kick him. His hand touched her elbow lightly. I don't want it, not yet. If I can't protect my village, then I don't deserve the necklace, he said sadly. She dropped her hands. This kid was something else. She nodded and flickered out of there, intent on doing some research. Jiraiya helped Naruto to his feet, handing him the one good crutch. He didn't really need the second one to walk anymore anyway. Come on, kid, let's go to Ichiraku's and you can get me caught up on how the hell you managed two in the same month. Naruto snorted in return. The ridiculousness of the statement was not lost on him. Actually, he returned, I think technically it's been 29 days since you last sparred with us, so it's all 3, and I almost got in a fight with Gigi, he said. Oh, you've got to tell me that story, Jiraya said, laying an arm around Naruto's shoulders with a chuckle. Naruto let loose a soft one of his own as they walked. There wasn't a lot of joy in it, but there was more than there'd been in the last couple of weeks. Shizen found her in the hospital of all places. She wasn't near any of the blood upstairs, of course, but still, coming to the archives and research floor was a big step for her. She'd been happy to be able to run off and catch up with friends for the first time in years. 3 if she was counting right, since the last time Tsunade had let her leave to visit the village. After lunch with friends, she'd gone and gotten them a hotel room, knowing Tsunade wouldn't want to spend her time in the Senju compound where the memories would be plentiful and painful. She then went to find her master, checking all the bars and gambling halls she knew of. Oddly enough, she didn't find her in any of them. It wasn't until she saw Jiraya's white hair hanging off a stool that she had any luck. She went up to him, introducing herself and taunted to Naruto in the process, and then inquired with Jiraya. Jiraiya thought for a second, and then directed her to the hospital, saying she said she was going to look into Naruto's case some more. That was a shock to Shizen, and she hadn't really expected to find her there. But there she was, twin blonde tails of her hanging down her back as she hunched over a large book. She didn't even look up when Shizen entered. Most shockingly, was the lack of any visual or olfactory evidence of alcohol. She was sober. Tsunade looked up, a focused look on her face, and saw Shizen. Oh good, you're here. Grab the book on coil regeneration in the corner. I want to see what's been updated since I was last in the hospital. Without awaiting a response, she turned back to her book, intently reading. As Shizen set her pig down, a younger lady in a lab coat strutted through the doors. Here's the file you requested, Tsunade-sama, the assistant said. Tsunade pointed to an empty space on the table without looking up. The assistant placed the folder down, before bowing and exiting. Shizen smiled. It was good to see her back to work. She walked over to the book, and pulled it out. They got to work. Naruto found himself on the same examination table he'd last been on, 3 days after the fact. He'd been down the last few days, but Jiraiya being around had helped. He kept practicing, knowing it was good for him, but also a good distraction. He almost was able to form one of his chakra chains now. The Rasengan hadn't improved though. Tsunade strutted in, looking for all the world like a new woman. She wore a white coat, and had a concentrated look on her face. Most importantly, she moved with a purpose. Naruto almost smiled seeing her. Here's the deal, she said. There's been some medical advancements. Shizen and I have worked day and night to come up with a new treatment. She held a hand up to curb Naruto's enthusiasm. It's safer. Less risk of permanent damage. However, she waited till Naruto's full attention was on her. It will probably be extremely painful. We'll have to graft on stem cells and connect them to your existing coils. Naruto didn't seem to understand what that meant, so she continued to explain. It will almost be like an organ transplant. The success rate is much higher, but there's 2 issues. She held up a finger sharply. 1. Because it's like a transplant, if your body rejects the tissue, your own chakra will essentially turn on you, and you will most likely die. Naruto was steadfastly staring at her, so she continued. She held up a second finger. 2. We don't know how Kyuubi's chakra will react. I understand that Orochimaru messed with your seals so you can't access the fox's chakra, and Sensei decided to leave it that way, for fear of what it might do to your injuries. Naruto nodded. It will have to stay that way until it's completely healed and integrated. That could take up to a year by my estimates. The Kyuubi could theoretically heal it and integrate it much faster, but there's far too many variables to consider that an option. That means chakra control won't be improved during that time. Naruto nodded slowly, taking it all in. So she said, do you still want to go ahead with it? Naruto looked at Jiraiya. It's your decision, kid. You've been given all the information possible. Keep a level head and assess the situation. I'll go along with whatever you decide. Naruto nodded again, more firmly this time. He turned to Tsunade. All right, Granny. Let's do this. Tsunade scoffed at the nickname, but ignored it otherwise. I thought you might say that. Surgery is tomorrow at noon. The surgery itself isn't that intensive, though your arm and leg will still have to be fractured, so you'll be out of the hospital in time to watch your friends in the exams. Your pink-haired friend told me that would be of utmost importance to you. Naruto shot a blinding smile at Tsunade. Sakura knew him too well, and of course she'd run into Tsunade in the hospital, and of course she'd spoken her mind about Naruto. She was a good friend to have. And Naruto, she added. Just because it might work doesn't mean things will be the same. Your might not be as strong. Your chakra might not flow as smoothly. She said, I would tell you not to get your hopes up, but I'm beginning to understand you'll just take that as a challenge. He grinned again. You got that right, Granny. Naruto Uzumaki is gonna become Hokage no matter what, just watch. I'll have the Rasengan mastered and surpass you in no time, you know. She rolled her eyes at the boy, but couldn't hide the smirk that appeared after she turned to leave from Shizen. Her student herself sported a big smile, as did Jiraya. The blonde firecracker is infectious, that's for sure. 8 hours, and 29 minutes after losing consciousness, Naruto Uzumaki awoke in a hospital room. His arm was once again in a cast, and his leg had been given a new one. He couldn't pay that much attention to it though, because despite the dark hour, and the big event tomorrow, his room was full. 11 genin, his comrades were in the room. The 3 sensei and Kakashi were also there, a step behind their students. Jiraya's burly frame filled the corner of his vision. Tsunade took a majority of it centered in front of him. The operation went off without a hitch, Naruto, she said, a small amount of warmth leaking into her voice. Now we play the waiting game. You have a standing reservation at noon here every single day. They'll give you the details when you're discharged. Most of the room cheered in happiness. Naruto couldn't help but smile along with them. Even Niji looked like the stick wasn't quite so far up his butt today. Thank you, Granny Tsunade. I mean it. And he did. He was extremely grateful to her. Thank you for going out of your way to do this. I promise I won't let it go to waste. He turned to his fellow genin. Thank you all for being here. I can't wait to watch you fight tomorrow and get back out there with you guys. You should go home though and get some rest. After a few weak arguments, they all began to file out of the hospital room and head to their respective homes. Sasuke and Hinata were the last 2 to leave, bidding him goodbye with a hug and a wave respectively. He was worried about them. He knew Hinata would be alright in her fight, she had plenty of experience with fighting against wind after all. Sasuke, though, was another story. He trusted his teammate, but Gaara was a different beast. He was brought out of his thoughts by Tsunade. Remember, kid? It's going to take a while for you to heal from the surgery. You're on crutches until I clear you. Don't try to push it. I mean it. Naruto nodded at her enthusiastically. Don't worry, Granny. I won't. Whether it's 2 months or a year, I'll make sure to do it properly. He responded constantly. A comfortable silence hung in the air between them. To the side, Jiraiya sat in a chair happily smiling, Shizen doing the same. An idea popped into Naruto's head, and he perked up. Would you and Shizen like to sit with Jiraiya-sensei and I tomorrow? We got great seats. Tsunade smiled softly at the boy, his enthusiasm overriding the voice in her head telling her to shut herself in and down a bottle of sake. Sure, Naruto. We would be happy to. We can leave straight from here since you won't be discharged until tomorrow anyway, she said. Not even the fact that he'd have to stay overnight in one of his least favorite places could put him down at this point. He sat back in his bed, feeling cozy for the first time in quite a while. His dream wasn't over. He could still become Hokage. He could still protect his loved ones. The Sannin and Shizen left him so that he could rest, and he slept soundlessly. Everything would be alright. Thanks for watching. I hope you had as much fun as I did putting this epic what if together. Make sure to smash that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell icon so you never miss a single twist in the story. Drop your thoughts, theories, or even wild ideas in the comments. I read every single one. And hey, if you're craving more awesome Naruto content, go check out the other videos on the channel. I've got plenty of heat waiting for you. Until next time, stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember, even a shadow clone needs love. Peace out.